All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Massive Whale PD night number 3 as the third and final night of prelims is about to begin. Now, you can still get in. There's 2 more prelim races tonight, one at 8 Eastern, one at 10 Eastern. Go to XCALracing.com, get yourself registered. Why, you ask? Because $2,500 and a butt kicker game or 2 are on the line.
$2,500 and a butt kicker game or 2 on the line. My name's PETEY Zeller, the voice of this weekend's event. Doug, I got back from the Buffalo Bills game exactly at this moment, and I am ready for some massive whale, Petey.
Yeah, I was like, I heard you hop in the booth and just got a chuckle out of that. So yeah, it's gonna be a big night. The first prelim race, 6 drivers, but I've already talked to a couple of them who have said, hey, you know what? We all know we're qualified now, so for tomorrow night's massive heats. So I fully expect to see some really gutsy moves, trying some new stuff. No telling what else could happen out there tonight. We've seen some craziness in the smaller heats, and we've definitely seen a lot of craziness in the bigger ones.
No doubt about it, and this one is going to be very, very fun this weekend, Doug, as I'm excited to see all the sorts of action. We've had so many great preliminary races already. The first 2 days were a massive Whale PD success, and day number 3 should not disappoint at all, Doug. I believe we're up to 96 entries. That's the last number I saw. That number might be a little bit higher now, but I know we're at a bare minimum of 96 entries for this massive Whale PD event. And overall, Doug, the racing that this package produces, right, the draft package that we have for these cars, this track, it is nothing short of spectacular.
No, it really has been. It has been some great racing. You can see guys getting a good run off the draft. They get to work their way up. It's really, really cool how good that this has been working out. Plus that Edwards setup shop setup. We've seen guys completely out of shape pull the car back together and stay in the lead pack. So, I mean, the cars are dialed in, the track's dialed in, everything is just ready for a series of great races tonight. I expect race number 2 and race number 3 to probably be the best of the best, as we do have some returning drivers coming back out later tonight.
Yeah, and right now I am looking up the information to see who is signed up for these races right here tonight. And it does, actually those are the results, as I'm on the XCALracing.com website, which all the information on the Massive Whale PD, if you want on your own, be sure to go to www.xcalracing.com. But it does look like we have 6 cars signed up for this heat race, and I believe we do see we see 5 of the 6 in here. Yeah, we have 5 of the 6 in here. Signed up for this heat race are Gerald Poole, Ron Morris Jr., Kendrick Pryor, Wilson, Tyler Jalbert, and Zach McDaniel. And I do see everyone in here except for Tyler Jalbert. So 5 of the 6 that are in here are good to go. And then we have 1 more that should be coming too, in Tyler Jalbert. And in the later heat races, we have 11 signed up for 8 p.m. We have 5 signed up for 10 p.m. And those numbers could rise too as more people see these races.
Yeah, if you want a chance to possibly automatically get in, the top 14 of each prelim goes to the heats tomorrow night. So, you know, as long as you're under that number 14, like these 6 drivers out here, they will all automatically advance to the heats tomorrow night when the big fields really, really start, because, you know, this time tomorrow night we'll be looking at 25 to 30 drivers on track. The second heat will be even more than that, and they're going to be dwindling that down to I believe 42 drivers will take the green flag Tuesday night. Every driver that completes the first lap gets money. So go out there, get registered so you can get paid.
You know, Doug, a little bit off topic here. We have a long pre-race show and only 5 cars to talk about right now, so I think it's appropriate to get a little off topic. But Doug, I went to the Buffalo Bills game today, and I don't know if you're much of an NFL fan, but I took my girlfriend Layla out to her first ever Bills game, and let me tell you what, Doug, today was a very, very, very depressing day to be a Buffalo Bills fan. I don't think I've ever left a game before the third quarter ended, but I left that game with about 3 minutes left in the third quarter when we were down 38-7. It was certainly a sad day to be a Buffalo Bills fan, and I am happy to be back here for the Massive Well PD 200 because I need some good racing as a pick-me-up after that disgraceful performance I saw in Ralph Wilson Stadium today.
It is heartbreaking when your team loses. I stopped watching football years ago, but yeah, I was a big Cowboys fan in the '90s, so I had Aikman and everybody great, and then as I got older, got married, had kids, stopped watching, and thankfully I stopped watching while they were still good. So.
Yeah, you're watching the Cowboys in the '90s, and meanwhile my Bills were having a hard. That's just more depressing Bills history here. The Bills history is pretty much entirely depressing. Well, we're done talking about depressing things here.
No, we're not. Jim Johnson just said, "Ha the Bills." Would you like to respond, Petey?
I mean, Jim Johnson, I wish I could say something back, like quirky, but we lost to the Jaguars, and now we just lost to the Colts 41-15. I have nothing to tell you there, man. We do suck. We are bad. I don't know what to say. But you know what's not bad? The massive whale PETEY 200. As I'll tell you guys what, though. Even though it was a bad game for the Bills and they lost, going to NFL game is still an experience. I snuck about 10 shots of Fireball in the underwear of my pants. And that was a great time. I mean, there was just people smoking Black and Milds up in the stands. Once again, I know this is not really on topic with the event that's happening here, but if you ever want to have a good time, go to a Buffalo Bills game. I jumped through a table today. It was certainly an experience that I do not regret, but I do just really, really hate the performance that team left on the field.
Yeah, Jamie Phillips, you can still register for 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Eastern at XCALracing.com. Still some spots open. You can still get in this thing and get out here and see if you can win part of that big purse.
So right now I'm actually texting Tyler Jalbert, letting him know that's prelim starting, just so he gets in here, because I would hate to see him miss it.
Jeff Edgar just said Jalbert's drunk.
Jalbert's drunk. I have a little bit of a buzz, I guess, from that Bills game. We are all out here having a great time today. Massive whale PETEY 200. And Tyler Jalbert is actually texting me back right now, so we're going to get a live update on what the situation is here with the weapon in the 04 car, as he is still typing. And the fact that he said, okay, yep, he has told me that something came up and he wanted to push it back, but the race control wouldn't let him push it back with heat in the future. So unfortunately, it looks like Jalbert will not be able to make this preliminary event and will not be able to move on.
No, that sucks. Jalbert was one of those guys that when you get out here in these draft packages, he's always one to watch. Definitely one of the better ones at drafting these cars and making his way through the big field as they go around. So, prelim number 1 will have 5 drivers that automatically advance. I know prelim number 2 is already getting up there to 11 or 12 drivers last I checked, and prelim number 3 has got more and more as well. So if you want a chance at it, you guys might want to hurry.
Yep, and
Isaac Salas just said Bills.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone's letting me hear about the Bills today. But I just see Tyler Jalbert is joining the session, so I don't know what changed, but he was able to get in here, Doug.
Oh, awesome. So we'll have the weapon on track here tonight. That'll be awesome to see him back out here and see what he can do. Obviously, last time he ran here was back at the points race several months ago. Don't know if he's had a chance to test with that new Edwards setup shop setup, so that'll be interesting to see how it works out there.
It will be interesting to see what Tyler Jalbert can do out there, the weapon. He is looking to make a case of his own here, trying to move on to the massive whale PETEY 200. And just by taking the green flag in this preliminary race, he will be out there having a good time. www.xcalracing.com. Be sure to check that out to sign up for the massive whale PETEY 200. I'm glad that Jalbert will be moving on to the heat race on Monday, as we are about 1 minute away from grid right now. As we sit, Ron Morris Jr. in the 76 car, he is on pole. On second position is Dakota Wilson in the number 2. In third in the number 48 is Kendrick Cryer. In fourth in the number 42 is Zach McDaniel. And in fifth in the number 9 is Gerald Thanos Poole. And rounding out the field in numbers 03 in sixth position will be Tyler Jalbert, as there should only be 6 cars taking the green flag.
Yeah, and one of my 3 favorite fans just dropped in. Hi, Squish. Hope you had a great day, babe. Jeff Edgar says Tyler Jalbert's getting de-weaponed.
Tyler Jalbert is getting de-weaponed. Well, he made it in here, Jeff Edgar, so we are going to have a chance to see what Tyler Jalbert is capable of, as he is going to look to get out there and at least turn a lap or two and see what he can do, as looks like qualifying is wrapping up here, Doug, so we are just about ready to get underway here in preliminary race number 7, and I do believe this will be the smallest field we've seen for any of these prelims yet.
Yeah, I believe the next smallest one was 8, and we, even with 8, as Ron Morris Jr. takes pole, he actually finishes cutting through the grass. I think the next smallest one we saw was like 8, and even with only 8 cars on track, there was a ton of action. So looking forward to seeing what these guys will do. Plus, it's a great opportunity for these guys. They get that little bit of extra practice. They can try some stuff they wouldn't normally try, just to find out what they can get away with when Tuesday night comes around.
This is a learning experience for kind of get their feet wet, kind of practice some moves they want to do in the race, and I am definitely very, very excited to see what kind of moves these guys can make, and who will be moving on to, well, I mean, everyone will be moving on to the heat races, but the moves these guys make will kind of give us an idea of who might move on from those heat races to the massive PD 200 on Tuesday afternoon. Once again, my name is PDJ Zeller, alongside me, Doug Burns. Doug, the founder here of How to Suck at iRacing, running all the cameras, making all the fancy work happen. We have about 10 seconds left until qualifying wraps up, and it does look like the grid is not going to change much here, so we will get a chance to go down through the starting order here in just one moment as qualifying now officially wraps up, and here we go. We will go through the starting order for preliminary race number 7. Starting on pole position, that is position number 1, will be the number 76, that is Ron Morris Jr. On his outside, and the number 2 will be Dakota Wilson. In third, and the number 48 will be Kendrick Cryer. In fourth, and the number 42 will be Zach McDaniel. In fifth, and number 9 will be Gerald Poole. And in sixth, and the 03 will be Tyler the Weapon Jalbert, as we are getting ready to go here, Doug, for what promises to be a very eventful and exciting 25 laps with these 6 drivers. As, this race, 2 Mile Speedway at Michigan Super Speedway. For these cars, it is full throttle all the way around. You can go 4 and 5 wide at times. I mean, with only 6 cars, they're going to have a hard time getting 4 and 5 wide. But the action itself promises to be eventful here, Doug.
Oh, yeah, and I just have to point out, have you seen the 9 car yet? That thing is beautiful.
Wow, that is a really good-looking paint scheme there on the weapons, on Gerald Poole. So I'm curious to see what Thanos will be able to do come race time here, Doug. You know, Thanos is always a factor.
He definitely is, especially anything drafting. I've watched him draft SR8s, from SR8s to MX5s to Cup cars, everything. If it's a draft race, like we talked about Brian Mansfield last night, at draft races, those 2 guys are always going to be up at the front. And yeah, I mean, he's got some awesome. He's running the Stream to End MS logo for the event, so got to give a shout out to that one, and hopefully he'll be able to get that up in victory lane for me.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, he has decent chances, Doug. With only 6 cars in the field, there is a 1 in 6 shot at him finishing this one in victory lane. So not bad chances for Thanos, and I like his chances in this field. There's some good drivers, don't get me wrong. Tyler Jalbert is always a weapon and always a factor in these races. Kendrick Cryer is a very aggressive driver that can make anything happen. But I'm curious to see if Thanos can get up there and make his name known, Doug. But here we go. Through turns 3 and 4, the field is at the mercy of the iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck as they come down through corners number 3 and 4. The field is going to be led down to the green flag by that 76 of Ron Morris Jr. We'll see what Morris can do. He ran, actually, pretty much everyone in these heat races in this preliminary event, has ran prior preliminary races. I believe it is only Cryer and Jalbert making their debut. So here we go, down to the green flag. The green flag waves. They're down and away, Doug, and it looks like it is that 76 getting a nice jump on the inside.
Yeah, I think Gerald Poole actually has not run one yet either, so you got half of them with the experience, and that'll be interesting to watch how things go for him. If that prior experience, we saw Josh Doobie last night and a few others, that the prior prelims that they had run really paying off, and they got to practice a ton of different strategies. We've seen guys practice patience, and we've seen guys full send it in the next time they were out. But already getting sketchy as Kendrick Cryer is trying to make something happen up on the high side, but Dakota Wilson right behind Ron Morris Jr. trying to push him up into the lead.
All right, they're side by side up front. It is Kendrick Cryer on the outside in that number 48 machine, all by himself. No help for Cryer up there on the high side of the speedway. He is just trying to find some way to make a move. Cryer, he on the high side right now, is currently in the scored as a second position, or actually he was scored as the leader by 8/1000ths that time by Morris on the inside. Now here comes Thanos Poole on the inside. Gerald Poole down low here, Doug. He is going to try to give help there to Ron Morris, although there's 4 cars on the high side, as that high side seems to be the preferred line here early on.
Yeah, it's been the preferred line for a lot of these races. I think last night the third prelim is the only time we have seen that bottom line really come into play as much as it did. And Dakota drifts up in the middle of the turn just a little bit. Kendrick Cryer up to the lead, but Dakota has been jumping from low to high line, so that could come into play as well. A little blink out of Dakota. Did he just disappear? No, he's back. Looks like he's having some connection difficulty all of a sudden.
Oh my goodness. That car is bouncing right now, Doug. I mean, that is some aggressive blinking right there out of that 2 car.
Yeah, and you got to wonder how much longer is he going to be able to stay connected. And looks like he knows it's happening, so he's dropping to the back. But that time by, the fastest lap was by Zach McDaniel as he sits back there just kind of hanging out. No, he takes a big run off of turn 2, jumps to the high side, and is going to try and run down Kendrick Cryer now.
Let's see what he can do. McDaniel now with help from behind from the weapon, Tyler Jalbert. Jalbert in that 03 car. We haven't said much about him so far in this race early on, Doug, but Jalbert, the weapon, he is always a factor, and I'll be very curious to see what the weapon can do. As Doug, he's not one to normally be patient. As patient as he's been these first 3 laps, expect that to amp up as this goes on.
I'm surprised he made it 1 lap without making some really aggressive moves there, but it is... I think it looks like he is trying to decide which lane is better. He's trying to get a feel for it. Like we said, he is the only driver that got no practice laps in. So this is his first time on the setup, and that might be why we are seeing Jalbert take it a little easy early on. But I guarantee you, probably around a lap number 5, he'll probably... Well, he might be cranking it up now as he pulls right up to the back bumper of Zach McDaniel.
Yeah, now Cryer clear to the lead. Kendrick Cryer goes to the top spot with a great push there from McDaniel. They are 2 wide for second now as Morris down on the high side trying to fend off McDaniel. McDaniel now peeking to the high side. And here comes the weapon on the high side, Doug. Speaking of Jalbert, he makes it 3 wide as he takes it to the high side. Cryer tries to throw the block. He puts, oh my goodness, he got the 0-3 all the way up towards the wall, but Jalbert still makes it happen on the high side here, Doug.
He does not give up, and he never lets up. You could tell he just, there's a wall there, I'll be fine, and just kept pedaling. Man, he is already made his way up there in battling for 3rd place, and expect to see him get to the front as now he is right on giving Cryer a bump down the back straightaway, and now trying to find a way past Cryer. I think we're about to see these two go at it, and the guys behind might want to watch out if these two get to bumping and banging. There's no telling what could happen. The 76 Ron Morris Jr., he has some experience. He's been in a couple of prior prelims, but and he knows how to get around here and do well here. But those 2 XCAL guys, they're either going to work together and push each other to the front, or they're going to end up crashing each other.
Do you think that there's Doug, this is just a question, but you can answer however you like. Do you think that there's maybe any 2 more aggressive drivers in the entire XCAL Racing League than Kendrick Cryer and Tyler Jalbert? Because to be honest with you, Doug, I can't think of 2 more that are more aggressive and more making people angry often than those 2. I mean, those 2 are just fearless when it comes behind the wheel.
All you have to do is think back to the Irwindale Inner Race to answer that. No, there is nobody more aggressive than these 2 drivers. They are sending it all the way around the track and doing an amazing, amazing job. And then Kendrick Cryer has a blink there. Jalbert gets, everybody holds their line, but Jalbert gets up high, and he's got a nose to the outside, and he's got a push from Zach McDaniel. Seeing some connection difficulties out of guys we don't usually see it from. A bit of a surprise. Speaking of Dakota Wilson, barely holding on in the back. This 3-wide battle up here, though. Look at the move that Jalbert just pulled from the high line to the bottom, underneath Ron Morris, and to the lead.
Wow, power move there from the weapon, Tyler Jalbert. He goes all the way down to the inside. He might have even touched the grass on his way down there, Doug, but he makes it 3 wide for the lead, and now he has the nose ahead of Morris, but Morris fights back on the outside. Ron Morris doing a good job keeping that momentum up on the high side, and now that high line with a lot of help from Cryer and McDaniel. There's only 5 cars in the lead pack, Doug. Dakota Wilson, after he blinked, just kind of dropped off from the pack, so Wilson is not a factor. It's a 5-car duel here, but my goodness, honest, Doug, that move by Jalbert was one of the prettier ones we've seen all weekend, and it's such a small field.
I've only seen that move pulled twice now, and the first time it was pulled, it did not end well, but you know how they are out here. He is just going to send it and let what happens, and it does look like that 3-wide battling has given Dakota Wilson a chance. Them being 3 wide gave Dakota Wilson enough draft. He is now a factor again, and he's going to come up here with a huge run as he starts gaining. Looks like he is going to go to the high side on Thanos and see where he can end up.
Yeah, we'll see. Here he comes to the high side. Wilson now. Looks like the connection issues have remedied there for the 2-car. He now becomes a factor as it's a 6-car duel. That time by the stripe, it was the high lane. Kendrick Cryer in the 48 by 13 1/1000ths of a second over the weapon Tyler Jalbert. But in 1 and 2, things get a little dicey. Looks like Cryer kind of gets shuffled out of the way. Although off of turn number 2, things get heated right back up.
Yeah, and you don't see Cryer get shuffled very often, so expect anytime he gets a bump that he doesn't like or anything else, you're not going to get away with it very easily. Now back down to 2 wide as they come through 3 and 4. Dakota looks like he is playing it a little bit safe, but last time by, he had the fastest lap of the race as he pulled up. It looks like he's actually backing off a little bit. I think he is practicing running up to and through the field, because he is building a gap and seeing how far back he can pull up from.
Yeah, that is very impressive there. Wilson showing that he has the muscle to get right back up. They continue to race side by side up here. It's Cryer on the high side, Morris down low. Morris with help from the weapon, McDaniel giving the assist on the high side. Very good racing going on here as Thanos just kind of waits in the wings as everyone's starting to get real aggressive up here. And now Wilson adds his name to the list as the fray starts to thicken up here. Dakota Wilson now becomes a factor in this. Wilson sticking with that high side. Let's see if Wilson, as Wilson did make it 3 wide for a moment, can't really make a hang up there. Let's see if Wilson, though, can start to fight his way back towards the front after falling way back.
Yeah, I think he's got something for him here. He's figured out exactly how far back he needs to go to get a huge run. He just needs and look, here comes Thanos making a move as Tyler Jalbert drops down to the bottom. Looks like Jalbert's taking a page out of Dakota's book. He's going to drop back and see how far back he can draft, because as long as you're in that draft and you're back there away, you can actually start to develop a bit of a run and be quite a bit faster when you catch the pack. Then it just becomes a matter of finding a hole and working your way through with all that momentum. But that top line is now 3 deep, bump drafting down the back straightaways. Dakota was bump drafting Zach, and Zach was bump drafting Kendrick Cryer.
Yeah, here they come off turn number 4. Cryer on the high side, inside Morris. Poole now giving the assist to Morris. They are side by side, almost door banging there for the top spot. It is getting very hectic. Morris comes way up the racetrack. Cryer's right there, and here comes the weapon up the middle. The weapon trying to make it exciting here. Is there a hole for Tyler Jalbert? He tried to make one and Cryer got out of the way. I don't think the hole was quite there, but Jalbert still stuck it in and kind of got things all over the place there, Doug.
That was a gutsy move. I kind of saw that one coming. He had that big run once he got up there, and he knew he was going forward, but wise move. The guys on the outside moved up just a hair. They saw what was coming. Ron Morris was not giving an inch. He had that bottom line, and he wasn't moving, but now you've got Tyler Jalbert up on the high side. Dakota gets a run down to the bottom. He's going to come back up on Morris, and he's trying to move Jalbert up the track. He obviously does not know Jalbert's reputation.
No, Jalbert's not a guy that you can't rattle his cage, Doug. You know what I mean? Like, if you try to mess with Tyler Jalbert, he's just going to give it back to you way more than you bargained for.
Oh, definitely. So this, for a 6-car prelim race, this thing is getting a bit wild. And, you know, we saw the first night of prelims, there was a lot of give and take. There was a lot more patience. Last night, things started getting really aggressive. Looking forward to seeing if this, obviously, this is already... Looks like they've already turned the aggression up quite a bit. If that continues through the night, it does not bode well for Monday and Tuesday night for some of these guys, as if they keep ramping it up, it's going to become a wreck fest with these guys pushing for everything they got.
Yeah, and Cryer gives a huge shove there to the back bumper of the 03 of Tyler And I just don't know how many more laps they continue to do it like this, is that the 2-car went all the way down low to make it 3 wide. Now Cryer and Jalbert appear to have cleared the pack, as actually Cryer still is on the outside there of Wilson, but Jalbert through to the lead, Cryer following him through, so the two XCAL guys, the aggressors, find their way out in front now, and let's see what these two are going to do, is they'll probably try to duel here, as Cryer just gives a huge shove to Jalbert down the backstretch. Looks like Cryer's content to ride in line right now as the top two kind of break away a little bit.
Yeah, they've really got a good run going down there, and the bump drafting down the back straightaway helps them pull away, but Dakota figured out how to work that draft really, really well here at Michigan. He got Jalbert way out of shape there for a moment.
Yeah, Jalbert hung on. He didn't even miss a beat there, Doug. Jalbert kept his foot in the gas, and I don't know how he saved that like he did there, Doug, but my goodness, he got him probably a good 45 degrees sideways there, but I don't think Jalbert ever let go of the gas.
I don't think he did either. Have you ever known him to let go of the gas? No, he just full sends it. So these guys, it's getting a bit wild out there. You see some of the XCAL guys working together, and then you see, look at this, Jalbert's dropping back again. We're going to get to see Jalbert drop to the back and run his way back to the front one more time. He is practicing for tomorrow night. That is for sure.
At this point, Doug, I think he's just having fun with it. I don't even know if he's out there to necessarily win the race. He's just trying to have as much fun as he possibly can, as this time by the wire, there will be 10 laps to go at the start-finish line, Doug.
Yeah, these guys are not letting up for a prelim race. This thing is getting more and more intense, and look at this. Gerald Poole has hung out at the back and played this patient. I guarantee you he's not going to make a move for another 5 laps, but if something pops up, if that availability is there and he can just drive through without any risk, that's what it looks like he is doing. Meanwhile, back behind, Tyler Jalbert now getting pushed down the back straightaway by Zach McDaniel, and you got to wonder, is there a connection there? Are those two going to work their way to the front together? Ron Morris Jr. back up front, Dakota Wilson to the high side, no help up top.
Yeah, absolutely no help up there. The inside line, 5 strong, 1 car alone on the high side right now. The pack fairly spread out as we've seen them get this whole race. Don't expect that to last for long, as there's 9 to go this time by at the wire, and the weapon, he is trying to catch back up, and he is catching right back up now to the back bumper of Poole. On the high side, Wilson's kind of starting to lose a little ground, and Wilson finds a way to go in. Wilson's going to go down to the low side, but now the weapon drops to the high side, and there will be help for Wilson if he wants it. So here we go down the backstretch. They are side by side. Wilson is about to get help from the weapon, Tyler Jalbert. Let's see where the bump goes here. And looks like the weapon won't get there, as now the 2 car is still on the outside of Kendrick Cryer. They race side by side for second. Looks like McDaniel's thinking about making a 3 wide. McDaniel peaked to that high side. And now off of corner number 4, the weapon drops down low and leaves the 2 car out to hang, Doug.
Yeah, and Jamie, to answer your question, this is Legacy Michigan, and these guys are not giving an inch with this setup. It is just like driving at Daytona and Talladega. They're 2 inches off each other's bumpers, and you can see how crazy this gets. So these guys are not giving an inch here tonight, and everybody really starting to crank up the aggression here, except for one driver. Gerald Poole just let himself slide back to the back, but he has been watching. And Dakota, the way he's come through this field a couple of times now, expect to see those 2 guys really battling for the win here.
Yeah, here we go, and here we go. The weapon's peeking in the middle now. He peeks in the middle. Him and the 2 car make contact. The 2 car slips up the racetrack. The weapon peeks to the high side now of Cryer. He gets there. There might have been contact on the quarter panel. This is awfully tight as this time by. They come to 7 laps to go, and the weapon showing a lot of aggression here as he goes on the outside for the lead.
Look at that. He drops back down to get a little bit of side draft out of this deal, and now he has no more help up top as Dakota drops back down to the bottom. So he had the run, and he jumped up in front of Dakota, but Dakota's not going to help him after that little bit of a door bang there, and they're going to come down the back straightaway. That bottom line really, really hooked up. 3 cars, now 4 cars it looks like in that bottom line. And look at this, Dakota jumping back up to the high side. What's going to happen now is, look, he's going to take a run up on the 3rd line, and the 48's starting to drift up.
Yeah, there was just no momentum there for the two-car to get anything going. They are so tight, riding inches off of each other. This time by at the flag stand, 6 laps to go. If they make it back one more time, there will be green, 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 no more cautions, as the weapon on the high side trying to hang with Ron Morris Jr. on the inside. Very exciting racing here from Legacy, Michigan, as this race has gone wire to wire with no caution yet, and they are just another set of corners away from seeing it through, as this one is far from over. All 6 cars that took the green flag still in contention for this one, as they are really starting to push each other down the straightaways, Doug.
Yeah, Zach McDaniel just ran the fastest lap of the race on with 7 laps to go. So that tells you just how much momentum these guys are building up, hanging back a little bit, building that draft. Kind of what we're seeing Gerald Poole do right now. It looks like Zach McDaniels has figured something out back there as well. And oh, look at the front as Ron Morris is trying to hold the 48 behind him. Can't quite do it. Now the 48 giving him a push. They've had a few moments here, and with it 3 wide down the front straightaway, who knows what's about to happen. Things are getting really, really sketchy out there with 5 to go.
Yeah, and green, 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 5 to go. This race will not see a caution. Whatever happens now happens. It's Jalbert on the high side. He has a lot of momentum, Jalbert does. Jalbert is through to the lead, and he's going to get a heck of a push there from Wilson. So now it's the 0-3, the weapon. He goes to the top spot, and he's going to slide down in line, Doug, as this time by, they're going to be coming to 4 laps to go. And the weapon, after Ron Morris Jr. has led a lot of this race, it is the weapon taking the lead. But now Morris jumps to the high side. The crossover from Morris. What a nice move there by the 76. This time by down to the wire, it is Morris at the stripe, and where will Cryer go? Cryer goes to the high side. They leave the weapon to hang.
And here comes Zach McDaniel, and I do believe Gerald Poole is starting to crank it up. He's getting closer and closer to the cars in front of him, waiting to see how things play out. But that middle line has really been one of the best lines all weekend long, and it seems to be playing out again here. But now look at this. Tyler drops back again.
Wow. Daring move.
Yeah, that is this late in the run. I mean, you know he can build the run up pretty quickly, but that's a bit gutsy this close to the end. You have to wonder if he's made a mistake here, or if this is going to be the way to go. Obviously, when we get into the bigger ones, he's not going to be able to pull this off, but this is a great way to test. Gerald Poole hanging back, 3 laps to go. Ron Morris Jr. back to the lead, but Kendrick Cryer all over that back bumper.
Yeah, 3 to go. Here comes Cryer. Cryer peeks to the high side. Kendrick crush Cryer, trying to make that move on Ron Morris. Oh, Morris slips up. They make contact. They touch. They go 4 wide down the backstretch for a moment. Everyone hangs on to it. They're looking to go 4 wide. They never quite got 4 wide. And now it's Cryer on that high side. He has taken the lead away. Morris on the low side trying to get something to go. Meanwhile, McDaniel's helping Morris. And on the high side, it's that 2 cars. Cryer comes down across Morris's nose. Oh my goodness, what a block there, Doug. And Cryer has the lead here with 2 to go.
Yeah, I'm surprised. And Ron Morris obviously not pleased with that move by the 48. And right behind him, Gerald Poole and Tyler Jalbert were hooked up for a moment. We'll see if those two get together. They are both hopping up to the high line. There's going to be 3 cars up top, and those 2 at the back seem to be building momentum. 2 laps to go, and Ron Morris Jr. down to the bottom, almost touches Cryer there. Doesn't get to him, but obviously a little bit of rough driving, and we talked about it last night. A lot of these cars come home with minor damage to front and back bumpers, and look at Dakota Wilson up top for the lead.
3 abreast they go for the top spot. All 6 cars still a factor in this one. Here they come through 3 and 4 for the second to final time. This time by, white flag is in the air. There will be 1 lap to go. Morris and Cryer touch. Morris and Cryer make contact. Cryer has the lead at the wire. Morris down low. Lots of help on the high side from that 2 car from Kendrick Cryer. Cryer gets a heck of a run there. And here comes the weapon up the middle. Tyler Jalbert takes it up the middle here. Let's see if he has a hole to make it stick. He is going to try for it here. We will see if he can make it stick. There's just not a hole there, Doug. He's trying to make one, but there's not quite a hole. Jalbert still racing with these guys awfully aggressively here. He makes a hole for himself. The weapon goes up the middle. It's Cryer on the high side now, though, and Cryer has the lead. Cryer can block all the lanes. They're 4 down the backstretch. Who gets back to the wire first? Will it be Cryer? Will it be Jalbert? Will it be McDaniel? Oh, they touch. They make contact. They all wreck behind them, and Cryer's going to hang on. Kendrick Cryer's going to win this one, walking away. The real battle's for second. Poole down on the low side. He's trying to race with Morris there. It's going to be Morris picking up second. Kendrick Cryer wins prelim number 7. Morris is second. Third is Dakota Wilson. Fourth is Zach McDaniel. And fifth is going to be Tyler Jalbert with Dakota Wilson rounding out the field.
Yeah, Gerald Poole, he obviously played that strategy perfectly, almost taking the second place finish. And honestly, had Cryer been had any more problem there, I guarantee you he would have taken the win, because it looked like all 5 of them were going to go for a ride there. Great save by every driver in the field to hold on to him, keep him going, and keep it in the draft there. That was some impressive driving out of these guys.
That certainly was impressive on many levels there, as that one was a classic for sure. What a great race that was, Doug, for only 6 cars. I mean, between Cryer and Jalbert making it interesting, and Morris racing the way he did, that really was a really entertaining race.
Oh, it really was. And you know, we have an hour between these races. After we talk to some of the drivers, I actually have prelims 5 and 6 ready to go. So you guys, between these races, while you're getting registered for the last 2 prelims, you can watch last night's races as well. So you'll want to stick around for that. But let's see, have we started rounding up drivers yet?
I believe you will be having word here with Gerald Poole in a minute. And actually, I just did something that made my screen go black, so I'm not sure what's happening here, Doug. And oh, there we go. I did get it. So we will see what is up. We'll see if we can get Gerald Poole here. And Doug, I believe you're down pit road with the third place finisher, Gerald Poole.
Hey, Thanos, it looked like you almost snapped the entire field out of existence there coming through 4.
Yeah, I had a lot different plans than what I saw slide in front of me. So, yeah, I just took the best base of action I could take, and, you know, hey, it is what it is.
I had to say, you kind of, it was an unusual drive out of you. You were hanging out at the back the whole time. Didn't really play with it too much. Didn't try and make your way to the front. Are we going to see a little bit more patience tomorrow night, or are you going to crank up the intensity?
I think we'll probably, in the bigger field, be worried about being closer to the front of the field. So, yeah, I think my strategy on that race is, yeah, to get myself up as close to the front as possible.
Well, you kept it clean. One of the few guys not having any damage to the car, just drove away perfectly and ended up with a third-place finish. Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for all you do. Man, I'd love to thank JNS and Joe and Danielle and everybody that makes all this happen, and mention my sponsor, you know, mssociety.org, and the stream to end MS. So, yeah, thank everybody. It was a cool evening.
All right, man. Congrats, bud.
See you at 10.
All right, that was our third place finisher, Gerald Poole. I'm down here on pit road now with our second place finisher, Ron Morris Jr. And Ron, a very entertaining race to watch there from you. You found yourself out in front for a lot of that thing. Just kind of got a little hectic there, 4 wide into turn 3 on the last lap. What was going through your head when you guys were 4 wide entering that last turn?
Yeah, I knew I was a sitting duck there in the beginning, first. You know, I run enough of these money races at these big tracks, and knew it was a sitting duck. I backed up one time just to see how fast I can get back to the front, but yeah, when I went 4 wide, I was like, "Oh goodness, we're all gonna wreck." So, but we came out pretty clean, so it was fun.
All right, well, Ron, certainly an interesting package here with the street stocks in Michigan. You're moving on to the heat races on Monday, though, with your finish in this race. Tell me, Ron, is there anything you learned from this race that you'll be able to take into the heat races and maybe the big race on Tuesday that will help you out?
Yeah, I'm also in the 10 o'clock one from last night. I wasn't sure I was gonna make the 6 o'clock one because my son had a guitar concert tonight. But yeah, I learned a lot about some lines to move and stuff. I was running good yesterday and got taken out by a wreck that happened up above me. But the 2 races helped out a lot. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it tomorrow and hopefully Tuesday. I know I need to make some friends between now and then. I'm gonna have to have some friends out here.
All right, well, Ron, before I let you go celebrate a great finish, who do you got to thank for crew, sponsors, friends, anyone that helps you out on that car?
I appreciate XCAL Racing for putting this on, and just I got my little. I do a little bit of dabbling in paint jobs and stuff. Ron's race paints. And just my family and everything. I want to win this butt kicker. So let's do it.
Amen. All right, that's Ron Morris Jr., our second place finisher tonight. And Doug, it appears Kendrick Cryer has not made himself available to the media after winning the heat race, so that will wrap up interviews. But once again, just what an entertaining heat or preliminary event that was, despite there being a smaller field.
Yeah, I mean, even these smaller fields, they're still experimenting so much. We saw Dakota making some runs. We definitely saw Tyler Gelbert just dropping to the back and then running back to the front, dropping to the back, running back, and that is so much fun doing that anyway. But you learn a ton doing that, so definitely learning a lot and a lot of excitement. These next two are definitely going to be a lot more exciting with a lot more cars, and it's going to get to be pretty crazy before this event is all said and done.
No doubt about it, Doug. Well, that will wrap up this preliminary event. My name's PDJ Zeller. Doug Burns alongside me. We'll be back in just a little over an hour's time for prelim number 8. Don't go anywhere, my friend. We're just getting started tonight. Take it easy for the next hour.
And enjoy last night's prelim races.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Absolutely. It's all about learning as, you know, a lot of them, well, like you said, most of the cars from this field are going to transfer. I don't know the exact number taking the green in this just because Hillbush has had to disqualify so many stragglers that joined. And the point for that being is we're trying to recruit a few more guys to this event here at the last minute. That's why we're allowing strangers to join the session. But Doug, it does appear qualifying is wrapping up right now. We're about a minute away from the grid here. And what are you expecting in this prelim number 5?
I think what we'll see, what we've seen, not many cautions. I think we've seen 2 cautions throughout 4 prelims so far. So not a lot of cautions. I think we're going to see a lot of 3-wide racing. The Edwards setup shop setup for this has been so good. We've seen guys completely sideways save it and stay in the draft pack. I think you're going to see positions changing every single turn, every single straightaway. I think you're going to see a lot of guys end up door banging and bump drafting throughout the entire session. I think we'll see a lot of cars with just a little bit of damage to them before it's all said and done. But everybody generally makes it home in one piece, so things could get very interesting.
Absolutely. So 15 seconds remain, and I'm going to take you down through the starting grid provisionally here in the Massive Whale PD 200 preliminary race number 5 here from the Irish Hills of Michigan. Starting on pole position, that is position number 1, will be the number 57 of Aiden McConaughey. On his outside, in the number 22 will be TJ Majors. Starting from the 3rd starting position in the number 78 will be TJ DeBasi. In 4th, in the number 94, will be Robert Colgan. In 5th will be the number 37 of Art of Gold Hendren. In 6th will be the number 9 of Joshua Doobie. In 7th will be number 5 of Michael Prairie. In 8th will be the number 3 of Corey Tondro. In 9th will be the number 34 of John Palermo. In 10th will be Superman himself, the 454 of Luke Turpin. In 11th will be the number 6 of Don Jordan. In 12th will be the number 73. That car is piloted by Mark Feeney. In the 13th starting position will be the number 420 of Matt Baer, and in 14th is the number 63 of Joe Campbell. And I am not sure about any cars gridded further after that. We only have 14 on the grid right now. I do not know if there's any more eligible drivers behind those guys. We'll have to see if they take the grid. But provisionally, that is your starting grid with 14 cars right now. And it looks like there is a 15th that would be... Actually, no, it's just 14, Doug. So all the cars that start this race will be moving on to the heat races. We hit the exact number of 14.
Yeah, we've seen that in several of these, but I don't know how much longer that's going to last, the automatic advancement, as just between the first and second race tonight, I think we got another 15 drivers. The number continues going up, and as you mentioned, once we hit 101, that $2,500 pot continues to go up. So if you have not registered, go to xcalracing.com and get signed up. 3 more prelims tomorrow night, 1 more prelim tonight at 10 Eastern. You've got just a little bit of time left to get registered for that event.
So the field rolls off as we get ready to go 25 laps here in the preliminary race for the Massive Whale PD 200 from the Irish Hills of Michigan. A fantastic speedway here that in these cars it is wide open. You do not take your foot off the gas. It gets 4, even 5 wide sometimes. Some of the best racing you will see on all of the iRacing simulator. Tonight brought to you by www.xcalracing.com. Of course, thank you to all of XCAL's wonderful partners. Those include, of course, Butt Kicker. Butt Kicker actually putting a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit on the line for this event. JT Mobile Pressure Washing. That's been a fantastic sponsor that's come along and helped us with the Massive Whale PD 200. Of course, Doug and all the great guys over at How to Suck at iRacing. We got the Edward Setup Shop. They made the setup for this event, so thank you to them. Sim Racer Hub. They have helped us promote this event. The Cooler Crew, of course, always helping out XCAL events. We're very appreciative of them and all of our other sponsors. If you're interested in sponsoring XCAL events, be sure to go to www.xcal.com and you can message myself, the Vice President, PDJ Zeller, or the President, Aaron Hillbush, and we will get back to you about how you can get involved in sponsoring XCAL events. So here we go. Field goes through turns 3 and 4. It is going to be led to the green flag by Aiden McConaughey in that Hell in Our Racing Team number 57 car. The 57 car of McConaughey will have to wait until the green flag flies. All starts this weekend will be on the green. So the starter holds the flag in hand, and he lets it wave. Green flag in the air. We are down and away. McConaughey a little slow to the jump on the outside. It's TJ Majors pulling the gap. The problem is fourth place didn't go at all, so Majors will have no help from behind as Superman's already 3 wide back there, Doug.
Yeah, and it's Superman's going to charge to the front. Gets to go full send tonight. Doesn't have to worry about fuel tires or anything else. I expect to see him up front in a lap or two. But it is interesting. That's the first time we've seen an issue on a start or restart here this weekend. So hopefully not a sign of things to come. I think just like you mentioned, a smattering of XCAL boys and then a whole bunch of other people that joined in. And yeah, this is getting a bit interesting. I hope you guys are ready, because with this many cars, everybody's going to be holding their breath.
Thank you so much for tuning in, my friend. My name's PETEY Zeller, the Vice President of XCAL Racing. Doug Burns alongside, as lap number 1 in preliminary race number 5 is led by TJ Majors on that outside line. Majors getting a lot of help right now from TJ DeBossi. It's the TJ and TJ show on the high side. Down low, you have Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey getting some help right now from Doobie in that number 9 car. Momentum carries on the high side, though, and DeBossi pulls right up to the back bumper of Majors. He's going to give Majors a little bit of a bump there. Bump drafting down the back stretches. Now we go 3 wide. Doobie shoots the gap up the middle. Doobie to the middle, and Doobie will get on the quarter panel of DeBossi, forcing DeBossi to go up the racetrack. Majors has the lead, but he has to try to block 3 lanes. It's about to be 4 lanes as Superman's looking to make it 4 wide, Doug.
This is a bit interesting. I think Doobie made probably the smartest move on the track, trying to separate the TJs here. And it looks like he's going to pull it off, but he's starting to look low. We've seen some really crazy moves, especially in that first race tonight, the prelim number 4. Josh Doobie's been out here for several of them, so showing a little bit more patience, but he also has figured out when you can shoot the gap and where to do it. He's looking very fast here and separating the TJs, who obviously practice together. That's probably the best strategy of anybody in the field, and it looks like we're going to go 3 wide possibly from here on out. We've seen a couple of races that we ended up 3 wide the entire time, and they keep trying to get 3 wide. They're 3 wide mid-pack, and Superman still up top running that high line. Did mention in pre-race that seems to be the fastest overall line if you can get a group together, but since he's alone, he's going to have to get up there, get these guys packed up.
3 of best with 14 of the best here from the Michigan Speedway as we are going at it here in preliminary race number 5. Doobie takes the lead on the low side. That low side, though, does not get a good run of momentum off the corner. Looks like about 10 cars have broken away and 3 cars are in a secondary pack behind these guys. Here comes Superman. Superman shoots the gap up the middle. Turpin looking as, oh, we have a blinker. A car does blink. Superman sticks it in a hole. I don't know if it was there, but he makes it work. Superman's trying to stick in between Majors and Doobie. I do not know how he fit the car in that gap, but Luke Turpin, in a matter of a corner, he's going to go from about 7th to the lead. Turpin on the high side looking to lead his first lap as, oh, Doobie gets loose after he gets a shot, and they are all getting loose. Superman has to hang on to it. McConaughey's in the grass. They miraculously don't wreck, and Turpin leads the lap.
Holy cow. And we have seen a lot of that. These guys using a lot more door and bumper than you'd normally see out here. You've got to drive both offensively and defensively out here, but man, everybody holding on to it. Testament to how good these drivers are. And look who is caught up, who started back in 12th and is now all over Superman's back bumper. Matt Bear has made his way up into 3rd. It looks like Luke Turpin's got some help from behind as they're 2 wide going into the turn. TJ Majors dropping low to get some side draft. We have seen a lot of that side drafting here over the last few nights. They are definitely figuring something out with that, and it seems to really, really work, especially if you're in that middle line.
Yeah, and Turpin getting a lot of help from Matt Bear. Matt Bear's teammate at Rolling Thunder Racing during the XCAL 2021 season. Bear and Turpin were on that championship team for Rolling Thunder Racing, and Bear is going to push Turpin out in front. You are getting to watch 2 of the best on all of iRacing now duke it out front. Luke Turpin, regarded as one of the greatest hosted session racers of all time, one of the greatest street stock racers of all time, no doubt about it, on the iRacing simulator. TJ Major, likewise, is regarded as one of the better short track racers on the simulator and is a street stock legend legend in his own right, and those two are duking it out here in prelim number 5. They get so close with the side draft, closer than most would dare to go, but those two know they can trust each other. They know what they're up against here, and they are willing to try some things out. So right now, it is Majors trying to get that run on the high side. It's going to be awfully close at the wire this time by. Let's see who leads it. That was way too close to call, and it was Superman by 14 one-thousandths of a second. That car, that's the second car on the outside, the number 34, that's John Palermo. Palermo's the one giving all the help to Majors right now. Behind him is TJ DeBasi. Also in the lead pack, behind Josh Doobie, you have Art Hendren in the 37, the 94 of Robert Colgan. Oh, wreck! Superman hard into the outside wall. Caution is out.
It looks like the bump drafting might have gotten a little bit out of hand there. Let's take a look at it from a different angle. Turpin drifts up, and TJ was trying to go to the outside. I don't know what happened there. It looked like as TJ moved up, he just accidentally clipped that right rear corner panel, and it was enough to send Turpin around. That was a hard lick. That car is done. No fast repairs here, so he will... he'll have to go in and get manually repaired. Fortunately, he will still be qualified for the heats Monday night, but a hard hit, and now TJ Majors is back to the lead.
Yeah, he'll probably be getting an EOL there. I do think that wreck was on TJ, but that is up for Aaron Hilbush to decide where he wants to assess the penalty there, so we'll have to see. Tough break for Turpin, though. And, Doug, I just commented, those two are racing so close to each other, and when you race that close for so many laps, eventually something's going to give no matter how good you are, and that's exactly what happened right there. And unfortunately for Superman, like you said, his car is toast, and I think he is probably done for this prelim.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Turpin definitely showed he is going to be a top contender when Tuesday night gets here, but he's going to have to. He's just barely getting in by by finishing in 14th here tonight. So a heartbreak. We have seen a lot of close racing, and even in the practice sessions Friday, there was one practice session where for five consecutive laps they were 4 wide, but it just takes the smallest mistake in these situations as Matt Baer dives to pit road. We're seeing cars hit pit road. They do not need fuel, so this has got to be some tire strategy. Matt knows he can go from the back to the front. Maybe he's counting on a few laps fresher tires being some benefit.
I think it's more or less he just wants to have fun, He's guaranteed a spot to the heats no matter what. I think he pitted solely for the reason to send him to the back of the line because he wants to start back there so he can work his way back through the pack because he wants to learn things. That's all this is about right now, is learning things that he can transfer into the big race on Tuesday since you're already guaranteed to transfer to the heats. I think Bear just willingly sent himself to the back of the line so he could try some more moves out, as well as a few others. So we'll have to see if he can do it, if that pays off. But we are waiting to see Race Control assess the penalty. I see Race Control talking right now. I do believe it's going to go against Majors. We'll have to see what they say. I mean, they might put it on Turpin. I'm not positive what Aaron Hilbush is thinking right now. But if Majors does get the penalty, that would give the lead to John Palermo, who started in 9th.
Yeah, an interesting situation. I don't think we've actually seen any penalties assessed yet during the prelims. This might be the first, but I think every
WOL.
Yep, I think every incident so far has been whoever caused it has been on pit road getting wrecked anyway. So
that was a WOL. They said it was a racing deal between Luke Turpin and TJ Majors, so both of them were sent to the tail end of the line, and not a bad call, I don't think. That really was a racing deal between those two. They were just racing hard, and I know Turpin got the sour end of that, but really no worse for wear is the 454 of Luke Turpin.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, as this race goes on and as this weekend of racing goes on through Tuesday, you have to wonder, is TJ going to be Luke's kryptonite here, as those two were extremely fast. They were close. Both of them have a lot figured out here, so it's going to be really a lot of close racing anyway, but those two seem to be on a fairly equal footing, and when you have that many guys on an equal footing, these things are bound to happen. It looks like Luke Turpin is actually coming back off of pit road. Let's take a quick look. His car not as bad as it looked initially.
He's still in the lead lap.
Yeah, and he's still got some damage, but they've got a bumper back on, a hood smashed down, left door
He's
panel.
up to speed. He is up to speed. He is going, I think he might be a little off the pace, actually. He probably won't hold the draft, but if they get another caution and they can continue to fix that car, I mean, it might not be over for Luke Turpin in this thing. It's going to be tough. It's a tough road to come back from a penalty or damage like that, but I guess we'll just have to see. So here's the running order, Doug, as we get ready to get this thing restarted. In first position is the number 34 of John Palermo. On his outside, the number 9 is Joshua Doobie. In third is the number 78 of TJ DeBasi. Fourth, the 37 of Art Hendren. Fifth, the number 94 of Robert Colgan. Sixth will be the number 5 of Michael Prairie. Seventh, the 57 of Aiden McConaughey. Eighth, the 63 of Joe Campbell. Ninth, the number 73 of Mark Feeney. 10th, the 420 of Matthew Bear. 11th, the number 3 of Corey Tondro. In 12th will be the number 22 of TJ Majors. 13th will be Don Jordan in the number 6. And rounding out the field in 14th will be the 454 of Luke Turpin, as that car is certainly damaged. Yep. So here we go. Coming down towards the flag stand, this is on green. Palermo has the field at a crawl. He lets him rip as the flag waves. Green flag in the air, and a pretty decent start there as Palermo gets going, but so does the 9 car of Doobie on the high side.
Interesting note, as they came to the start-finish line, Luke Turpin was at full speed coming out of turn 4. So he's going to have a big run into the turn. We'll have to wait and see if that car gets up to speed. They're already 3 wide for 4th place in the middle of the pack, and guys are looking extremely racy out there. 15 laps to go. Nobody's giving an inch. The last 4 races, we've seen it go to about 10 to go before everybody started getting crazy, but not this time. Are they seriously thinking about going 5 wide here?
Looks like they thought about it, and the green car, Matthew Bear, thinks better of it, but they are 4 abreast, folks. 4 wide here from the Irish Hills of Michigan. It's getting dicey. On the high side right now, it is Art Hendren. Art of Gold Hendren, that 37 car, is looking to take it 4 wide. They are 5 wide as they head off into turn number 1. How's this going to work? McConaughey has to find a place to go. He finds the hole, and DeBasi takes the lead, and Matt Bear, after restarting in 12th, is already up to 2nd. Bear right on the back bumper of DeBasi as they're still 4 wide deep in the pack right now as TJ Majors tries to find his way through. And oh my goodness, this looks like rush hour on the I-90 right now, Doug. These guys are getting wild as they're 3 wide for the lead.
Yeah, nobody's giving an inch, and I think everybody's taking that old Dale Earnhardt Jr. advice. If you get a run, take it, send it, go for it. You've got to take the chance, and I don't think there's any patience. This second group out here, man, they're 3 to 4 wide at any given time. The front group is staying pretty much 3 wide. The 78 of DeBlasi, it looks like he's going to try and come down. Josh Doobie in the 9 up in the middle. He has made that line work multiple times throughout these prelim races, and he's doing it again here as he is battling for the lead. But it is currently Matt Bear up to the lead and continuing to march his way forward. He only took right side tires on that stop, but it was obviously of benefit.
Well, here we go. 3 wide for the lead. Still, McConaughey shoots the middle. TJ Majors already has fought his way back from that EOL penalty. Majors now shoots the middle as he is the 3rd car in the middle. Majors going for 2nd spot. TJ Majors looking to go to the high side of McConaughey. McConaughey throws the block. Majors just has to go into his back bumper here. Majors looking for a hole to go. There's nowhere to go, though. As, he has a car above him. He thought about going high, but Doobie's hanging tough on his quarter panel. Doobie now gets a good run on that high side with help from DeBasi as they continue to race 3 wide. McConaughey's just trying to block all 3 lanes. Great racing here out front right now. It is McConaughey and Matthew Bear dueling for the top spot right now. Behind them, it's the 22 of TJ Majors, the 9 of Josh Doobie, and behind those guys, you got the 34 of Palmero and the number 3 of Corey Tondro. Here we go, still 3 wide for 2nd. McConaughey doing a pretty good job of fending off all 3 lanes right now. McConaughey just playing a risky game here, trying to block all 3 lanes. We go 4 wide again behind them. DeBlasi makes it 4 wide on Doobie, and Doobie's going to drop like a rock on that high lane as they're still 3 wide. Things are getting dicey. They're coming to 11 to go this time by, Doug.
I don't know how they're going to keep doing this. This is probably the most chaotic. I mean, we had more than this in the races, 2 of the races last night, but this is crazy. They are definitely a lot more aggression going on out there, and I think it was kind of set early in the race. They saw how aggressive some of these guys were going to be. There's not a lot of patience out there. They decided not to wait for 10 to go. They're sending it all the way around the track, and they're still 3 wide all over the place, 4 wide occasionally, 5 wide once or twice. it gets really close up at the front. And look at the 34.
Everyone, Doug, looking for the same piece of real estate right now. 13 cars under a blanket, and they are racing so tight. It's awfully close to the wire this time. It's TJ Majors in the 22 with 10 laps to go leading. DeBassi on the high side, trying to make it happen on his own. He doesn't have any help. Doobie's trying to get up there to help him. Now Palermo slides up to the high side. Palermo gives the block there to the number 9 of Doobie. Doobie says, screw it, I'll make it 4 wide. Doobie to the high side as they are 4 abreast down the backstretch. These guys don't have 10 more laps of racing like this, I don't think, the way they're going right now. McConaughey on the low side in that 57 car doing a fine job. They are going speeds of 160 miles an hour off into the turn on a glorified tractor tire, Doug. These cars aren't made to go this fast. These guys are just wheeling it right now, and it is getting hairy at times, but they are making it work. Once again, they come around to the flag stand. McConaughey on the low side will have the lead this time by. They remain 3 wide. Never mind, 4 wide as Palermo shoots the gap.
Michael Prairie, I've been watching him in the back, in the 5 car. That guy is going to be one to watch when we get down to about 2 to go. He has made some moves. He's testing the waters out back there. I think he's got something for these guys up front. He just needs to wait and be patient, but he has pulled some really great moves. He's worked his way up to the front once already. He knows what he has to do. These guys 3 and 4 wide up there, I think they're going to get a little bit of a surprise. I have even seen him down on the apron. So I would fully expect, as Matt Bear is coming by TJ Majors there, yeah, I fully expect to see a couple of these guys lingering around the back, up in contention in a couple of laps. That's when things are going to get really, really hairy. And look at Matt Bear go.
Wow, he is doing a good job right now, and the intensity is only going to crank up as the laps wear down here. Remember, with 5 to go, there's no more cautions. Green, green, green per XCAL rules, so with 5 to go, it is green to the end. Things are a tame 2 wide right now, as looks like the 3 wide is fended off for a moment. Don't worry, my friend, they'll get back at it, as here we go, 3 wide once again. DeBassi jumps up to the high side of Palermo, and DeBassi on the high side, he's looking for a gap to shoot. He shoots it to the high side of Majors, and Palermo looked for a 4th lane. There wasn't one there. Continuing to lead on the low side, though, is Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey just can't block all these lanes at once, though. He's going to continue to work with the 420 car with Matt Bear down on the inside, and here they come around to the flag stand. This time by McConaughey is going to lead once again. Now just 7 laps to go in this race as they're getting back to 3 wide racing. I got to wonder when some of these guys in the back, like Don Jordan in the 6 car or the 5 car of Michael Prairie, are going to make their moves. I mean, there is still 13 cars in this pack. There is still 13 guys with a shot to win this thing, Doug.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of these guys wait till about 2 to go. I don't think you can wait any longer, but we've seen some guys use that draft, use the momentum, and go from the back to the front in a single lap. You don't want to be too far out front, and you don't want to get too far away from the pack and show your hand too early. But I think about 2 to go is going to be about the perfect time. And oh my God, Aiden McConaughey gets sideways bump draft by Matt Bear. He saves it.
Wow, that's an early candidate for save of the weekend. Oh, here we go. Palermo down to the inside. He gets chop blocked there by Majors, but he hangs on to it. 6 laps to go. 1 more lap. There will be no more cautions. McConaughey, though, what a save that was. That could have taken out the whole field, but McConaughey hangs on to it as they are 4 wide for the lead, and I don't know if they realize that was tight there. DeBassi's going to hang on for the time being. Here comes Campbell peeking to the outside. There's no room there. Campbell just has to roll back in the line here as things are getting hairy, as we are just 2 corners away from no more yellows.
Yeah, and an interesting note, we've seen that save. If you remember back at the All-Star race, we did not see saves quite like that. That speaks to this fixed Edwards setup shop setup, that car has so much grip. We've seen guys all weekend long get completely sideways. They might lose a few positions, but they stay in that lead draft. And here we come. It is 5 to go. Green, green, green till the end. And I think we're about to see things heat up, as it's now 4 wide on the 3rd row and 3 wide everywhere else.
Yeah, this is getting hairy right now. The 34th Palermo gets loose. He's going to hang on to it up front, though. It's Majors with the lead. Here comes Bear to the inside. The Mad Bear himself drops down to the inside, and he's looking for the lead. McConaughey, after that incredible save, still up in the lead draft somehow. I don't understand how, and he is going up the middle for the lead. Wow, great racing here right now from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and it is the number 57 car of McConaughey. He's going to take the top spot for the time being. They are still 3 wide as they go for the top spot. It's probably going to get 4 wide here as this time by they come to 4 laps to go. Still 13 cars under a blanket, and now Major shoots a gap. Major shoots the gap. McConaughey didn't want to let him have it, but he had no choice, and now Majors is going to go up the middle with help from Joe Campbell.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise there to see that move. Now the question is, can he get by Matt Bear? And, you know, we have seen actually less of the door banging and beating on each other's bumpers in this race than we saw last night in those prelims. But I guarantee you that's coming to an end as Campbell is pushing TJ to the lead. Campbell did an excellent job in every race he was in last night, pushing people to the front. If you're going to run up front, you want to have Joe Campbell on your back bumper, but he gets TJ a little loose. As they come out of turn 4, it's going to be 3 to go.
Campbell says, screw pushing him, I'm going for the lead. Campbell to the outside. Joe Campbell in second place that time by the wire, in the lead by the time they get to turn 1. Joe Campbell up to the top spot. He has help from the 57 of Aiden McConaughey. Majors in the middle right now. Down low, it's Palermo. Palermo trying to make that inside line work. There's just nothing there, as here they come on the high side. Joe Campbell out in front, and Aiden McConaughey giving him all the help in the world. Campbell out in front. He has the lead. He can block all the lanes right now if he'd like to. Let's see what he does. Majors now pulls back down to the inside. Not a lot of help from Majors from Matt Bear, as here they come through turns 3 and 4. Majors all by himself for the most part. It's going to get close. Oh, they touch doors off the corner, and Campbell's going to pull up to him as this time by popsicle sticks are in the air. 2 laps to go, Doug.
Oh, hold your breath, folks. It's about to get wild. These guys are bump drafting now in the turns and getting each other a little squirrely. I don't think there's any cooperation left out there. I think McConaughey and Joe might be the only two that have that chance. But look, the 9 of Josh Doobie, who's been in multiple races, down to the bottom. He is looking for some help. And let's see if anybody tries to come down there and give him a hand. He's making it 3 wide, starting to move up. The 34 dropping down to help him. Palermo is going to help him make it to the front. No, he jumps back up, and here comes Doobie. He's got a huge run through 3 and 4. They touch, and oh, it's pumping off behind. Everybody sings it.
Incredible. Only the 3 car wrecked. Here they come. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Still 12 guys in contention. Out front, it's TJ Majors. Majors with a major push right now from Matt Bear. Bear giving all the help in the world to Majors. Joe Campbell on the outside trying to get help from McConaughey. Things got a little spread out there when they had that moment, but they're still racing. Here comes Bear. Bear cuts it down to the inside. Matthew Bear looking to take the lead from TJ Majors. Here comes Joe Campbell. Campbell's looking for a gap. Campbell's going to shoot it down. Campbell's going to shoot it up the middle. Is there a hole there? Yes. Campbell finds the middle. Doobie shove to Campbell. And oh, they're touch. They wreck into turn 3. Majors hangs on. Campbell hangs on. They all wreck behind him. Campbell's going to try to chase down Majors. Can he get there? Does he have enough time to draft him? Campbell down the front stretch. It's Majors with a lead, and that's too big of a gap. He will not be able to overcome it. Preliminary race number 5. Give it to TJ Majors. Second place will be Joe Campbell. Third will be Robert Colgan. 4th will be John Palermo, and 5th will be Art Hendren, as the entirety of the field wrecked in turns 3 and 4.
Let's take a few looks at this last lap incident. They were getting so aggressive. Matt Bear ended up in the middle of the sandwich and popping wheelies, and then just got shoved back up on the track, and that's what brought out all the chaos. That was definitely... I don't think anybody expected it to get that bad when they saw those two go below the line. Oh, there was even more bumping back behind as McConaughey got together with the 9 car of Josh Doobie.
Yeah, I'll tell you where this went wrong, Doug, is Matt Bear did not block Robert Colgan. He allowed it to get 4 wide, and Campbell and Majors had no idea it was going to get 4 wide there, and that just caused a wreck there. So I think Bear needed to commit to the corner a little bit earlier there, but he just simply did not, and that's kind of what caused that whole stack up.
Yeah, it was definitely a wild, wild finish there, and probably one of the most exciting ones we have had so far. And we've still got what, 4 more to go? So
Yes, we do. So we're going to try to get word in with our top 3. As I know we have at least one in here, or at least 2 of them in here, rather. As I am down here now on pit road alongside our 3rd place finisher tonight, Robert Colgan. And, well, Robert, I gotta tell you, that was one of the most crazy races I have watched. You guys were going 3 and 4 wide for the majority of the 25 laps there. What was it like from inside the cockpit?
It was a little difficult. Everyone was fighting for that middle to top lane. The inside lane just ain't working, so you got a bunch of guys just throwing it in there for the middle and outside lane.
Well, Robert, you're going to move on to the heat races now, which one step away from going on to the massive WELP. Tell me, do you feel like with all that great racing we saw out there that you learned anything that you kind of put in your mental notebook you can take to that heat race trying to get into the main thing?
Just patience. I mean, it doesn't matter how far back you are. Anything can happen here, and just one little oops can really cause anything.
All right. Well, Robert, before I let you go celebrate a great run with your team, who do you want to thank for crew sponsors and teammates and anything of that sort?
Thanks, Kyle Bartles. He's one of my teammates. He was in our chat, kind of watching, keeping an eye. And DJ DeBlassie, him and I are working together some tonight too. So, yeah, thanks to them guys.
All right. Well, that was your 3rd place finisher, Robert Colgan. As we are going to get word now with Joe Campbell here. As Doug, I'm going to go grab Joe for you real quick. And Doug, I believe you're down on pit road now with the 2nd place finisher, Joe Campbell.
Hey, Joe, 4 attempts so far, I believe, and this by far your best finish in the prelims.
I would love to say that, but I'm just getting word that I moved to the end.
So somebody got away with it.
Oh. Do you know anyone else who got sent to the end of that, Joe?
Yeah, me and the 22. It was called.
Colgan won.
No, it was just called. Me and the 22 are going to the back.
Okay, so that would make Colgan the winner then. Thank you for that information, Joe.
You're welcome, guys.
All right, so penalties be given out for that finish there. So Colgan actually won. We already talked to him. And I tell you what, hold up 1 second, Doug. I'm going to try to get Art Hendren in here.
While he's looking for Art, I'll tell you, between the races, after the race, after we hop off here, we'll have a couple of commercials, and then we will have the highlights. The final 25 from the XCAL All-Star event ran earlier this season, and then after that, we'll replay last night's 3rd prelim race. So there's going to be a lot of racing that you can watch in between the races. Drop into the comments and tell us how you're feeling about the races tonight, how they're looking, you guys having a good time, all that good stuff. Say hello.
Hey, Doug, can you hop up? Oh, never mind. Here we go, Doug. You are down on pit road now with the man who actually ended up finishing in 3rd after all the calamity, Art Hendren.
Congratulations, Art. Definitely not what you were anticipating there, I'm guessing.
No, it wasn't, man. It was awesome, though. I was trying to avoid the wreck. I knew it was going to come.
Well, you definitely managed to navigate through that wreck, and you were up in contention most of the night, but early in the race, you were kind of hanging out at the back. Were you trying to learn a few tricks to work your way through the field?
I was just trying to avoid the wrecks. I wanted to stay back there out of the way, and last 5 or 10 laps, I wanted to try to go to the front.
Well, you definitely did that. It ended up in your favor with the incidents on track. So congratulations on the 3rd place finish. Any team or sponsors you'd like to thank tonight?
Yes, I would like my car owner, Paul Coleman, K2 Sauce, and my teammate, John.
All right. Congratulations, buddy. A great finish.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're breaking up,
All right, so that was third place finisher Art Hendren. I don't think we're going to be able to talk with second place finisher John Palermo, as he is not in the Discord. So that wraps it up. Your finishing order is Robert Colgan, John Palermo, Art Hendren, Michael Prairie, Mark Feeney.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back here live here in a few minutes. This is last night's prelim number 6. There is still time to register for tonight's 10 p.m. race, and we are at 100, so all future entries will also add to the $2,500 prize pool. So make sure you go to xcalracing.com, get yourself registered for 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, and get out there and win some money.
Oh, yep, here we go. Starting grid, starting on pole position. That is, position number 1 is the number 16, Patrick Glutecap Sullivan. On his outside, and the number 95 will be Brian Mansfield. In third, in the number 51, XCAL's newest car owner, Edmund Jones. In fourth, in the number 76, Ron Morris Jr. In fifth, the number 44, Patrick O'Toole. Sixth will be Tal Etheridge in the number 8. Seventh will be Matthew Eddy in the number 88. Eighth will be the 13 of Chris Papa. Ninth will be the 42 of Zach McDaniel. 10th will be XCAL's all-time starts leader, XCAL's Iron Man, the number 5, Derek Colson. And rounding out the field in the number 97 will be Butch Baker, as we have 11 cars once again looking to take the green flag in what promises to be a great preliminary event here to end the evening, Doug.
Definitely will be, and a couple of names to watch. Obviously, the XCAL guys, Derek Colson, Pat Sullivan, but watch closely Brian Mansfield, one of the masters of the draft, and I know he has raced this track as one of his favorites. Edmund Jones was looking to get connected with him and Butch Baker, so look for those three to get hooked up and come to the front. Worth noting as well, this car, it is a big, heavy car. It does not have a ton of power, and it's got some softer suspension than what you see in the Cup cars and trucks, things like that. This track, being the legacy version, is bumpy as all get out, especially down the back straightaway. You're going to see the cars bouncing up and down. They're never completely settled, and they're going to be banging off of each other a lot. I have to wonder if the 95, that paint scheme, I'm wondering if that might be a prediction of how some of these other cars are going to come to the finish line here tonight, Petey.
Yeah, it certainly could possibly be that way, and with everyone advancing from this race, it could get very hectic very early. We're hoping to see a clean one, but you never know what's going to happen in these preliminary events. So the field is going to roll, and it's going to be Patrick Sullivan leading the field of the green flag. Patrick Sullivan competed in the last season of XCAL in 2021. Pretty successful season for Pat. I believe he boasted 3 top 5s in that season. And also, on top of those 3 top 5s, he had 2 poles. And Patrick Sullivan never quite got to victory lane, but he was a car that boasted top 5 speed quite often last season. And Doug, pretty big story here. Pat Sullivan signed with what was formerly Rolling Thunder Racing, is now Off Constantly Racing, but they have merged to a 4-car team, so now it's Luke Turpin, Matt Baer, Greg Holes, and they signed Patrick Sullivan to be the 4th car on the team that won the championship last year. And now getting setups and help from Luke Turpin, Pat Sullivan's really looking to turn the page as we head towards the 2022 XCAL season.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. New teams, new drivers, some drivers swapping teams. I know Matt Baer, I talked to him yesterday. He was extremely excited about the new team. So looking forward to seeing what they can do this season. And it's definitely going to be an interesting situation. Worth noting, Gerald Poole just called it Brian Mansfield for the win. So if you've got a prediction or a favorite driver, make sure you drop in the chat. Let us know who you're cheering for, who you think's going to win. And I guess it's time to go racing.
That it is. We're down in turns 3 and 4. It is Patrick Glutecap Sullivan leading the field down to the green flag in his number 16 machine, as that Camaro will be bringing the field down. The iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck brings the field off of turn number 4, and it will now make that hard left-hand turn into the pits. The field has to go on the flag man this weekend. That is the rule, so Patrick waits for the green flag to drop, and here it is. Green flag in the air. We're down and away, and Sullivan hits the go pedal fastest. He jumps out to a 1 car length advantage over the number 95.
Yeah, that won't last long. I've noticed it takes a little over a lap for these cars to get up to full chat at this big track. Obviously, these cars more short track cars than anything, but XCAL makes them work everywhere. Some great setup guys out there. And yeah, they're going to get them up to speed, and then things will start getting interesting. Using the draft, these guys will get a big run down the straightaways into the corners. You'll see a lot of passing out here tonight. We have seen nothing but non-stop guys moving back to front, front to back, all night, all throughout these prelim races. And the 16, Patrick Sullivan, is way, way loose.
Yeah, that allows Mansfield on the outside to get a nice run. Here comes Brian Mansfield on the high side. Mansfield has help right now from Ron Morris Jr. in the 76 car, and Derek Colson, he just shot the gap up the middle. Colson's making it exciting from the back. Colson now to the outside of Eddie. Colson races up to the back bumper of Etheridge, where Colson's looking to continue to march up front. That 5 Dunkin' Donuts machine is on the move right now, and now Etheridge goes up the middle, 3 wide already. Etheridge shoots the gap. Etheridge looking for a gap between Mansfield and Sullivan. He finds it there, 3 abreast for the top spot, and it's Etheridge with help from Colson. Etheridge is going to take the lead.
Last night, Etheridge drove a lot more calm and thoughtful race, playing it a little safe early on. Nobody playing it safe here early, as now Derek Colson back to front into the lead, just a nose ahead of Etheridge, and got Pat Sullivan right there on his back bumper. It'll be interesting to see if the 2 XCAL drivers work together, but Etheridge gets a huge run off 4 and leads the first lap.
Yeah, and that is very exciting right there, as Derek Colson now, after starting in 10th, is already up to 2nd as we start lap number 3 here. Colson has done a fantastic job maneuvering through the field. He's looking to maybe cut off Etheridge. There's not room, Derek, and Derek very smartly comes down, but now Pat Sullivan's underneath him, and Colson's going to have to play pickle in the middle. He is in the middle in the sucker hole, and everyone is just cruising on by that number 5 machine. XCAL's Iron Man is doing a good job, though, keeping that car tallied down there in the middle. Etheridge now tries to come down across the nose of Colson. Colson, though, keeps it on his quarter panel, and Colson up the middle with no help gets a big run of momentum. Here they come off of turn number 4, and it's going to be Colson leading this lap, it would appear, and Colson from last to first in a matter of 3 laps.
Not a big surprise to see Colson already up to the front, especially the way he came through. That middle line has really been working pretty well if you're a single car, to at least get from the back and get even with the 2 leaders in either lane. If you can find a hole up the middle, you can make it work side drafting, but it also seems to stall. Is what happened to Pat Sullivan? He is dropping to the back. That must be a strategy move.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's by design. He pulled down, but the problem is now I don't know if he lost the draft. He might have gave up like too much ground there. Back with him is the number 44 machine. That's Patrick O'Toole. Now those two will have to work together to try to catch back up. In front of them, though, they are 3 wide. Eddie goes to the high side looking to make it happen. It's McDaniel down on the bottom. And in the middle right now is that number, I believe that's the 13 machine of Chris Papa, as they are going all over the place for the top spot right now. But Eddie on the high side trying to make that outside lane work all on his own. And Eddie will clear a row of cars doing it. And Eddie's not going to pull in the line. Eddie's keeping that car way up on the high side. What a nice move there from Matthew Eddie. I've seen him in a lot of practice races this week. I actually watched him win a couple. And Eddie is a guy that certainly has his eyes set on the massive Whale PD prize. As here he goes to the outside. Eddie's trying to do it on his own once again. The 88 car flexing some serious muscle here early on.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's going up that high. Brian Mansfield pushes up a little bit in the middle. Meanwhile, Tal Etheridge jumping back out to the front and seeing a little bit more aggression. That outside line, though, tends to only work if you've got a couple of cars with you. We'll see if he can get some guys to come with him here in a moment. Meanwhile, you know, the 76 is really pushing the 15 or pushing the 5 of Derek Colson straight up. Ron Morris Jr. has been up the bumper on the straightaways, pushing Colson towards the front. Interesting to see a couple of guys working together this much this early, but they have definitely got something figured out up there with Colson in the lead.
Yeah, and looking right now, Pat Sullivan and O'Toole really trying to catch up. I just don't know if they quite have the draft. They're on the verge. We'll have to see. They might get some help here. Up front, though, Etheridge continues to have the edge on the field as he is doing a good job on that low line. On the high side, it's Mansfield all by himself as a Brian Big Sexy Mansfield, as I read one person in the comments call him, tries to make his move on the outside all on his own, and he does work hard on that outside of Derek Colson. Help is now coming for Mansfield, as I believe Edmund Jones in the 51 car is going to catch back up to his bumper.
Yeah, and Edmund did tell me before the race he was going to try and get hooked up with with both Mansfield and Butch Baker, see if they can make something happen. Butch not that far behind in the 97 car, so if Butch gets up there with Edmund, and there is Butch now, if he can get up there to Mansfield and Edmund, those three can work together really well, and I am sure they can put those three cars out front. Time will tell, but a lot of strategy being played, a couple of drivers dropping off the back, and it looks like the two cars that fell a little too far back have now caught back up into the lead pack, so things really about to get a lot busier as they come forward.
Yeah, we're on lap number 8 here. Now all 11 cars that took the green are back under a blanket here as the pack reforms. Up front, it is Etheredge continuing to lead, but Coulson waiting on his bumper, and Derek Coulson's a pretty good plate racer. I'll tell you what, XCAL's all-time leader in starts, the Iron Man himself, Derek Coulson, he has done a fine job in his career just finding ways to keep that car up front. Restrictor plate races, they're kind of his bread and butter, and he is working right now on that back bumper of Etheredge. On the high side, Mansfield continues with some help from that 51 of Edmund Jones, and now looking up the middle, oh my goodness, that'd be a move right there from Morris. Morris thinks better of it. A little bit too early for something like that. Morris will slide back in the line on the high side. Here we go. It's going to be awfully close to the wire this time by, but Mansfield's going to lead that lap by just a little bit over Etheredge. And now Etheredge with a big push from Coulson's going to draw back even.
Yeah, and it looks like that outside line is really starting to form up. A lot of guys wanting to get. Patrick O'Toole, though, dropped off the top line. He was sitting there at the back, got a massive run. Now he is coming up behind Pat Sullivan. The 88 of Eddie is down on the apron. Is he dropping back again? Is the question. Not sure what's going on there. It didn't look like he got loose or had any problems. He just drops down. He drops back, or hops back up. Seems to be okay though. So for the moment, and they're 3 wide at the front now. Edmund Jones and Brian Mansfield stuck in the middle.
Yeah, 3 abreast. Morris getting aggressive here. Morris trying to make some moves. Oh, Edmund Jones and Ron Morris get awfully close right there. They do not quite touch, and it's going to be Etheredge at the stripe, but it's Mansfield still putting a lot of pressure on his outside. Here comes Morris with no help. 3 abreast they go into the corner, maybe 4 wide. Nope, Edmund Jones thinks better of it. Glute Cap is waiting in the wings right now, seeing if he can make his charge towards the front. Morris now tries to get that side draft off the number 51 of Jones. He does get the side draft, and he is going to pull right up as they are now 3 wide for the top spot. Coulson gives a huge shove to Etheredge. They are dead even 3 wide as they go down into turn number 3, and Etheredge with a big push from Coulson's going to have the advantage. But here we go, maybe thinking 4 wide as Papa goes to the high side, and it's starting to get interesting here, Doug.
It really is. I thought Papa was going to make it 4 wide, and now, you know what? Every time you say it, Papa, it reminds me of Matt Bear, and I'll never get that out of my head. These guys are definitely pushing a lot harder early. We talked about how easy they were yesterday, a lot more patience. Tonight has been nothing but aggression, and that is what we are seeing now. Everybody vying for that top spot. Even guys going alone, like Ron Morris Jr. trying to go it alone up top. He's waiting for Papa and a few others to pull right back up there and give him a hand. Edmund Jones has said he is going to stay with Mansfield. But
Oh, he gets into Morris there, Doug, and that's a tough break for Morris. I really don't know where Jones was going there, but he just kind of got right into the quarter panel there of Jones.
Yeah,
Morris,
that was a bit crazy. You'll have to see if we can find a replay on that.
That was just racing 3 wide, and it looks like Jones just maybe was trying to shoot a hole that wasn't there. I'm not too sure what happened there. It was a weird incident.
It definitely was, and trying to find the right... Let's see if we can get the right... Alright, here we go. So Edmund's coming. It looks like, I don't know what, I think he just got a little squirrely, and Derek Coulson got squirrely going into the turn. I think it might have been unstable air or something that moved Edmund up, and he just gets into the left rear quarter panel, sends him around. Fortunately, everybody in the race is going to be able to make it into the heats on Monday. So a little bit safer situation for some of these guys. Had it happened in that earlier race, we might not, somebody might be out already.
Yeah, watch it here. Morris is catching back up to the back bumper of Jones. I don't know if he's upset or trying to show some displeasure. It looks like he might have calmed down now. and expect Morris to come into the pits and just get some damage repaired. Actually, no, Morris isn't going to pit. He's going to keep his track position as Derek Colson comes across the grass to get into the pits there. Colson chooses to pit from the second position, I believe he was in. Morris, though, he really didn't hit the wall in a bad way. He didn't hit it with his wheels. I don't think he bent anything on the wheels. I think he just kind of caved in that nose a little bit. I think the speed should still be there on Morris, though, as he's going to opt to stay out there in fourth.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. He's got a little right front damage. As long as he has somebody in front of him, he might be out of contention for a win, but I think he's still in contention for a top 5 spot. He definitely has some speed out there. One of the interesting things is we've got 5 cars on pit road in a 25-lap race, but we did see this earlier tonight. Matt Bear, he pitted under caution about the same amount of laps into that second race, and with right sides only came charging back through the field. I know some of these guys were watching that race, and that's got to be what's going on here, as these guys, Derek Colson, Matt Eddy, Chris Papop, they saw that strategy work. They're going to give it a try here. It's, if nothing else, they're guaranteed to be in Monday night. Might as well test it now.
Yes, he is, and so we're just getting ready to go back green here. Sorry, I was waiting and seeing what Aaron Hilbush called the penalty on, and it was Edmund Jones, the 51 car, will get an EOL, have to drop to the back of the pack, and that's a tough break there for Edmund, but nonetheless, he can come back through the field, no doubt about it. My concern here, Doug, Morris Jr. staying out. He didn't pit to get that damage fixed. Like I said earlier, I think he might be okay, but at the same time, you can never be too sure. I think he should have came in the pits and at least tried to get the optional repairs done. He chooses to stay out. That car might be really slow when we get this restarted.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some body damage on the right side. It's obviously pushed in off the right front. That's going to have a huge aero impact. And if he's slow, I don't think we'll see it till the second green flag lap, and then we'll be able to tell if it's really affecting it. I would be surprised if it didn't slow him down a little bit, but I don't think it's so much damage that it's really going to affect. He didn't hit hard enough. If he had damage that would affect handling, they would have forced him to come to pit road. So I think he's going to be okay that way. Speed-wise is going to be the question, and he'll be able to tell by the time they get to the back straightaway and get out of the way if necessary.
Yeah, and one thing we'll have to watch, too, is overheating. Overheating could become a real issue there for him, so we'll have to see if Morris is up to snuff and if his engine is going to last the 11 laps that will remain when we take the green flag. Here's your running order. In first position is the number 95 of Brian Mansfield. In second is the number 8 of Tal Etheredge. Third is that 76 we've been talking about, Ron Morris Jr. Quietly working his way up to fourth is the number 97 of Butch Baker. I haven't said his name at all so far, but he has just quietly maneuvered through the field. In fifth will be Derek Colson, the first car that pitted for tires. In sixth will be Matthew Eddy. Seventh will be Chris Papa. Eighth will be Edmund Jones. Ninth will be Zach McDaniel. 10th will be Patrick O'Toole. And 11th should be Edmund Jones, as he got that EOL penalty. So we are getting ready to go green. The pace truck makes that hard left-hand turn. The flagman holds the green in his hand. When will he lower it? And he lets it wave. Green flag in the air. We're down and away. And it's Etheredge on the outside, getting a little bit better jump there than Mansfield. And Mansfield, I tell you what, he has not gotten the greatest jump on either of these starts. Now the inside line pushes him and helps him go.
Yeah, Derek Colson is definitely helping Morris get up there to Mansfield. It's worth noting, we were talking about the damage to Morris's car slowed him down. We wouldn't be able to notice it for a few minutes. Josh Doobie had an incident earlier in one of the earlier prelims and hit hard on the right front. Said he barely noticed anything, so Morris could be okay here. And you know what? That outside line just started kicking up, and there goes Etheredge back to the lead.
And look at Colson. Colson making daring 4-wide moves. Colson goes for a hole. Colson back up to third now on them fresh tires, and he's looking for Mansfield now. Derek Colson in that number 5 machine getting a huge head of steam, and he's going to push it right into the back bumper of Mansfield. Mansfield gets a heck of a shove there from Colson, and now Mansfield on the high side is going to challenge Etheredge for the lead as they are still 3 abreast behind him. Matthew Eddy making a pass now on the high side, as it looks like Ron Morris's car isn't that far off the pace with the draft. He should be able to hang in the pack. It's just a matter of I don't know if he's going to be able to make any moves with the damage.
No, it does look like he is up to pace. He's losing some positions right now just due to the fact that he got shuffled, but I think he'll come back. Getting to the front might be a whole nother question, but regardless, he'll be able to pull off any, and it's getting really sketchy right in front of him. He's picking up a bit of a run as the guys way up top are losing some momentum. That high line off turn 4 has not been beneficial tonight. Off turn 2 it works great, but off turn 4 it's been nothing but a struggle as Derek Colson goes to the lead. Etheridge gets a little bit loose on the straightaway.
Etheridge getting a little bit loose there, but he hangs on to it. We still have all these cars up in the lead pack, all 11 of them that started this thing, racing with 9 to go for the prelim win. They get so tight there off corner number 2. Colson and Etheridge almost touch doors. They both hang on to it. Colson now shuffled back to third as here we go, 3 wide. High side comes Butch Baker. Butch Baker on that high side trying to make a move. We haven't said his name a whole lot in this race, but Butch Baker trying to make things interesting in that number 97 car. As we were 3 wide for a moment, things calmed down briefly as we go back to 2 wide, and we have kind of a 4-car pack that's merged in the back. Those guys got to be careful not to lose the draft.
Yeah, they really do, but look at this. I mentioned it earlier that Edmund was going to get with Butch and Brian. They were going to try and get hooked up. Now the 3 of them are together. Brian Mansfield leading that high line. Butch Baker, a guy who says asphalt is what you drive on to get to the dirt track, is making some moves here and continuing to work his way forward. Now he's got one of the best drafting partners out there in Brian Mansfield. But Tal Etheridge, like I said last night when he was in his prelim last night, he was really patient, calm, kind of hung out at the back and played it safe early. He has been sending it this whole time, and with 8 laps to go, he is in the lead, and he's not making it easy to get around him.
He is most certainly not making it easy, and Etheridge getting a lot of help from Derek Colson on them fresh tires. I tell you what, Doug, there's been nobody in this heat, or in this preliminary race rather, that has been a better pusher than Derek Colson. I mean, he has been just shoving everyone out in front, and Colson proving that he is a very effective pusher. I'd say he's been pushing better than anyone in this race.
I'd have to say he's one of the best we've seen out of all 6 of the prelims so far. We've seen a couple of guys exceedingly good at being the guy pushing, but Derek Colson, the prelims he's been in, man, he gets behind you, you're going to the front. That's all there is to it. As long as you cooperate with him, that's where you're headed. And it's about to get 3 wide again. 7 laps to go. It's really about to get extremely busy here.
Here we go, Colson now giving a big push there to Etheridge. Colson using those 45 XCAL starts, an all-time record, 7 years of doing XCAL. He's using it to his advantage right now as he knows where he needs to place that car. Colson pushing Etheridge there, still 3 wide. Papa way on the high side, Edmund Jones in the middle, and McDaniel down on the inside. Etheridge, though, has the advantage. If they make it back to the stripe again, there will be no more cautions. There will be 5 to go. Green, green, green to the end of that situation. Here we go. Etheridge gets that great push from Colson once again. They draw even with Mansfield down the backstretch. Now they go off in the corner, and Colson continues to push on the back bumper of Etheridge. He lets off now and gives a little bit of breathing room until they get back to the straightaway. We have a 3-car pack that is just barely hanging on to the draft. Pat Sullivan, the 44 of O'Toole, and Eddie. That damaged car of Ron Morris has fallen off the pace. That car cannot hang with the draft. Here they go. 5 laps to go this time by. Green, green, green to the end, Doug.
Yeah, and they get the green, 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 and it just seems like they hear that and say, okay, it's time to be a little bit more crazy out here, see what we can do. I have to say, it's been an aggressive race, but as far as crazy moves out there, not nearly as many as we saw in that 5th prelim just a little bit ago, as Colson gives a huge push to Tal down the back straightaway. Almost gets him loose going into 3, but they clear Brian Mansfield. I'm sure Brian's telling Edmund, hey, give me a little bit of a push. Butch Baker is back there with them. These guys are going for it now, and everything they've learned so far in this race is about to come out. As we see, Pat Sullivan has started pulling that group back up. I think they are going to have a run. If they pick a line, the 3 of them might be able to go through it all the way to the front together.
Well, here we go. 4 laps to go. It's Etheridge continuing to lead. Etheridge has led a majority of the 22 laps we've ran so far, but will he lead when it matters most? Will he lead when the checkered flag waves? That's yet to be decided. Coulson actually lost a little bit of the draft there, but now he gets a huge run, and he is going to shove that 8 car. He picks the back end off the ground as they go into the corner, and Etheridge, with a huge push, gets a little bit loose. He's going to hang on to it, and Coulson gets loose there. Coulson has to come down and block McDaniel, and oh, that was a hairy moment. Everyone hangs on, and welcome to the party now, Pat Sullivan, Patrick O'Toole, and Matthew Eddy, as we have a 10-horse duel with 3 laps to go.
This is where things get interesting. These guys, we'll probably see a few guys drop back just a hair. The outside line looks like it's starting to form up as Papa's got some help coming. Edmund Jones now looking up high as well. Is he going to leave Brian Mansfield? They've been together this whole race, trying to work together towards the front, but Brian looks like he might be alone as Edmund Jones goes to the high side, makes it 3 wide in the 44. I'm not sure what just happened, but Patrick O'Toole had a moment. He ended up down on the apron. Everybody keeps going the right way, but look at Derek Coulson. Into 3 every time. He seems to be angling or something weird going on, but that car keeps getting loose.
Yeah, this time by popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and Coulson continues to push Etheridge. Etheridge has the advantage on the high side. Mansfield with a big line forming behind him. They are 3 wide as Pat Sullivan's trying to shoot a gap. Sullivan gets into Edmund Jones. Edmund Jones goes up the racetrack. That's going to hurt Jones's shots, as now Sullivan adds his name to the mix here, Doug.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Patrick Sullivan has had a few rough races here. He's already in from a previous prelim, but he is still sending it all the way around this track, and they're going to come down and get the white flag. Things are going to get even more dicey. I think we're going to see a lot more leaning on each other as Edmund Jones went from the bottom halfway up the track. And Tal, I don't know how he has managed to hold that lead the way he has. That has all got to be down to Derek Coulson right there.
No doubt about it. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Who gets back first? 10 cars still eligible to win this thing. They are all in the pack, and I guess if they all wreck, Ron Morris is waiting in the wings. Here they go. It gets tight. Sullivan cuts off the nose of Jones. What a move there by Sullivan. Glute cap trying to make it exciting. Does Coulson drop to the outside? Coulson looking for somewhere to go. Oh, him and Sullivan wreck down the backstretch. The 2 XCAL guys take each other out. This is going to be down to the wire. Etheridge on the outside. On the high side, it's Mansfield. Mansfield with help from Papa. Papa's going to try to make it 3 wide. Papa hangs on the quarter panel. Here comes Edmund Jones. He is not out of this thing yet either. Oh, Jones gets Etheridge loose. Etheridge a little bit sideways. Here comes Mansfield now on the high side. Papa looking for a gap. Papa going to jump out to the high side. They are 3 wide down to the wire. Who's going to be? It is, I think, Brian Mansfield by 19 1/1000ths of a second in a 3 wide finish. Wow.
All right, Gerald Poole called the win on this one. So, Brian, you got Thanos to thank for that one. Wow, what a finish. That was some close racing. Let's take a quick look at that last lap off of turn 2 incident and see what happened between Coulson and Patrick. Oh, Patrick tried to jump down low. Derek Coulson came down just a little bit. Not even sure he knew he was there. Spotter probably didn't have time to notify him. That's how close this thing was. But Brian Mansfield, what a win the Outlaws came to represent tonight.
Oh, they most certainly did. So we're going to try to get word with these guys, and hold on, Doug, as I try to get everyone organized here. All right, so going to try to get everyone in here. Well, we do have 2 of the 3 guys in the Discord. We do need Chris Papa, though, as we're going to try to get him on here. Well, I tell you what, while we do wait for some of these guys, I guess I'm just going to quickly have a word with Brian Mansfield since he's already in here. And I'm down in Victory Lane where the champagne's flying. And Brian Mansfield celebrating a preliminary race win. And Brian, you seemed to hang on that outside the whole race. And it seemed like that inside line really had the advantage for a majority of the race. But then we saw a little pileup between Derek Coulson and Pat Sullivan. And you were able to ride that momentum around the high side. Tell me, is that kind of what you had in mind on the last lap? Just hope to get a good push and keep it out in front?
Yeah, that was my plan the whole race. I I was watching where the runs were coming from and adjusted my line a little bit to kind of shut down the run. I figured out in practice that middle line is where you wanted to be. That bottom line is good, but you can get a lot of momentum out of turn 4 coming to the checkered. And, it's not bad to be on the bottom during the race, but coming to the line, you want to be on that top line. And thank you to Edmund during the race. He gave me some good pushes. And tell you what, it was a fun race. I appreciate all the guys having me tonight.
Hey, Brian, I do have to mention real quick, your shot got called by Thanos himself coming into the race. He said you'd pull off the win, so congratulations, man. That was one heck of a run. I knew you'd be in contention, but that last lap, it honestly didn't look like you were going to be able to get it coming out of turn 2. Everything happened, and you came charging forward.
Yeah, I just kept it steady, Doug. As you know, I love super speedway racing. I love pack racing and drafting, and the main thing I do is, like I said, I watch where the runs are coming from, and I pay attention to what's in front of me. And the car handled great the whole 25 laps. Look forward to the heat races come Monday night.
All right, well, thank you, Brian, for your words there. And Doug, I believe you're down on pit road now with the 3rd place finisher, Chris Papa.
Hey, Chris, congratulations. That I have to ask, man, because that was a wild race. You kept going to the outside line by yourself and somehow making that work. You got me, Chris?
Copy on Chris. Chris, you have us here? So it looks like there might be some technical difficulties on Chris's end, as unfortunately we can't. Okay, there you go.
Okay, Chris, I had to ask you, man, going, throughout the race, you kept jumping up there to that high line by yourself, and you just kept making it work. It's the first time we've seen guys go up the middle solo and around the bottom solo, but you're the first one we've seen during these prelims to go up to the high side by himself and continue to march forward.
I watched the races yesterday, kind of on replay today, to get a vibe on what was going to work at the end of the race. The strategy really was just to keep clean for the first 20 laps and take 4 tires at that caution halfway through. But I didn't have any help. But I was able to time the run just about right. Went on the back straightaway to be able to jump off the draft and try and pass on the outside. I just couldn't make it work.
Well, man, that was extremely fast. You're into the heats on Monday, so looking forward to seeing how you do come Monday and Tuesday night. Will you be using the same strategy, or are you going to be watching tomorrow night and be thinking of something else?
That's a bit of a secret. No, I'm going to find out see what works tomorrow for some of these guys. But I think ultimately the strategy should remain the same. It's to kind of stay clean, keep the car in good shape, keep the fenders up, and then try and put yourself in a good spot at the end. I just got lucky with the tires, honestly. I don't think I would have been in that position if I had old tires.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. That was one heck of a run tonight.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, so that was our 3rd place finisher, Chris Papa, as he is going to be moving on to the heat races on Monday. And it looks like our 2nd place finisher, Tal Etheredge, we weren't able to quite get word in with him, as it appears that he is not on the Discord server. So that will wrap up interviews. But Doug, another fantastic preliminary event here as we head into day number 3 tomorrow for the Massive Whale PD 200, as we wrap up a very good day number 2.
Yeah, definitely. So I can tell you the one thing that will be different tomorrow, I'll probably be using oxygen, because tonight, if tomorrow's anything like tonight was, it's going to be pretty wild. There's still some spots available if people want to get qualified for Monday night and hopefully race into Tuesday and get a part of that big pot. But man, I got to tell you, it's been a wild couple of nights. Looking forward to seeing what tomorrow brings. Interesting note, and we've heard it from a couple of drivers, the track is, despite the temperatures being the same, everything being the same, the track is raced different in every single prelim so far.
That it has, and I am very curious to see what it brings tomorrow. I mean, tonight, that low line was working in this final heat, number 6. In the earlier heat races, it seemed to be the high line. I know the high line won the race, but for most of the race, it was Etheredge on that low side getting pushes from Derek Colson. The low line really had the edge for most of this race. It's just Colson got collected on the last lap, and that kind of ruined the low line's momentum. But you never really know which line is going to be the line to be in, and that's kind of part of what makes this racing so exciting and intriguing.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like you said, that low line has not worked a single race until this one, and it just really was working really, really well right up until the end. So maybe it's just being in the right line at the right time. But tomorrow's going to be interesting. Tuesday's going to be even more interesting, and Monday will be great as well. A lot of great racing ahead.
Actually, Doug, before we do go, I actually did just get second place in here, Tal Etheredge, and I'm going to get a chance to talk with him briefly. So, Tal, first off, congratulations on your second place finish in preliminary race number 6. You're moving on to the heats on Monday, where you will hopefully qualify for the massive WOW PD 200 on Tuesday. But, Tal, I got to ask you, on that low line, you were getting some great pushes there from Derek Colson. Was that kind of your plan, to just stick on that low line and get help from Colson, or did you feel like you needed to move up to a higher lane to have a chance to win?
No, I was kind of just going to stick to the bottom line and see if I could make it work.
All right, well, Tal, it was certainly an exciting heat race. Do you feel like you learned a lot in that race that you'll be able to take over into the heat races and maybe the feature event on Tuesday that could help you out?
Yeah, I did. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, well.
I've got a question for you, Tal. Yesterday when you raced, you were a lot more patient. This race, you were a lot more aggressive. Which way are you planning on running it Monday and Tuesday night? Which way seemed to work better for you?
Well, I think out front's the best way to be, but I don't know. It depends on how crazy it gets up there. We'll just have to see. Monday night, probably take it easy. Tuesday we'll. Now, Monday night go hard. Tuesday we'll probably sit back and ride a little bit.
All right, man. Congrats.
Yeah, Tal,
Thanks,
before I let you go, Tal, is there any sponsors or teammates or anyone you'd just like to give a shout out to here before we let you go?
Just me.
All right, I love it there. That is Tal Etheredge, our second place finisher here in this race. And that'll pretty much wrap up the broadcast here, Doug. So on behalf of myself, PDJ Zeller, the Vice President of XCAL Racing, on behalf of Doug Burns, owner and operator of How to Suck at iRacing, thank you, Doug, for joining me and doing all the hard work and running the cameras while I just talk. Thank you to Aaron Hilbush, who makes everything we do here possible, puts these races on. The President of XCAL Racing does a fantastic job. We will see you tomorrow night for day number 3 of the massive WHAL PD 200.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Good evening, my friend, and welcome here as we get ready to go racing in the massive Whale PT 200 Prelim number 8. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of this weekend's event. Alongside me in the booth, Doug Burns, the owner, operator, head honcho, you name it, he does it over How to Suck at iRacing, as we get ready for what's looking like it's going to be the prelim of the night, Doug. 12 drivers signed up, all 12 have appeared, and we're getting excited to go racing for 25 laps in prelim number 8.
Oh, yeah. And I think we're going to see some, as one of the drivers goes through the infield, they were racing pretty hard off turn 4 based on what we've seen so far in practice out here. I mean, some of these guys are really going for it. We've got a couple of the XCAL guys, out here, but, we've got Austin Edwards, who has been dominant all season, but we've got a lot of other names in the field as well, and this should get very interesting to see how some of these guys do. It's worth mentioning, I mean, you're talking about across the entire iRacing spectrum, from as low as a 900 I rating to as high as a 5,000 I rating in every single heat, and we've seen guys with less than 1,000 I rating pull off wins here this weekend. So while there is still a third event tonight, you can still go to xcalracing.com and you can get registered for that final event, and hopefully it's worth mentioning we're over $100 or 100 people registered, so the prize pot starts going up now too. Right.
Yeah, Doug.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I thought I lost you.
No, sorry, Doug. I had a technical difficulty there for a moment, but back in functioning here as we get ready. And Doug, like you said, $2,500 purse on the line, Buck Kicker Gamer 2 unit on the line, and Doug, get this, 100 entries in here now. I believe you just made mention of that, but I got to say it again: 100 entries now in the massive Whale PT 200. And that is crazy that 100 different members of the iRacing community came out to be a part of this event. We're so happy to hit that number. That was kind of the goal when we started this. We could take up to, I think it was 270, but we said if we hit 100, that would be spectacular. We did hit 100, Doug, and this is really, really shaping up to be one of the biggest events in iRacing this year.
Yeah, it really is. And I think Aaron said anything over 100 is a increase in the total prize purse, with $2,500 on the line. You got to come out here. You got to try. If I wasn't broadcasting, I'd be out here trying it, because it's just it's a great opportunity both to get yourself some money and get paid, but it's also, holy crap, there's a car. Did you see the 36 coming through 3 and 4? That is the first time I've seen a car get completely out of shape all by themselves. That was Connor Rockwood. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how I saved that car there. That was pretty wild on his end there. I was impressed with what he did. And Rockwood, he's a regular in the Street Stock Official Series, Doug. I race the Street Stock C-Class sometimes, and I know he's a name that you see out there quite a bit. Heck of a wheelman with a heck of a save right there. We saw some similar saves from Tyler Jalbert in the last heat race there, Doug. Jalbert was really wheeling that car all over the place in that last heat.
Yeah, he really was. There was a couple of really good saves, but I think Jalbert's save was probably the best. And yes, this is the 8 o'clock prelims getting started right now. This is what prelim number 8. So we've got one more prelim left to go. We've seen some amazing saves this weekend, like we saw out of Jalbert, like we've seen out of a lot of drivers. And we have seen some epic finishes as these guys, you see a lot of door banging, the aggression. Friday night, we've talked about it several times. Friday night, calm, patient, until that last lap, everybody giving room. Saturday night, it ramped up quite a bit. And so far tonight, the aggression is really ramping up.
Yeah, and Doug, as we get ready, be sure to check out www.xcalracing.com if you haven't already. We have all of your massive Whale PT merchandise you could possibly want right there. If you want something to remember the massive Whale PT 200 by, check out the website. We have everything from short sleeve t-shirts that are really trendy. We got men's champion hoodies. That's like official champion brand. I mean, that's name brand quality right there with the massive Whale PT 200 logo on it. We got another hoodie that's a little bit of a cheaper option. We have the fleece next pull over, we have a woman's crop hoodie if you want to show off that beautiful tummy. We have a muscle shirt. I think we actually made the muscle shirt for you, Doug.
Yes, you did.
You wanted to show off the guns in your massive Well PD 200 shirt, so Doug gets to flex the guns. We even have a Sleepy Time Well PD throw blanket, a Sleepy Time Well PD pillow. There's even an XCAL Racing bikini that apparently has a hidden Well PD somewhere in it. I'll leave that up to you guys to figure out. And there's a majestic Well PD frame poster. And Doug, the more I look at some of this merchandise, I really don't know how I feel about people having a pillow with me as a whale on it.
Well, just think of all the people you get to snuggle with every night. There is always an upside, and there is a lot of great merch. I love my. I don't have really any guns anymore to show off, but having the cut T-shirt really helps when you have MS. It's you're always hot and uncomfortable, so it really helps. And it's been really cool. There is a ton of awesome merchandise. I'm actually thinking about ordering a little bit for Christmas this year, so we'll see how that plays out. But some great stuff out there to check out, and of course if you get it done in the next hour or so, you can get registered for the final prelim tonight.
Yeah, be sure to go to the website, too, if you plan on participating. Sign up for the massive Well PD 200. This is your last chance. In just an hour's time, or actually 40 minutes time, I believe we officially stopped taking entries. So if you want to get signed up for the massive Well PD 200, time is fleeting, time is of the essence. Be sure to get there to www.xcalracing.com, as we have about 7 minutes left to go here in qualifying. And, Doug, you were talking about how you wear that shirt to keep you cool. I kind of forget often that you're from Arkansas. I got to ask you, how's the weather in Arkansas this time of year? Does it get cold down there, or do you guys usually keep pretty warm?
No, we get everything's relative, of course. We can get down. Last year we had some sub-zero temperatures, like 0 degree Fahrenheit temperatures, and that's the only time of the year that MS is beneficial, because I walk around in shorts and no shirt outside, and the neighbors drive by and look at me like I'm out of my mind. So it's hilarious for me. But right now, I think I haven't looked at the temperature recently. I know I put the dogs in the bedroom because I don't want to leave them outside. I think it's down in the 40s right now.
Oh wow. Yeah, that is definitely nipply right there. I feel like it's not much warmer here. We're probably somewhere in the 30s, maybe the 20s. Today actually was a pretty cold day. But yeah, we have about 6 minutes now remaining before this one gets underway. And I just want to take a quick moment here to thank all of the great sponsors who are affiliated with the massive Well PD 200. Of course, we got to talk about one of the main sponsors here, Buck Kicker. Buck Kicker, feel what you've been missing. They are putting on the Buck Kicker Gamer 2 unit to the feature winner on Tuesday. The winner of the race on Tuesday gets a Buck Kicker Gamer 2 unit. I'll tell you what, I have a Buck Kicker actually hooked up to my sim rig, and it is so awesome, Doug. It's just, you can feel every bump you hit. You can feel the car shaking. You feel the motor shaking. If you have the right sim rig and you put a Buck Kicker on it, you really might get fooled for a minute and think you're actually in a race car. Buck Kicker Gamer 2, buckkicker.com. Be sure to check out Buck Kicker. They really have an excellent product there. Buck Kicker, feel what you've been missing. The Cooler Crew, Jeff Edgar and all the boys over at the Cooler Crew. If you need a walk-in cooler done, hit up the Cooler Crew. Find a way to contact Jeff Edgar. You can find Jeff on Facebook, I know, at Jeff Edgar. They are out of Florida, but if you have a big enough job for them, they are willing to travel. They are actually just up in New Jersey building one of the biggest walk-in coolers they've ever built to date, and they do a fine job. Jeff and those guys, they really do a good job of making sure they get every detail perfect on the coolers they make. Jeff Edgar and the Cooler Crew, be sure to check them out. JT Mobile's Pressure Washing out in Ohio. JT Mobile Pressure Washing. If you need anything pressure washed, John Friley and the boys over there, they will help you out. JT's Mobile Pressure Washing, another great sponsor we're so happy to have along. Of course, Custom Fix Setup that was created by the Edwards Setup Shop. Austin Edwards over there, he does a really good job. It's a pretty cool thing they do actually over there, Doug. At the Edwards Setup Shop, they have an entire setup shop. They do everything from cup setups to even like some road setups to dirt sprint car setups. You name it, they're making setups, or they even make XCAL setups for some of the guys who have a harder time making setups. And the kicker over there, though, is they don't charge anything. Edwards Setup Shop, ran by Austin Edwards and some other great setup builders. They give their setups away completely for free. They have an option to donate if you want, which many people are generous and donate to Austin. But there's a really good option if you're an iRacer, maybe without a lot of money, looking to gain some speed. The Edwards Setup Shop. And, of course, How to Suck at iRacing. Been the presenting broadcaster for XCAL for the past season now, since race number 4 of last season. We've been so happy to have Doug along for this journey with us. How to Suck at iRacing. If you need something broadcasted, be sure first and foremost to hit up How to Suck at iRacing. They really do a fantastic job over there. How to Suck at iRacing. It's what we're live on right now. And last but most certainly not least, SimRacer Hub. SimRacer Hub, you might be familiar with danlisa.com. That was formerly a website that kind of held a lot of statistics for iRacing. That has now become SimRacer Hub, and they are also along as a sponsor for the massive WAL PD200, and of course www.xcalracing.com. So thank you to all of our sponsors here who have made this weekend possible.
Now take a big deep breath, because you didn't breathe throughout all that. I was listening. Everybody winding down, 3 minutes left in practice. If you have a favorite driver on the track, make sure you comment. Gerald Poole's already cheering on the J&S teams, and Mason Foster, excuse me. And, you know, there's a lot of new drivers out here in the field. In addition to the usual XCAL guys, you got guys like Will Prulix, I'm not even sure, Josh Summers, CJ Mason, and Connor Rockwood, Josh Rogers, Jeffrey Town, and the guy currently sitting on the pole in this qualifying session, Dustin Reel. A lot of new names that we're not used to seeing out here. Some guys that Austin Edwards mentioned, 10 wins this past XCAL season. If he had started the season, had ran the whole season, he likely would have been the XCAL champion. But 10 wins of the season. Expect to see him running for a championship next season. And while you're at xcalracing.com, you can get signed up to be a part of XCAL, either as a team owner, sponsor, or a driver. So, wow, this is some crazy bump drafting going on out there right now.
Yeah, it is, and like you said, Edwards, 10 wins on the season, and that is a ridiculous number. In just the matter of one season, he broke XCAL's single-season win record and moved up to second all-time on the win list, only competing in this season. He is second to Spencer Preet, who has 11, and it was an impressive season all around from Austin Edwards. We are very impressed with what he did. I think he plans on trying to run the full season this next year, and that is a guy that will absolutely be a threat to win all season long in that number 18 machine. We're going to have to keep an eye on Austin Edwards. So, fine job. Edwards, a great driver, a great member of XCAL Racing. And, you know, not for nothing, make sure you go to the website and sign up for the massive WAL PD200 if you haven't already. We have a season coming up, though, in 2022, Doug. A full 30-race street stock season. We race everywhere from the high banks of Michigan and Charlotte and Auto Club to the short tracks of South Boston, the Oxford Plains, even some new tracks this year. We're going to be going to Five Flag Speedway, Iowa Speedway, the Nashville Super Speedway. We go back to some classics like Lanier, the Charlotte Legends Oval, a full 30-race season, and full-length races. Most of them are going to be probably like 300 laps on a track like, I'd say, Iowa, probably a 300-lap race. Auto Club, probably a 200-lap race. It's all on the XCAL website, the schedule for next season with the lap count and whatnot. We have begun selling car numbers. We've actually sold, I believe, about 44 car numbers for next season in 2022, and there's going to be some guys going home weekly. We run heat races on Monday. The features Tuesdays at 7 o'clock Eastern, and the XCAL 2022 official season, Doug, is setting up to be a great one. And, you know, Doug, XCAL Racing, one of the hardest leagues to win a championship in, just because it's a 30-race season. We go to such a variety of tracks, and the strategy that's involved with the fuel cap we put on the cars really makes the races a complete crapshoot sometimes. And, you know, if you're a champion of XCAL Racing, you've really done something on the iRacing simulator.
Yeah, you definitely have. I mean, we're talking about a championship that wasn't decided until the final race, and it was close, very close. You know, we started shedding, but I think with about 10 races to go, there were still 5 teams in contention, and then it just started whittling down. But the final 2 teams, they were battling back and forth, and it was a crapshoot every week as to who would come out on top. And speaking of coming out on top, it looks like qualifying comes to a close here. We'll get started with the grid here in just a moment.
Yeah, we have about 40 seconds as they let these guys wind down here as we're getting ready for the start of prelim number 8 for the massive WAL PD200. We're going to be going 25 laps here from the Irish Hills of Michigan, the 2-mile speedway out in... Actually, I don't even know the exact city this is in Brooklyn, Michigan. Out in Brooklyn, Michigan. I know it's about 2 hours west of Detroit, rather, here the Michigan International track. The street stocks will go full song, full throttle around the speedway. The draft will be a factor. They'll go 4 and 5 wide at times. It will be very, very interesting to see as we are here on day number 3 of 5 for the Massive Whale PD 200. So qualifying wraps up, and we're going to go through the starting order for prelim number 8. Starting on pole position, that is, position number 1 is the number 37 of Dustin Riel. On second position on the outside of the front row will be the number 4, that is Jeffrey Town. In third in the number 2 machine will be a driver who actually won an XCAL feature event last season from the Lanier Speedway, the number 2 machine of Mason Foster. In fourth in the number 31, a former XCAL competitor, Josh Rogers. In fifth in the number 36, an official racer who does a really good job over the official side of iRacing, the street stock division, the number 36 of Connor Rockwood. In sixth in the number 83, another XCAL winner. He won the second event of last season at the USA Speedway, Chase Johnson. In seventh in the number 88 will be Will Pro. In the 8th position will be the number 18. We already talked about Austin Edwards, a 10-time feature winner last season in XCAL Racing, Austin Edwards. In 9th in the number 9 machine will be Jason Stoddard. In 10th will be the number 96, that is Ricky Leduc. In 11th will be the number 7, that is Josh Sommers. And rounding out the field, riding shotgun on the field, will be the number 12, and starting in 12th will be the number 55 of C.J. Mason, Doug, as those are the 12 competitors looking to go at it here in prelim number 8.
Yep, all 12 of them stacked up and ready to go. Worth saying, you got to think Austin might have a slight advantage here, not just due to his skill, but the setup provided by the Edwards Setup Shop. So, he probably had a hand, if not did the complete build on it. But, you know what, once you get out there drafting and everything, it all kind of goes out the window, kind of like a Daytona and Talladega. The setup can only do so much. You've got to have the right strategy. You've got to make the right moves all night. And it's worth noting, too, the few cautions we've had, because we didn't have a caution in the first prelim tonight. We've only had like 3 races with cautions in them. And every time, despite these being 25-lap races, every single time we've had a caution, somebody's come in. Several people got right side tires at least, if not all 4. And that every one of them that has won after one of those cautions has been somebody with those fresh tires. So have to wait and see if that strategy plays out again here and how that plays out tomorrow night in the heats.
Yeah, and I want to note this too. Only 12 cars taking the green. The top 14 from each prelim, the top 14 advances to the heat races. And with only 12 being in this field, all 12 cars that take the green, as long as they take the green, will be advancing to the heat races tomorrow. So this entire field will be advancing. So more or less a chance for these guys to practice for tomorrow's heats, where there will be cars going home. Events will be ending tomorrow. So here we come through turns 3 and 4, the field at the mercy of the number 37 of Dustin Riel. On his outside, Jeffrey Town, another street stock competitor that I'm familiar with that name. I've seen him in hosted sessions before. Town is a cat that is very quick, and he knows his way around a street stock, so we'll have to see what he can do here. Here we come. The iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck makes the hard left-hand turn into pit lane. Oh, Mason Foster disappeared from third. He just reappears now. Green flag in the air. Foster's having heavy connection issues. He's probably going to get a black flag as we take the green flag. Outside, Jeffrey Town gets a big run into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like it's smoothed out. Some of these guys, a lot of guys on iRace, for whatever reason, under pacing, will blink and then be perfectly fine during a green flag run. And look at this. Austin Edwards is dropping to the back already. We saw that in the in the previous prelim, guys dropping to the back. Dakota Wilson dropping back and then running to the front. Expect to see more of that here. Austin Edwards leading the charge, but it is Jeffrey Town who's got a decent amount of fans in the stands tonight. He is to the lead as they go through 3 and 4. Will he have it at the stripe? Because you've got Josh Rogers up top, and Josh gets shuffled up the track as the 85 is making his way through.
Yeah, here comes the kid, Chase Johnson up the middle. Johnson on the high side. Chase Johnson will lead lap number 1. Johnson, that young man from Virginia, takes the first lap, and now he is going to battle Jeffrey Town for the top spot. Town getting a lot of help right now from Dustin Riel. Riel right up the tailpipes of that number 4 machine, but it is Johnson going to the top spot with a big push right now from Josh Rogers in the 31 car, and both of them have actually completely cleared the inside lane. And now we look back to the next car on that outside lane, and it is the 88 car. That is Will Prohl. So we're just going to call him Will Pearl, or excuse me, Will Pearl is actually on the low side. That's Ricky LeDuc, the third car on the high side. So LeDuc helping Rogers and Johnson right now as Town draws back even with the 31 of Rogers. They go side by side for second, but uncontested leading the first 2 laps will be Chase Johnson in that number 83 machine. You know, Chase Johnson actually secured himself a ride for the 2022 XCAL season. He is going to be racing with Jeff Edgar and all the guys, John Friley, all those guys, their team at Fast Lane Racing. They tried to get a youth movement over there, and they signed 2 young guns in Chase Johnson and Blake Wynn. So Wynn, excited about the upcoming XCAL season and getting it kicked off early here in the massive WEL PD 200 prelims as Austin Edward all by himself in that 4th lane, making it happen right now.
Yeah, he really is. I was watching him. He gains a lot of momentum off turn 2, and I'm wondering why he is running up there, and I had to think about this for a minute. But iRacing did add the track adjust, so the more heat you put up there, the faster it'll be later in the run. So he might be up there laying down rubber as part of a strategy. He's still right there with the lead pack. He drops back down and gets back in the draft and pulls back up, just runs that high line. That might be a strategy move. We are at the legacy version of Michigan, and it's worth noting how bumpy it is. We'll watch these cars closely. As they watch this pack closely, as they go down the back straightaway, these cars have pretty soft suspension for a race car. You'll see them bouncing up and down. It causes the car to shift a lot, so these guys constantly having to adjust the line, having to move around, having to make sure they don't run into the guy next to them. And it can get very sketchy very quickly, especially once they go back to 3-wide racing here pretty much any minute.
And here we go. It is epic up here. Chase Johnson kind of made a bad move there. He doored the 4 of Town, but they both kept it going straight. It caused a little bit of a stack up, but no harm, no foul. Here we go. Ricky LeDuc to the high side. LeDuc makes it 3 wide. Johnson throws the block. Johnson really throws the block. LeDuc wanted to go high, but Johnson wouldn't let it happen. I tell you what, Chase Johnson's racing awfully aggressive here early in this heat races. Oh my goodness, Dustin Riel slid up about 2 lanes there. Almost got into Chase Johnson. Johnson now fires back on the outside all by himself. He's trying to take the lead back from Jeffrey Town. He has some help from Ricky LeDuc behind him. That was a moment there for Dustin Riel, though, as he really just slid up the racetrack. We'll see if he can hold that car down in this next set of corners. Johnson back out in front as he's going to maybe try to come down and block Town. I'll tell you what, this is really aggressive racing from Chase Johnson, who's led every lap so far. He is racing like it's the last lap every time right now, Doug.
Yeah, he really is. And these guys are not giving up. Obviously, Jeffrey Town staying down there has been pretty consistent and patient so far. And we've seen that bottom line, just you stay down there, you stay consistent and patient until it gets to the end of the race. And then then that's when you crank it up and you start moving forward. Chase Johnson decided not to wait at all tonight. And every night of prelims, we've seen the aggression come up. And surprisingly, it's not been, I mean, we've seen a lot of guys race every single night trying to make sure they get in. We've got to run up on the high side. The 88 of Will Pearl is almost to the lead. He got a massive run down the back straightaway. Petey, I didn't see anybody pushing him. He just came off turn 2 with such a run that he got up there side by side and made the 3 wide for the lead briefly.
Yeah, massive run in the massive WEL PD 200 prelim number 8 as things are really starting to get a little hectic here. We have 11 of the 12 cars that took the green pretty much all under a blanket here. One car's lost the draft. That's Jason Stoddard in the 9. We are 3 wide up front, though. Here we go. It's Riel down on that low side. Johnson up high. LeDuc's looking for a hole. LeDuc makes a hole. There wasn't a hole there, but LeDuc just stuck it underneath Chase Johnson there. And Chase Johnson maybe getting a little taste of his own medicine there, Doug. He's been racing everyone so aggressive, and LeDuc finally got sick of it. He shoved it in a hole that wasn't there, and now Johnson hung out on that high side, but he has help in the form of Mason Foster coming. Foster way up high, and Johnson's really pinching LeDuc right now. I tell you what, Doug, if Johnson's not careful, he's going to cause a wreck before too long. He's just racing too aggressive right now.
Well, they know they've only got 25 laps tonight. They've got to get something done, but they also know everybody's in, so I'm guessing Chase is using this as a practice session and trying different stuff, but you're right. He's getting a little bit crazy up there. Another guy that I've seen make some crazy moves so far, the 31 car, that is Josh Rogers. He's back there in the back, but I've seen him jump from the low line to the high line and back down all the way across traffic down to the low line again. He is really pushing it, and I'd be a little bit worried if those two got together, Chase Johnson and Josh Rogers, they got together, there's no telling what could happen. They could just make their own hole all over the track until they got to the front. And look at this, the 90, they're rubbing doors as the 36 of Connor Rockwood makes his way to the lead.
Rockwood on the high side. He made an awfully aggressive move there. Johnson now gives him the push. Johnson, I tell you what, they are racing really aggressive up front right now. I don't know how much longer they can continue to do this. Johnson now peeks to the outside as Rockwood goes to the point. Here comes Chase Johnson now. He has help from Prohl. Prohl right behind that number 83 machine. He's going to give him all the push he can right now as Mason Foster has made his way into the mix here. As Connor Rockwood, he takes the lead. He's going to pull off. He just wanted to test it out and see what could happen. Johnson tries to throw the block. He gets all squirrely. Johnson needs to be careful. He is just racing carelessly right now. And yeah, he's getting complained right now by Ricky LeDuc as Chase Johnson. He is just all over the speedway. I don't know what Johnson's thinking right now as we are coming to lap number 10. Johnson leads, but he is really starting to tick off his competitors.
Yeah, you got to wonder if his crew chief is sitting down there saying, you know what, you're driving like a pissed-off teenager, and he thinks he's Ricky Bobby at the moment because that's the only thing I could think. I've seen Chase drive. You and I have both seen Chase drive, and I've never seen him get this crazy. I mean, in the All-Star race, in the points race here, both of those races here, same configuration. They're going to be 4 wide into 1 and 2. Chase has the nose ahead. We've seen that middle line. You can get the run, but once you get out front, man, you drop ground. I'm really shocked by Chase Johnson's. We've seen him race so many times, never seen him get this nuts out there.
Yeah, usually he shows a lot better showing than this as we are 4 wide once again. My goodness. Johnson goes to the point, but I mean, he is just not making friends right now. There's racing aggressive and there's racing carelessly, and he is racing fairly carelessly right now, I would say. Johnson to the point. LeDuc goes to the inside. Johnson throws a block. He almost wrecks the field. He will end up causing a wreck. One car spins off into the grass, and I didn't quite catch the number on that. Jeffrey Town wrecks as a result, and there we go. Chase Johnson's carelessness finally took one of the cars out, as Johnson will still continue to race these guys hard. Dustin Riel was yelling at Chase Johnson there. I mean, Johnson is just racing awfully recklessly here, but we will stay green.
Yeah, Jeffrey Town, I know he's got some fans out there, and he was showing he is extremely strong. He was making some power moves out there. So once he gets into the feature event, or once he gets into the heats tomorrow, you know he's going to be a top contender. But man, I don't know if the admins don't have a little word with Chase Johnson before this is all said and done, because he's getting nuts. And who is that giving him the push up the middle there? Is that Mason? That is Mason Foster, another guy who early on in his XCAL career did not make many friends and had some issues, but had earned the team's respect, the entire league's respect by the end of the season. And now he's up there pushing Chase. And now he's going to go to the high side, make it 3 wide off of turn 2. Wow.
Yeah, and Mason Foster down the backstretch. He has the nose ahead. He has help from Riel right now. And Johnson with no friends in the middle right now. No one wants to work with him after they've been watching him run this race. Here we go. Mason Foster now really pinching that 83 of Johnson. Johnson's really pinching the 96 of LeDuc. And now Johnson up the middle. He has the run off the corner. LeDuc comes up, gets a little side draft. Here comes Foster continuing to push the issue 3 wide. This time by crossbars in the air. Halfway down, halfway to go. Johnson led another lap there as he's led many, but he is just not making many friends as Chase Johnson, that 83 car, continues to run as we have a little bit of a moment there between Mason Foster and Dustin Riel. Looks like they get everything worked out. Off the corner, Johnson will have the edge over Ricky LeDuc on the inside, but Foster continues to ride his quarter panel and gets a good run off the corner.
Yeah, Austin Edwards, every time this thing starts getting sketchy, you watch Austin Edwards just start dropping to the back of the field. And it looks like, additionally, Connor Rockwood had backed off for a little bit. There he is. He is staying right in the draft, but he's doing kind of like what we saw Thanos do in the last one. He is staying back there and playing it safe, and it looks like that might be the right move. Here comes Austin Edwards up the middle. He is picking up spots as well. He's making it 3 wide. He's going to hop up behind Mason Foster, push him through 1 and 2.
Things are getting crazy here. We still have 10 cars in this lead pack. 10 of the 12 that took the green. Of course, Jeffrey Town is in the pits right now. He's looking like he's out of contention after his accident. Jason Stouter only 12 seconds behind the pack. Up front, though, we are getting very hairy right now. Things are getting tight on that high side. Mason Foster continuing to work the outside. In the middle, Chase Johnson is trying to keep that car in place. And way down on the low side, it's Ricky LeDuc doing a fine job. LeDuc keeps that car pinned right down to the low side. He gets a push from Prowl. Prowl gets a little loose there. Prowl goes all the way down below the white line, thinks better of it, comes back up the racetrack. Once again, Chase Johnson's going to lead at the stripe. Johnson's led probably all but 2 of the first few laps. I mean, that car has been out front for a lot of these laps. It's just a matter of can he lead the last one here, as we are 3 by 3 by 3, as things are getting really tight. These guys are really leaning on each other.
Yeah, I don't know how much contact we have seen on average in the races. We probably should have kept track of that during the prelims, but I can tell you this one is very Mason Foster starting to have some blinking issues up there. It looks like it cleared up suddenly, but there's been a lot of contact as the 88 gets way loose down there on the bottom, manages to keep it together. That is one of the few times we've seen a car actually get loose coming through the pack, and he didn't get tapped. And it looks like, I don't know that he got loose. I think he might be moving to block that car right above him.
Yep. 3 by 3 by 3 as we come to 10 laps to go, but I don't know if it's going to be 10 green flag laps. These guys are looking for a wreck right now as Riel shoots a gap, almost makes it 4 wide. There was not quite a hole there, but Riel just made one happen, and now Riel with a head of steam pulls up behind Chase Johnson. Johnson has the lead, but he's a sitting duck right now. Connor Rockwood gives a big shove there to Riel. Riel goes down low, gets the block, comes back up high. Johnson tries to block, but Riel got to the high side, and now it's Riel on the high side as he gives a little bit of a door there to Johnson into the corner. They continue to race side by side. Rockwood giving all the help in the world right now to that 37 car. Here they come off the corner. It's going to be Riel on the high line. Let's see who gets into the stripe. I think it's going to be Riel, although here we go. Connor Rockwood jumps to the outside. He's going to have help from Mason Foster with 9 to go. Give it to Riel at the stripe that time.
Yeah, Chase got crazy with the block in there. We've seen that middle line really work for a single car, but again, once you get Mason Foster's going to try and make it 4. Oh, they're thinking about 5 wide. They back out of it. They're still 4 wide. Coming off turn 2, Riel and Johnson drag race. They've got very little help. Oh, Johnson saves it. How?
I do not know how they did not wreck right there. That 88 car Prowl was all over the place. He was not comfortable 4 wide, and he was just hitting everyone, and it almost caused a wreck. And now Foster goes below the line to get underneath Riel. Riel has to give him the spot, and now Foster on the inside with help from Chase Johnson. He's looking to take the lead as things get really exciting here. We come to 8 laps to go this time by, but 3 more laps. It's green to the end with 10 guys still in contention. I just don't know how they're going to not wreck, because that really should have been a wreck there.
It really should have, and it should have been a wreck. Chase Johnson did not bump draft. That was not rubbing his racing or anything like that. That was a full-on send into Mason Foster's back bumper. Chase is getting crazy out there tonight. I don't know what the deal is, but this is not the Chase Johnson we saw all season. This is a Chase Johnson that's been drinking a bunch of energy drinks and espresso tonight. I don't know what's going on. You know what, guys? Drop in the comments. Let us know what lap the wreck's going to come on, and let us know who you think is going to win, as this thing is getting crazy. And look who's still lurking. Austin Edwards and CJ Mason just hanging out at the back. They have just been watching this ahead of them, and it stacks up at the front.
Yeah, it is tight up front right now. Riel on the high side, down low, it is Johnson. And in the third lane, it's Mason Foster, where he's rode for the majority of this prelim. Johnson has the nose ahead, but Riel with a big push from Connor Rockwood off the corner. He gets a run down the backstretch. No, Rockwood makes it 4 wide. Rockwood makes it 4 wide down the backstretch. They are 4 abreast as they go off into the corner, and that line will clear Johnson. So now it's just a tame 3 wide, I guess you could say. But Johnson did not want to give the edge there to Riel. Johnson is hitting Riel. Johnson's getting Riel loose. Johnson's trying to wreck the field right there, and Riel is going to come back up in the line, and they're going to wreck. There we go. Riel goes around. No cautionable flies. It was just 1 car. I don't know what Chase Johnson was thinking there, Doug. He really pretty much just took out Riel.
Yeah, he really did. That's the second one he is essentially taken out tonight. This is getting a little bit dicey out here. I mean, it makes for great TV, but you really do not want to have to be in the heat with these guys tomorrow night, knowing that you have angered that many drivers. But last night, in the second prelim. In both nights, we've seen just that's when the craziest moves are. I'm not sure what it is about this 8 Eastern time slot, but these guys really sending it. And now they're going to come down, and no matter what happens, once they cross the start-finish line, there will not be a caution. We'll go green to the end. And unless they wreck right here, which Chase Johnson is really trying to do. Mason tried to pinch him down, gets into the back bumper of the 88. He's going to make it 3 wide. Wow, this is getting crazy.
Green, green, green. 5 laps to go. There will be no cautions. This is going to go to the end. Let's see what happens. Will there be a wreck? There's 7 cars in contention right now, and there's 2 cars about 2.5 seconds back. They are 3 wide for the top spot. Coming up on the lap car of Jeffrey Town now. Let's see what Town does here. If he just gets out of the way, or maybe he's still mad at Johnson. We'll have to see what happens. Johnson up the middle. He gets a good push now from Connor Rockwood. He tries to cut the nose of Prowl off. It wasn't there. Here comes Austin Edwards for the first time. Edwards, for the first time this race, tries to challenge, and Edwards trying to make it 4 wide on the high side. There's just nothing there right now for Austin. He's going to dive it back down low. He's going to cut down to that low line as they approach the lap car of Jeffrey Town. Prowl hits the door of Johnson off the corner. He gets loose. He's going to hang on to it, this time by 4 to go.
Austin Edwards has got a smart move being down there on the apron for the moment, but here comes the lap car, and I don't know how kind he is going to be to Chase Johnson here at Michigan. This is definitely turning out to be one heck of a crazy race, as a lot more aggression out of Chase Johnson, but now he's up there on that high line all alone. If these guys even thought about getting single file, they could just freight train by him and prevent him from being up there. But you know, we've seen what happens when Chase gets to the back of the field. He just bumps his way to the front. Definitely not. They're 4 wide into 3. Chase Johnson drifts up the track. Almost getting into Mason, almost getting into the 36.
They had another moment there. I'd really see Town just let off here, though, and let these guys race. You know, you're 4 laps down. This isn't about you right now. Don't try to take the moment for yourself when it has nothing to do with you. 3 wide for the top spot. 3 laps to go. Johnson just doing all he can do to wreck right now, but they just won't wreck. He has wrecked 2 cars already. He's trying to wreck himself, but they just will not go around. 3 wide for the top spot right now. Foster on the high side. Johnson in the middle. It is Prowl down on the low side right now. Prowl with a lot of help from Ricky LeDuc. LeDuc doing a good job, tucked up right behind that car. And here we go. Austin Edwards with a massive push to Mason Foster. Foster is clear for the top spot. He can come down if he wants. Edwards is almost clear, but not quite. And Foster comes down. Foster takes the point.
Foster takes the point, but how long can he hold it? It's going to be 2 to go here. And if you guys are on iRacing and want to be a part of this, you still have time. If you're
There's not a whole case.
They're wrecking on the front stretch. There will be no caution.
There'll be no caution. That was Johnson again. He just tried to shoot a hole that wasn't there.
Foster saves it. He might still be in this.
I don't know if he can get the run back up. They are 3 wide for the top spot. I do think that one, though, is going to end up in a penalty for Chase Johnson finally. I don't think he'll get away with that one. I'm pretty sure Race Control is going to have to send him to tail for that accident. But they are still continuing to race right now, and Austin Edwards trying to get the run on Chase Johnson. We'll have to see what race official says. I really do not think the win will be awarded to Johnson if he should pick it up. But Johnson continuing to race for the top spot. It's him and CJ Mason going at it. Here they come through turns 3 and 4. There are 3 cars waiting in the wings right now. Connor Rockwood is back there with Will Prowl. Here they come this time by. The white flag is in the air. 1 more lap to go from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and Johnson leads it to the stripe. Mason down on the low side, and Edwards doing all he can to become part of this. Here with a run, though, behind them is Connor Rockwood. Rockwood has the draft. Can Rockwood make up 0.8 of a second in a lap? If he does, he'll probably have a massive run. Let's see how this race goes down the backstretch. They are side by side. Edwards trying to decide where he wants to go. He's going to give a push to Mason now. Mason on the low side gets a little bit of a push there, and Mason's going to try the crossover. Mason goes to the high side. Mason is going to duck back down low now, and Johnson just has the lead. I think the battle for second might be the battle for the win, though, because I think Johnson's likely going to be penalized. Johnson is out in front right now. Here comes Connor Rockwood. Here they come off the corner. It is Johnson with the lead. Here they come back to the stripe. Edwards looking to go somewhere. Edwards goes to the high side. It is Johnson, Edwards, and Mason in a 3-wide finish, and it is Johnson by a nose at the stripe. Austin Edwards is second, CJ Mason's third, Connor Rockwood fourth, Ricky LeDuc fifth. we're going to have to see how that finish stands, though, because I do believe, I mean, that wreck was pretty obviously caused by Chase Johnson there, and we'll have to see if he gets penalized for that.
Definitely. Let's take a look real quick at some of the stuff that happened there towards the end of the race, because it was happening so fast we could not get to the replay. So let's go back to when Mason Foster and crew went off track. And again, if you want a piece of this, you still have time to join in for the final prelim. Register at xcalracing.com. Look at that save by Mason. That is insane. I just now realized this. Let's see if I can get a better camera angle on Mason here. And there we go. Let's back this up just a hair because I really want to show what Mason did. He actually ended up going through the victory lane. Jumped the car down through victory lane, jumps right there, sticks it, keeps his foot in the gas, still manages to bring it home 8th. Now everybody in this race does advance. And let's take a look at what happened on that last coming down to the checkers, because Connor Rockwood was going for it. And oh, it looked like he just got loose as he came down. I knew he had wrecked, but didn't know what exactly had happened.
All right, so Doug, I'm going to have you go down and talk to CJ Mason, who finished in 3rd right now, and I'm going to go talk to race control quickly and see what the deal is with Chase Johnson. But provisionally 3rd right now, Doug is down with CJ Mason.
Hey, CJ, congratulations, man. You had some fans in the stands cheering you on, and you definitely earned that tonight.
Oh, man, that was a lot of fun there. That was close.
You know, you started back in 12th place, worked your way up, but it looked like patience early, and then once you decided to crank it up, man, you were right up there battling with those top guys. You had a couple of, let's just call them moments there, but you managed to hold on to the car and did an amazing job coming home 3rd with all that chaos that happened around you on that final lap.
Yeah, it takes a lot of these restricted plate races. It's more luck, I think, sometimes than being good. So, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, I guess, sometimes.
Yeah, it really, really is. I never have the kind of luck you had tonight, though. So, going into tomorrow night, going into the heats now, you got the confidence of the 3rd place finish. Did you learn a lot out there that's going to carry over to tomorrow night?
I did. I learned a good bit. It's tough on the bottom there. Those cars just want to kind of just feel like they're going to spin out. But I did. I learned a good bit. My buddy Chris Papa, who finished 3rd last night in his race, he helped me out here today. Kind of told me what to do, and that was kind of the thing. Just kind of started at the back. You knew there weren't 14 cars in the race, so you knew you were automatically in until tomorrow. And so it was mainly just trying to figure stuff out and learn stuff at night. So it's cool, man. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
All right, man. Well, good luck tomorrow night. Anybody you'd like to thank? Oh, wait.
Quickly, Doug. By the way, CJ finished 2nd after Chase Johnson was stripped of the win.
Nope, there you go. Congrats, CJ.
Yeah, see, they're about that part being luckier than good. So, no, just, man, my wife and kids are watching, and I had some people on Facebook watching, and I appreciate them tuning in and watching me play online. Just Chris Papa will 1-3 speed. He's a great friend of mine. Bluegrass iRacing League, those guys are a lot of help on that on Mondays and Wednesdays with those. So that's about it, man. But thank you guys. Thank you, Aaron, everybody who's putting this on. This is the first time I've raced with XCAL. And, man, I'm telling you, it's been nothing short of professional, the whole deal. It's they're doing a really, really impressive job with this. Setup's great. So thanks to Edwards for the setup. And a lot of fun, man. Looking forward to tomorrow.
All right, man. Good luck tomorrow night, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, so that was 2nd place finisher CJ Mason. And now I'm down here in Victory Lane where Austin Edwards is climbing out of the car. And Austin, you crossed the finish line 2nd, but after causing that last pile up there, Chase Johnson was stripped of the win. So you won provisionally here. You won the provisional race, and you move on to the heat races. So tell me, Austin, I saw that race, a lot of the race, you were running up against the wall kind of in that 4th line. Were you just trying to try a few different things out, kind of see what you could manipulate with the draft?
Yeah, well, Petey, going into tomorrow's heat races, I'm trying to strategize into the future as best as I can. So I know when you disregard your finishing order that lap times are going to be pretty important. So I was running up high trying to get a run, get a couple good laps in. I think I got down to a 48.204, which I think might have been the fastest so far we've seen in prelim. So hoping that'll put me on the front row for the heat races tomorrow. Just want to get up front and stay up front for those, try to avoid all the chaos, and hopefully it'll give us a good shot at the massive whale PD on Tuesday.
And looking forward to the massive well PD 200. You know, Austin, obviously you were the one that kind of helped us build this setup. You did a lot of work on that to make the setup run so good. To be in an event like that, Austin, how do you feel about your chances in this big race? I know you're more of a short track guy. You self-admittingly have said in the past you like running the shorter tracks, not necessarily a super speedway aficionado, but still, this is a setup that you obviously helped build, a car that you're very familiar with, and a group of guys that you're pretty familiar with running with as well. So how do you feel about your chances heading into the massive well PD 200 if you should be fortunate enough to advance tomorrow?
These races are a lot of luck. Personally, like you said, I'm more of a short track person than anything, but despite building this setup with a couple of help from a couple of guys from my setup shop, I've definitely put far less hundreds of laps on it as some of the other competitors have. So I am short on practice. I am short on a few different things compared to the other drivers, but at the end of the day, it's all about who can avoid the big ones and hopefully strategize the best. So I'm putting strategy into play. I learned a lot about my fuel use and tire usage today, and we're going to put that forward for the next 2 days and try to win the big prize.
Hey, Austin, I have a couple of quick questions. So going into the next couple of days, I have to ask the important question: is that car going to have cones on it at any point?
It is not, Doug. Unfortunately for XCAL, we are going to keep it plain and simple. Had some fun during the XCAL off season. Being race control for a couple of leagues, debuting a cone car, which I hope maybe XCAL will put into play a time or two just for the fun of it. But here today, debuting the new scheme for our new EHP team. Coming out next year, Edwards High Performance is going to be a great year for several of our drivers.
All right, and Austin, before I let you go, who do you got to thank for sponsors and crew on that car?
Oh, well, I got to thank all the guys on my team already for next year. These guys have been super supportive. Getting practice laps in with them has been a big help. Always the guys at Track Time Entertainment giving me the best equipment I need to stay up front in these races. And, of course, the guys at JR Button Boxes and Graphic Designs for keeping me looking fresh on the racetrack, just like you guys saw here today.
All right, well, that was your winner of the heat race, Austin Edwards. Thank you, Austin. Look forward to watching Austin race tomorrow. And Doug, I believe you are now down on pit road with the third-place finisher after the disqualification, Connor Rockwood.
Hey, Connor, first off, congratulations. Obviously, it looked at points like you should have probably been a little bit further up. You got shuffled a couple times, but, man, you had some good moves out there. We've seen a couple of good moves in your previous runs here. Were you a bit more aggressive tonight than you had been previously? Hey, Connor, you got us? I think Connor might be having some technical difficulties.
Well, that's okay. We'll just move him back then, and unfortunately we will not get word in there with Connor Rockwood. Oh, but Doug, that pretty much wraps up prelim number 8, and that was pretty crazy there. We saw Chase Johnson kind of get awfully aggressive, and at times it led to a couple wrecks. But all in all, 12 more cars move on to the heats tomorrow.
Yeah, fortunately, everybody he got into is still in, so I guess he could try. But definitely, that disqualification is going to hurt him in the long run. Hopefully he'll be a little bit more patient in the over the next couple of nights. But time will tell. Regardless, that was probably one of the wilder ones we've had so far, and definitely non-stop excitement. In the interim, between this one and the next one, you guys can go register at xcalracing.com, and we'll be playing the XCAL All-Star event from here earlier this season.
All right, well, my friend, thank you for tuning in. My name is PDJ Zeller. Alongside me, Doug Burns. We are going to take a little bit of break here, then we'll be back for the final prelim number 9 in just an hour's time. We'll see you then, my friend.
The green flag's in the air, they're down and away, and Rondoletto got Jalbert sleeping a little bit, but Jalbert with a nice head of steam.
They stay even as they head into turns number 1 and 2. Looks like Rondeletto was a little bit late on that restart. Both of them, according to the iRacing replay flag we have on the screen. Turpin, meanwhile, changes lanes. He goes from high to low. He's got the room. He's up to third. They're a little bit loose in that battle for the race lead. I think Rondeletto washed up the track just a little bit. And look who else you got in the picture. JB Smooth, Jonathan Schwartz. The leaders make contact. They're banging quarter panels into turn 3, Pete.
Yeah, Schwartz says, peace out, Girl Scouts. Schwartz to the top spot as they're coming to 2 laps to go in segment number 2. And JB Smooth, in typical JB Smooth fashion, we haven't said his name all night. The money's on the line, and it's showtime for the driver of the 0-1. However, he's going to have to try to hold off a pack of hungry hounds for 2 laps.
2 laps to go here in stage number 2. 3 by 3, nearly a 4-wide situation. Yes, it is. Send it on in. That's Aiden McConaughey looking for second as Edwards all the way up to the attic of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. Very dicey for the race lead. Matt Bear in the equation right now. But still, down the back straightaway, it's Jonathan Schwartz down to the lead with a battle for second behind him.
McConaughey was barely holding it through 2. He was almost completely sideways on the bottom. It looked like he clipped the apron as John Schwartz is now having to make that car 2 and 3 wide. But McConaughey struggling. He went backwards, and now the Schwartz is with him.
Schwartz, you need to get block that high line. He does. He blocks Jalbert, gives him a shove. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Matthew Bair drops off.
Like the move there by John Schwartz to change lanes, but it's now 3 wide for second. Here comes Luke Turpin down to the bottom. Lost a chance at $50 in segment 1. He wants $100, but now Jalbert wants to win stages 1 and 2. He's loose off the corner. They're side by side for the lead. Rondeletto wants a chance at a Petey take us home in stage 2.
Schwartz on the Superman. Jalbert's high side. They make contact. They spin. They're still 4 wide. Here they come up the corner. Superman. Can Schwartz get back to him? Schwartz have a chance. Off the corner. Edwards shoves Schwartz up the hill. Who's it? Edwards takes the $100 by about a...
Oh, they're wrecking nearly in turn 1.
They all hang on. Everyone saves it. And Austin Edwards, just with a daring move. There wasn't a hole, Marty. He just shoved the 01 out of the way and said, I want it.
It was a carbon copy, pretty much, of the open finish, but they were 5 wide to the end. The best finish to a segment we've had, no doubt about it, and Austin Edwards got it done. The margin .028 over Luke Turpin. Doug, I don't know how Edwards did it.
I'm rewatching it because I still don't know how he did it there. I don't know how he had the momentum. I think the 3 guys that were on the bottom, it's so crazy to say that they were 5 wide there. The 3 guys on the bottom were all so busy pinching each other down there that it just allowed him to, they all lost a little momentum. He managed to pick it up, and there they went. He got up there and got that stage win. Congratulations to him. That was 5 wide. Wow.
Absolutely absurd.
That was epic. And Marty, I believe you're now caught up with the winner of stage number 2, Austin Edwards.
Austin Edwards, the mic is yours. How the hell did you win that stage, my man?
I'm still trying to figure it out. My heart's sitting here racing. I was probably 7th or 8th place going down the back straightaway, and then Jalbert and Schwartz had a little rough up going into the 3, and there was just an opportunity. And to be honest, I do feel a little bad. I did have to give John Schwartz a little bit of door out of turn 4 to get to the outside of Turpin and take it home. But man, that was a chaotic last lap right there. Take up the $100.
Yeah. Second question: what you gonna do with that $100?
Well, I did buy myself a $600 Ford Ranger from 1988 about a month ago, and it needs some serious help. So I'm probably going to put it into some sort of fuel pump or gasket set, or something that'll just keep it running.
So now you move to last for stage 3. What's the game plan now? Hang out in the back until 10 laps to go, or do you move all the way up to the front early on?
It depends on what the packs do. Obviously, in that last run, the pack's kind of separated in the beginning of the run, and if one pack loses the front pack's draft, you're just never going to catch it back up. So if everyone stays bunched up, I'll stay back and be patient, but I prefer to be midfield, hopefully in a safe place once we get going here. So
yeah, Edwards, good luck the rest of the way, man.
All right, thank you.
Austin Edwards, your segment 2 winner. Everyone coming down pit road, and this should. Sorry about that. Was hearing Tyler McRae's radio, and he was freaking out at someone for some reason. I don't know what it was, but my goodness, Petey, stage number 3 is about to go down.
Yes, it is, and we actually have a couple cars here that are going to be getting wave arounds. One of them, Kenny Tripp's going to get back onto the lead lap, and Jordan Babinger, with his wave around, he's going to get back to just 2 laps down. So if we saw maybe if there's 2 cautions in the last stage, Babinger's not out of it. That car still is pretty well intact. So we have 18 cars on the lead lap, and then Babinger, with some help, could get back up there. But still, 18 cars left to duel. Here are the 18 names that you're going to need to know. The 18 guys left in the fight for them. So you have Austin Edwards, who won stage number 2. Then you have the Tuna Fish, Jeff Edgar, winner of the Open. You have Tyler McRae in the 99, still alive. Genghis, Alex Gangler, Octavio Rondoletto, the 06 of Big John Friley, the 19 of Matthew Bear, the 04 of the Weapon, Tyler Jalbert, stage 1 winner, the 57 of Chase Johnson, the 01 of John Schwartz, the 22 of Sean Patrick. You have Pat Sullivan still is in this. Blake Wynn is still in this as well. Aiden McConaughey still alive and well in this thing. Tyler Batchelder, Brandon Varney, Luke Turpin, and Kenny Tripp are the guys we have left to duel for the butt kicker.
It's going to be absolutely crazy, Doug, and a bunch of names we have not talked about yet today. They've stayed quiet. They're outside of the top 6, and now they've got a chance to be out front for the final 25, or final 20, I should say.
Yeah, that it was a little surprising. We suddenly saw John Schwartz come shooting up the middle there. He got up to the lead briefly and thought he was going to pull that one off from about 5th or 6th the lap before. Several new names up at the front, though. Gangler, Friley, Matt Bear. Patrick Sullivan's been in and out of the top 10 all night. And Cole Patrick, he was in the top 10 early in the first stage, but really wasn't a factor in the second stage. And now here he is. I guess he wants a butt kicker tonight, too.
Apparently so, as we are very excited to see how this one's going to end up playing out in the finish. Car to watch out for, though. The guy starting in first right now, the Tuna Fish, Jeff Edgar. He won the Open by hanging out back all day and making some daring moves at the end to win that thing. We haven't said his name this entire race, but there that car is in pristine shape without a scratch on it. Keep an eye on the 05. I don't think he's going to stay up here and lead, but if he just lingers around back in the top 10 somewhere, don't be surprised if he brings that same strategy from the Open to the All-Star.
I'll tell you this. Tyler McRae is actually, I'm listening to Will Petey right now. He's actually reading some funny messages here, Petey. Petey, take us through the starting lineup here as we go back to green.
Yeah, here's the starting order. Jeff Edgar will be in first, Tyler McRae in second, Genghis Alex Gangler will be in third. Fourth is going to be John Friley. Fifth will be Matthew Bear. Sixth will be Pat Sullivan. Seventh will be Sean Patrick. Eighth will be Brandon Varney. Ninth will be John Schwartz. And rounding out the top 10 will be the 04, the Weapon, Tyler Jalbert.
11th spot will be Aiden McConaughey. 12th, Octavio Rondoletto. 13th, Luke Turpin. 14th, Austin Edwards. 15th, Chase Johnson. 16th is Tyler Batchelder. And this is going to be a fun battle in stage number 3. I believe we've got 16 drivers, maybe 17 drivers that are on the lead lap and could have a chance to win it here. I thought we had half the field already taken out, but no, we have not. It's just been an absolutely crazy race, Doug. Final thoughts before we go back to green.
Well, you mentioned 17 cars on the lead lap. You've got a half dozen or so still one or more laps down, but the way things have been going in these, some of these guys could be back in play. If a caution comes in, they get waved back around. We could have a few more cars out here. I think things are about to get really heated up. A lot of the guys want that butt kicker, and they're going to go out there and give it their all. I think we have actually probably seen the last of the tame racing. I think it's going to be full send from the green flag all the way around.
I have to interrupt real quick, so that's got some wonderful information. So apparently in Discord, if you hover your mouse over a channel, you can see what's happening in that channel. And I can tell you that right now, Tyler Jailbert is listening to a bunch of 80s rock and Spotify while he's out there in the car right now. So if anyone was curious what goes through the weapons helmet while he races, right now I just heard him listening to Real Gone from the Car soundtrack, and now he's on to Ride It by Regard.
Ding, ding, ding. Jeff Edgar, your race leader, his sponsor, Tri-E Inc., building walk-in coolers and freezers for grocery stores and big box stores in the southeastern United States, covering a geographical area from Florida to Texas to Virginia. They are an excellent source for installation, repair, and maintenance. Contact them at tryeinc@gmail.com. So the reason why the caution was extended is because Blake Wynn just had to catch up with the pack. I believe he got an EOL penalty and then pitted late in the going just so he could remain in the back of the field. So, here we go to go back to the green flag. McRae and Edgar, row one. They fire off the green flag, and McRae cannot pass the leader. Row two, Alex Gingler and John Friley in the picture. Row three, Matt Bear, Patrick Sullivan. Row four, Sean Patrick, Jonathan Schwartz. Row five, it's Brandon Varney and Tyler Batchelder. Here we go. Barney the flagman, ready to wave the green. And it's 19 laps to go in stage 3. Who's going to win a butt kicker?
Wow, great start on the outside for Tyler McRae. That outside lane was moving. Genghis got right up on his bumper and gave him the momentum he needed. It's going to be McRae with the advantage at start-finish line. Here comes Edgar, though, back on the inside. He has some good help on the inside from that 82 car of Gangler. That's actually Friley on the outside in the 4th position. And Gangler now peeks to the inside of the tuna fish. Gangler trying to take that position away. It's going to be 3 abreast now as McRae makes it 3 wide. They're wasting no time, Marty.
E-Money looking on the outside of Big John Frawley and Genghis Khan on the bottom with Matt Bear behind him. It's 3 wide for second, but McRae looking for the lead. Patrick Sullivan in the picture as well. Off of turn 4, nearly 3 wide with John Frawley in the middle. And it's single file amongst the top 2. Now Matt Bear below the white line. Slingshot against, McRae gets turned. McRae's upside down. Car's upside down. That's John Frawley. Yellow lights are on once again. Schwartz gets a piece of it. Same with Kendrick Pryor in the aftermath. Blake Wynn into the outside wall. 5 cars involved, but Tyler McRae barrel rolling in the infield grass. Doug, what happened?
It looked like McRae thought he had a little more room below him than he actually did. He started to move down, caught the car to the inside. We'll take a look at it from a different angle, but the first shot of it, it just looked like he came down looking for some room that wasn't there, and the car to the inside had just slid up a little bit, and he ends up barrel rolling through the infield.
Yeah, John Friley got a bad piece of that, too.
Yeah, it was a great job by a lot of these guys managing to avoid that, as he was completely sideways right in the middle of that pack, and only 2 or 3 cars really got a piece of it. So hopefully a lot of these guys will still be able to be out here.
Big storyline here. This will put Jordan Babinger back to just 1 lap down. Kenny Tripp will get back on the lead lap. Remember, Babinger was racing for the lead before he got laps down from damage. That car no longer has damage. He's gotten it entirely fixed. If Babinger gets back on the lead lap, that'd be huge.
That'd be big there. I gotta tell you, I'm watching Brandon Varney's on board. How close he got to the 06. I don't know how he missed that wreck with no damage at all. So update here, by the way. Tyler McRae given an EOL penalty. No surprise there. And let me tell you something once again. Jalbert and Soper are bringing out the boxing gloves right now. A lot of trash talking going on between the two in the Discord chat. Oh boy, keep them away from each other next week when we're at Michigan for a points race.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll have to see if those two will still carry it over from the All-Star race. They're definitely not too happy with each other right now. So Tyler McRae does get the EOL on that one, as I believe Marty mentioned. And now Kenny Tripp gets the wave around. 12 cars back on the lead lap, so we have 18 on the lead lap. Babinger gets wave around. He's going to be back just 1 lap down. Also getting a wave around Steven Rex. He's going to be 8 laps down. He's really not a factor. Babinger is really the only one that's still within striking distance of the lead lap that's not on it. At the time of caution, though, Matthew Bear was the leader. Alex Gangler was second. Edgar was third. And we're going to have a restart with about 15 laps to go. Now, some of these guys that have just been coming up through the field all day long, Doug, I want to bring you in for this. Some of the guys like Edwards and Turpin and them that have just been breaking their way through the field all day long, they've had an easy time because they've just been able to pass these guys that aren't trying to fight until the end. The problem is now guys like Matt Baer, Alex Gangler, Jeff Edgar, Sean Patrick, Pat Sullivan, now that they're up front, it's that last segment, they're not going to roll over this time. They're going to fight these guys, and it's probably going to be a lot more intense than we've seen all night.
Well, yeah, you look at a guy like Jeff Edgar. He has not been a factor really all night, and now he's up into third place after starting in 26th. And Aiden McConaughey, he's been just outside the top 10. Octavio Rondoletto's been back and forth. Luke Turpin. So these guys that have been up here, and they've been in the top 10, but they've been playing it kind of safe up until the end of the stages. They've got all these fast guys like Gilbert, Austin, Wynn, all these guys behind them that are going to come through. It is not going to be easy. These guys are not, they're obviously, nobody's playing it safe at this point. So I think you're going to see a lot more aggressive driving out of everybody, but I think some of these guys like Austin Edwards, like you said, they're going to have a heck of a time just trying to break into the top 10, much less get up there to the lead. And I think the only way it's going to happen is going to be below that white line or right up on the wall, and I think we're going to see a lot more bumping and banging.
So let's reset the field. PD just mentioned Tyler McRae, EOL, Kenny Tripp, Jordan Babinger, Steven Rex. Get waved around the pace car. Let's reset the field. Matt Baer, Alex Gangler in row 1. Row number 2, Jeff Edgar and Patrick Sullivan. Row 3, Sean Patrick and Brandon Varney. Row 4, it's Aiden McConaughey, Octavio Rondoletto. Row 5, Luke Turpin, Tyler Gelbert. Row number 6, it's Austin Edwards and Blake Wynn. Row 7, Chase Johnson, John Fraley. Row 8, Tyler Batchelder and Jonathan Schwartz. Pace truck pulling into pit road. Matt Baer, Alex Gangler, the front row. Drivers that were quiet in segments 1 and 2 with the chance to win a butt kicker game or two. We are back to green with 15 laps to go.
15 laps to go, and here we go. Nice jump on the inside. That outside lane with Genghis didn't really go. Already making a move is Pat Sullivan. He's thinking about going to the outside of Genghis, but Genghis gets a run. Tyler Jalbert already in a 3-wide situation with Octavio Rondoletto and Aiden McConaughey. Getting dicey so quick here. Genghis will recover now, and he's going to slide in the line behind Matt Baer. He now peeks to the outside. They're side by side for the lead, already 4 wide. This is getting tight. Octavio gets a hit. 2 cars go around. Sean Patrick wrecks hard into the inside wall. McConaughey saves it. No caution. Patrick's the only victim.
For the race lead, heating up. We're 3 wide. Matt Baer on the bottom. Patrick Sullivan up top. Alex Gangler is in the middle. The Oscar Mayer machines are trying to work together on the top side. Side by side off of turn 4. Rondoletto in the picture. Does he go 3 wide? Works with Genghis Khan, and it's Gangler at the stripe.
He does go 3 wide. He darts up the middle, and he's going to have help as now Brandon Varney tries to dart up the middle. 3 wide for the top spot. Genghis led last time by, and it is that 77 machine of Octavio Rondoletto. He's cruising that thing in the middle line, and he has the nose ahead. Here we go now. Varney, we didn't talk about him much in segment 2. He's showing his head again here in segment number 3 as Genghis on the high line with help from Pat Sullivan is making it exciting, and they are 3 by 3 by 3 right now as this is getting dicey.
It's tough to see which line has the advantage, but it could be the low line. Matt Baer, John Fraley, and Luke Turpin working all together. On the middle side, Octavio Rondoletto, Brandon Varney, Tyler Jalbert, Blake Wynn. Top side is Alex Gangler, Patrick Sullivan. Jalbert shifts up the top side. We are 4 wide for position number 4.
Yeah, those wiener cars are getting exciting. Here we go, 4 wide for up into the outside. Jalbert with a power move to the top spot. Him and Genghis gets tight. Genghis gets into his door. The weapon saves it. The weapon hangs on. Genghis is going to lose a little bit of ground there. They're now 2 wide for the lead, 3 wide for third. Great racing all around. Here comes Blake Wynn. Pinball throws his name back in the hat.
You know, it's worth noting that all 3 of those Wienermobiles, they were in an earlier wreck. To see them all, and they all took varying degrees of damage. One of them ended up on his lid, and yet all 3 of them are right back up here, and the 4th one is not far behind.
One driver, I believe, that was on his roof is Kenny Tripp, and he is in the back of the pack. We are 3 wide. We are 4 wide. We're nearly 5 wide for the lead, Petey.
But it's Genghis on the high side. Genghis clears Rondoletto. Genghis to the lead. Genghis with a nice move to get down in the line, and Alex Gangler gets loose. He gets loose on his own. Rondoletto dices back up. Oh, the weapon gets so loose, he saves it. Everyone misses them. They're 4 wide. They're all over the racetrack. They're 3 wide for second. It doesn't get better than this, Marty.
How the heck did everyone save it? I do not know. They keep them straight. Bear looks to the inside on Rondoletto. He's up to his door, down to the bottom of the racetrack. He has barely not much hope compared to Brandon Varney pushing Octavio Rondoletto. Coming to the stripe. It is an 11-lap shootout for a butt kick or 2. Contact for the race lead, and here comes Varney.
On the high side, Bear down low, Rondoletto in the sucker hole. They are dicey all over the place right now. There's still 14 cars within spitting distance right now. This is far from over. 11 laps to go in the All-Star race. These guys are going at it like there's 2 laps to go. It doesn't get any better than this. Doug Burns, how long do you think they can go without wrecking?
I'm surprised with the saves we saw just a few minutes ago. I just caught my breath. The weapon managed to save it. I thought when the weapon got sideways, it was over. These guys are 3 wide into the turns. The guys on the bottom keep getting loose, and I'm watching right now, waiting for it to happen again. It's only a matter of time before it does happen. We've got Matt Bear now down under the white line, trying to block the run from behind, and they're 3 wide. They're about to go 4 wide. They're 5 wide right back there in about the 3rd row.
To go to the parking lot, there's no way they can keep going like this. Turpin with 10 to go with a power move. He's now on the high side for the lead. It's Bear down low, Rondoletto in the middle, Turpin up top. They are 3 by 3, and then they're just a cluster behind them. It's a mess. There's still 14 guys dueling for the win as they come down into turn 3.
All under a hornet's nest as they are 3 wide into turn number 3. No giving up. All these drivers refusing to lose. We are 3 wide. We are 4 wide. Contact on the bottom. There they go. Sullivan and McConaughey. What a save by the 2 as they back out of the pack.
But they're going to be out of contention. They lost the draft. That's 2 that are going to drop, and John Schwartz in a dangerous situation. He needs to grab the draft or he'll be done as they go 3 wide into turn number 1. This is still oh so tight up front. They might still wreck. You got to remember that. But if they get to 5 to go, it's a race. It's official as they are 4 wide. Edwards, haven't said his name yet this segment. He throws his name back into the mix. He makes it 4 wide on that way high side. He's coming up front. He might make it 4 wide for the lead down into turn 3.
4 wide for the lead to turn 3. Petey with win, and Varney pushing the top 2. Near contact between Rondoletto and Bear. They're 4 wide for 3rd. That's 2 of the best dueling out for the race lead off of turn 4. It's getting very tight, very close, very anxious. It's going to be 8 laps to go here at the stripe.
They're still 4 wide.
Oh, go ahead, Doug.
No, they're still 4 wide. They are not given any room here. We saw Matt Bear and that whole group down there, the 4 cars down there on the bottom 2 rows, they were beating and banging each other down the front straightaway. Every single one of those cars made contact. They're still 4 wide through turns 1 and 2, and you can see the handling is starting to go away on some of these guys. They're just slipping and sliding everywhere.
Right now, these drivers are asking for a wreck as they go into turn 3. Look at the push by the weapon for Austin Edwards, the first place ace to the lead for right now. Nearly 5 wide for the lead in turn 4. They are duking at it here in Michigan. The crowd on their feet.
There's 12 drivers still in contention. Look at this, Marty. They are 4 wide. It's Edwards at the stripe that time by 5 wide. The weapon sticks his nose in there. They're going to sort it out for the time being. 7 laps to go. If they make it back around 2 more times, there won't be a caution in this thing. They are just casually driving 4 wide around the speedway right now. It is now Edwards versus Turpin for the top spot. The weapon's looking on. Rondoletto's looking on. And you know what I love about this, Marty? The guys 1 through 4th right now, those are truly the 4 best drivers in XCAL. We're watching duel for this win.
No question about it, Petey. Doug Burns, I'll bring you in here. Obviously, you want to be in this pack. But do you want to be in the front of the pack, or do you want to be actually hold that thought? We got trouble. Rondoletto lose. I want to save. Almost puts Matt there. They come to 6 laps to go.
Oh my God, Rondoletto, I do not know how he saved that. He was completely sideways, managed the transition down on, I don't know if the transition helped him or hurt him down onto the apron, but he saved it and stays in the lead draft. I imagine he's going to come back up. And to answer your question, I don't think it's safe anywhere in this lead pack. I don't think being up front's going to matter. You're still going to get bumped. In the back, you might get caught in it. It's just as they start to look 3 and 4 wide again for the in lead, it's 3 wide, and then they're 4 wide back behind them. I don't think there's anywhere safe on this track right now.
No question about it. You've got Edwards that clears Bear for the lead. Turpin and Bear, the Aaron Hillebush Racing teammates, battling for second position. Here they come to the line. Going to be 5 laps to go. The race is officially on. We're going 3 wide for the race lead. 5 laps left, 10 miles.
5 laps to go from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and it's anyone's all-star event. 12 of the best in iRacing, street stock racing set to duel it out, and there's a lap car in this pack 2 of Kendrick Pryor who could be a factor. They're dueling. They are 3 wide at times. 3 wide for the lead down the backstretch with 5 to go. Rondoletto looking for a hole to make it 4 wide. He says, never mind, Luke Turpin. I'll give Superman a shove down into turn 3.
This is anyone's race. And Tanderman on the bottom. Matt Bear, Blake Wynn in the middle. Luke Turpin and Octavio Rondoletto. Austin Edwards he left out to dry. Nowhere to go off of turn number 4. It's going to be 4 laps to go with the stripe. They are 3 wide for the 6th spot. As Bear and Turpin side by side for the race lead. 4 laps remain.
4 laps remain, and this is getting hairy. This is oh so tight right now. Turpin on the high side. He's fighting back. They're 4 wide behind him right now. Don't worry about that, though. It's all about the battle for the butt kicker gamer unit. It is Turpin now getting that side draft run off the 19 of Matt Bear. A lot of help from that 77 of Rondoletto. A little bit squirrely there off the corner. Too much of a shove. And Turpin with a little bit of a nose ahead. Here comes Edwards back in the 3rd line.
Car that lets the leaders go by. Patrick Sullivan, very respectful, a class act by the driver of the 16. Matt Bear about a car length lead over Luke Turpin with the push coming from Blake Wynn. It's going to be 3 laps to go this time by Jeff Edgar in the equation now in stage 3. We're 3 wide for 2nd spot, 3 laps remain.
It's worth go. This is oh so dicey. As here we go. Edwards gets a push. Doug, go ahead.
It's worth noting, no matter what happens from here, there will not be a caution. So these guys, they are driving, they are leaning and banging on each other all the way around the track. There is contact at every moment, and yet they're not letting up one bit. They know if they wreck, they are out. They're done. So these guys are going for it as Rondoletto jumps back to the lead, Petey.
Into turn.
Here comes the weapon now, Marty.
Petey, there's 3 wide into the corner. Matt Bear, Luke Turpin stuck in the middle. Rondoletto up top. Bear with a push from Wynn. Jumper in the middle. Edwards on the top side. Popsicle sticks up in the air. The teammates make contact off of turn 4. Oh my goodness, it is getting very dicey for the lead.
Popsicle sticks in the air. They are 3 abreast in the All-Star race. The best in the business set to duel. They touch. They get loose. They're 4 wide. This is getting really dicey. Genghis all by himself. The 4th line. Can he make it work up there? It's Genghis in the 4th line. He's starting to get that line to move. Here they come off the corner. They settle down to 2 wide. 1 car spins. That's Tyler Batchelder. He is out of the equation now. They are 3 wide down into turn 3 as they come towards the white flag, Marty.
Luke Turpin, Octavio Rondoletto of the top 5 have won this season. The rest of the 3 have yet to win an XCAL competition this season. Turpin moves jumping off the track, rolls reverse from Lanier, jumping around, getting over the wall. Here they come. White flag, 1 lap to go.
Lap to go. Rondoletto with a big side draft now on Matthew Bear. This is still anyone's race. Bear trying to hold on, looking for a hole there. Edgar, he is right there in the battle, just like the Open. Can he make the same move he made? The Open contender, Jeff Edgar, goes to the high side. They get loose around him. Edgar now up in that 3rd lane by himself. They come down the backstretch. They are 3 wide. They are 4 wide as here he comes up the middle. A car coming late into the equation. Here's the 454 of Luke Turpin down into turn 3, 4 abreast.
Turpin winning last week at Lanier. He wants a butt kicker. Matt Bear gets a butt kick from Blake Wynn. They're all off the track. They're all dicey back for possession. It's Blake Wynn versus Matt Bear. John Schwartz a little bit loose. They're all wrecking behind him. Here they come. Start finish line final time. Blake Wynn. Matt Bear. Blake Wynn.
It's Blake Wynn by 8 1/1000ths of a second. He beat Matthew Bear.
Is it safe to breathe again?
Oh my goodness.
wins the Butt Kicker Gamer 2 in the XCAL All-Star Race. What a finish between him and Bear Schwartz, third, Turpin fourth, and Barney comes home in fifth. Oh my goodness, I need to take a breather. Doug, I'm just going to have you take the replay and see what happened in turns 3 and 4 amongst the leaders that sent everyone sideways.
They are leaning on each other. It looked like the 77 just got a little bump and he drifted up, and that's when everything started. And then he came back up. He'd actually saved the car again, came back up and caught another car, and everybody just went sideways, trying to get several different angles on this one, as that was a bit wild. Looked like the 01 was pushing on the 7. The 01 hit the 77, and that's what started it. He was trying to give him a bump, and the 77 comes back up, collects the 420 and the 05 there.
Yeah, John Schwartz, I think if he could have made a move to the middle, he might have had a shot at that thing, but he tried to dice down low, and there was just really no momentum down there.
And here we go with prelim number 2 from Friday night. And enjoy. We'll be back live here in just a few moments. Just waiting for Pat Sullivan to get back to pit road, and then we will get gridded up and go racing prelim number 2. Make sure the iRacer in your life is aware of this battle, of this event. Let them get in here and get a shot at it. All right, prelim number 2 is going to see Pat Sullivan and Tal Etheridge on the front row. Ryan Soper and John Friley on the second row. Roger Pierce, Dave Mayberry on the third row. Kevin Roark and Jeff Edgar on the fourth row. Cooper Nash, Christopher McKeithen rounding out the top 10. Hudson Brown and Gary Clanton 11th and 12th, although I did not see them out on track, so I don't know if they are gridded, if they registered for it or not. Guess we'll just have to wait and see here in a moment. I believe there was either 10 or 12 cars registered for this prelim. Jeff Edgar had a rough first prelim, and we did see it, and it speaks to the setup and the skill of these drivers. Did see Jeff just getting bounced around and bouncing people around. They were leaning on each other, pushing each other out of the way, and still managed to keep the car going the right way. Great job by all the drivers in the first prelim to go caution-free, green to checkers. Could we see it again in prelim number 2? Prelim number 3 at 10 Eastern will be the biggest one of the night so far. And that promises to be even wilder as guys trying to race their way into the massive PETEY event Tuesday night. Or the feature, I should say. Pace Truck is going to lead them around for one lap as they stack back up. Jason Rome, go to xcalracing.com and get registered. And do it quickly. You can get in on the 10 Eastern prelim tonight. Come represent BRR, and I don't think you can pull a Rome in a street stock. Could be wrong. Just saying. All right, Pat Sullivan, Tal Etheridge on the front row. Will they still be there after lap 1? And who's going to come home with the win in prelim number 2? Drop your prediction. Let us know who you think is going to pull off the win. Let us know who you're cheering for. Pace truck is in. Green flag is in the air. They're down and away for prelim number 2. And it looks like we had a couple of drivers that did not grid. There was 10 registered for this one, 8 on track. We'll have to wait and see if some guys come rolling off pit road here in a moment. Pretty tame. The first race was pretty tame for about 15 laps. A lot of back and forth, a lot of give and take, I should say. Tame is probably not the right word, considering some of the insanity we saw. But a lot of give and take the first 10 to 15 laps. Not very much the second, as it looks like Roger Pierce pushed up a little bit in the middle of 3 and 4 as he's trying to come up to speed. And Pud getting way loose off turn 4. Meanwhile, Tal Etheridge is getting some help from John Friley up top. And look at this. Patrick Sullivan is all alone. Everybody jumps to the high side. Tal drops down to the bottom trying to get the draft, get any push, any help he can. He might be about to get freight trained now that Friley's got the front of the outside line. Down the back straightaway, almost 3 wide. Pud's already looking a little bit racy up there. Matt Burr saying Pat Sullivan is going to lead this one, or win this one. And look at the lean. Pat Sullivan just leaning down on Tal. The Pistol Pud up top looking to make it 4 wide. He's got some help now as the leaders are 3 wide off the turn. We did say there was a practice, one of the practice events earlier today. They went 5 laps 4 wide. So I would not be the least bit surprised to see it happen again. Pat gets a run, but Tal gets a better one. John Friley falls back in line, and here comes Jeff Edgar again. Pat Sullivan leading Tal all the way down to the apron, getting any advantage he can here, trying to get back to the lead. And are they going to, I think they're going to make it 3 wide again, cutting off turn 2. Remember 2 laps ago when I said they'd probably take it easy and be a little careful at first few laps? Yeah, I was wrong. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Again, Pud looking up top. It's 4 wide as they go off into 4. Pud gets out of it a little bit when he sees Friley get a little bit loose, but Tal and Pat Sullivan just leaning on each other. Down the front straightaway, I think these guys have been full send since the green, and they're not going to stop no matter what. These races, Pistol Pud does tend to like to run that way high line, but now he's moving back down into the middle, trying to get the nose in on Friley. Go up the middle here. Pat Sullivan back to the lead, but now John Friley up on the high side, Tal down on the bottom. And Jeff Edgar goes with Pat Sullivan. He could have gone to either lane on that deal, but stays up with Pat. Look at that. They're door banging every time they come off of turn 4. If this comes down to a last lap thing, you have to wonder just how hard they are going to ram into each other. And now they're 3 wide off into 1. I thought for a second there that the 99 had a run, and it looked like they might even try and go 5 wide already. We're only 5 laps into this. We're seeing guys leaning on each other, door banging, bump drafting, the whole 9 yards. Pat Sullivan's getting a little bit of help from Roger Pierce right now. Had a little bump draft help down the back straightaway. He's going to pull right back up to the back bumper. Now up to the high side goes Roger Pierce. Oh, look at this. 4 wide on the front stretch into turn 1. John Friley in the middle with Pat Sullivan. Tal pulls ahead. Oh, they get together. What a save. Roger Pierce, sir, that was an amazing, amazing save, buddy. Wow. Pat Sullivan gets a nose back out ahead of Tal. He is back to the lead for the moment. And look at this. Already, Roger Pierce is starting to close back up. Oh, my. Pud moves up to the top lane, trying to find a fast way around, trying to get his way to the lead. Pierce giving him a little bit of a push down the front straightaway. There is no room for error here tonight. And just, oh, wow, Tal just drifts up just a little bit. Looked like the tail ink tried to kick out on him. He saves it, but Pat had to jump really high, loses a little momentum. He's now got to push from John Friley, but Tal's got to push from the 99 of Kevin Roark. And Pud keeps changing lane every single lap, just trying to find some advantage. He hasn't found the run yet, but look at Pierce. He's going to make it 3 wide up top. Now Pud's moving up to the middle. Meanwhile, right behind him, Jeff Edgar and Dave Mayberry just kind of hanging out for the moment. We saw some guys do this in the previous prelim race. They just hung out at the back, stayed in the draft, but had a lot of room to maneuver in case of a mistake. Probably a wise move. Early on, there we go. The 06 gets into the 4. And the 4 is sideways, the 8 sideways. Everybody trying to wreck. Did everybody make it through that? Holy cow. Everybody survived. I don't know how they pulled that one off. Let's see if we can see just a little bit more of what we missed there. There goes Pierce, gets a tap from Friley. He taps the 8 of Tal. He drifts up and gets into Pud. Still manages to keep it going the right way. Great save by all the drivers there. Pat Sullivan now in the lead. He's got Kevin Roark with him. Ryan Soper in third. Just a note, if you see a guy named Roark and he's got a cooler, I'd stay away from it. Ryan Soper now up to third. Jeff Edgar is leading all the cars that recovered and managed to save it. Tal Etheridge has lost a lot of ground suddenly. Look, he had saved it, but looks like in the process he just lost too much momentum. Let's see if we can get a look at Tal's situation. Yeah, he was down in the grass, managed to hang on to it, but just lost so much momentum. Still an amazing save by the 8 car. Meanwhile, the other 7 drivers in the field have pulled back up. Jeff Edgar led that second pack back up. Jason Rome, I can tell you from the first prelim, bottom line better on corner entry, top line better on corner exit. And ironically and weirdly, middle line better on the front stretch. Soper looking for the lead for the first time tonight. Actually, the first time in any XCAL competition in a couple of months. Great job, bud. Now he is going to drift back Pat Sullivan to the lead. And here comes Jeff Edgar. He's got John Friley working with him again. A repeat of the first prelim race, those two working together. Oh, now Jeff Edgar's going to leave him up there all alone, hop down and help Pat Sullivan. Can Friley take advantage of having the clean air and having a little bit of help behind? Back behind there, 3 wide for 5th place or for 4th place right now. And look at this move by Pat Sullivan. He just drives it down onto the apron. He's got a bit of a run on Edgar, though. Is Edgar going to let him back up on the track? He moves up half a lane. Just enough room for Pat Sullivan to get back up there. Wow. Just wow. All right, Pat Sullivan now has a little bit of help. Roger Pierce right there with him. Roger, one of the fastest cars in practice. Friley trying to hold him down. Pat Sullivan still up in the lead. Friley up top has help from Soper. That bottom line currently has 3. Oh, look at this. They're gonna go 4 wide. Pud looks outside, can't get there. Friley shuts down the run, and now he's gonna push Friley down the back straightaway. Now he drops down to the bottom. Ryan Pistol Pud Soper is going for the lead. Can he lead a lap? No points on the line, but a lot of pride. And at the line, it is Friley that time by, but Roger Pierce starting to close in on that bottom line. He's going to have a little bit more help. Jeff Edgar lurking back here. We've seen Jeff Edgar in both prelims. He has dropped back a little bit. He'll build up the run, getting to the tail edge of the draft, and then get on the gas and start charging forward. And it looks like that's what Edgar is doing right now. Friley and Soper out of turn 4, down the front straightaway. And Soper jumps to the high side. He's going to let Pierce, almost gets a tap from Friley here. Pierce down to the bottom. Pierce has help. And I have no idea who led that lap. I think it was Pierce. But I would not bet the farm on it. Down the back straightaway. And they're going to be 3 wide into turn 3. It's getting a little sketchy back here. Here comes Pat Sullivan straight up the middle. And Roger Pierce gets right to, oh my goodness. He caught a little bit of the apron there. And I think he got a little bit of Soper's back bumper. Patrick Sullivan, though, back to the lead. Yep. Friley up top, very little help. Dave Mayberry been hanging out. Look at that move by Pierce. Pierce is really sending it out here. But Friley gets down to the middle. Sullivan on the bottom. They're getting really racy as they come to 7 laps to go. Pat Sullivan currently in the lead, but that top line is building momentum. Pudge just moved up the track a little, got out of the draft line, and lost the momentum they had just started building. Oh, the 99 got a little bit loose. Kevin Rourke. Gerald Poole saying the side draft is huge in the middle of this pack. If you're coming up the middle line, that has played out a couple of times here tonight. And it played out in the All-Star race. Look out, Jeff. And it played out in the points race here as well. That side draft and using that middle line, if you use it right, you're going forward. Jeff Edgar just did. He's going to the lead. 6 to go. Man, as close as we got to caution early in the race, the pack breaks up. They get back together. The fact that we have gone 2 races that have been this close so far and have not had a caution yet is truly impressive. Tal Etheridge, he is back in 8th place. He was the only driver to lose the lead pack. Staying in it, hoping for a caution to get back into contention. He is, though, going to qualify for the heat on Monday. However, as we get 5 to go, I can tell you, we'll see if we can get an update between the races, but I can tell you that between the first 2 races, a lot of 4 wide down into turn 1. A lot more people signed up between race 1 and race 2. If you want a spot and a chance at $2,500, go sign up. Down the front straightaway. Or the back straightaway, excuse me. I just went completely blank there. Jeff Edgar back to the lead. It is 3 wide right behind him. They're coming to 4 to go. Jeff Edgar moves up to block the run on the middle line. Pat Sullivan might have a run here. Soper drops down in between it. Soper's going to the bottom. They're 4 wide down the front stretch. Soper trying to come back up. Patrick Sullivan's pulling the same trick on him, not letting him back up. He finally clears him. Soper to the lead. You're exactly right. Oh, there we go! Possibly our first caution of the night as puck goes around. No caution yet. We are staying green. Jeff Edgar moves up, and there is Pierce, who has a run and has managed to get right alongside of him, but the field is split just a little bit for the moment. Let's take a quick look at Pud's accident. And it looks like Pat Sullivan just tried to move back down, gets into his left rear quarter panel. Take one more look at it from a slightly different angle here. I think Pud might have been trying to move up to block as Pat tried to come down. Pat almost got spun from behind as well. And look at this now. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Tried to make it 4 wide. Thankfully, everybody keeps them going the right way. They're coming to 2 to go. Pierce gets way loose off of turn 4. Deep breath, boys. Hold on to him. John Friley drops down to the bottom. Now, all y'all out there watching this, you know you want to get in on this. Go to xcalracing.com, sign up. You still got time to get into the 10 Eastern race tonight. Jeff Edgar currently in the lead, not for long though. Here comes John Friley on the bottom, about to get the white flag. And for the first time the whole night, Dave Mayberry is in the top 3. He had hung out back, avoided the incident, stayed out of trouble. Now he is looking for the win. He jumps up in front of Pierce. White flag in the air. Are they going to go 4 wide? They do not yet, but look at Pierce. He is looking for some momentum. He is looking for a line. He is looking for a hole that'll send him to the front. Pierce on the back bumper, pushing Edgar down the back straightaway. Friley on the bottom, alone. Mayberry up top, also alone. Into turn 3, Edgar drifts up. He has the... loses some momentum. Pierce right back to the bumper. Pierce just gets into the back bumper just a little bit, but it's enough to unsettle. They're going to come across the line crashing. Edgar wins. Pierce comes across sideways in second. Dave Mayberry comes across in third. John Friley finishes 4th. Kevin Rourke finishes 5th. Pat Sullivan is 6th. Tal Etheridge is 7th. And Pud Soper is 8th. Let's take a look at what happened at the line. Nope. Let's try a different one. There we go. They come off into turn 3. Friley on the bottom. Edgar in the middle. Pierce just gets into him, trying to push him, but it loosens him up enough. He moves up the middle. Pierce finds the hole. Edgar's trying to come down. Pierce is still right there, and Edgar yeets him off the track. All right, that was the end of prelim number 2. We're going to start playing the replay of prelim number 3 for just a few minutes while we get ready for the live prelims to begin again here in just a few moments. Stick around, don't go anywhere. Hit the like button, hit the share button, and enjoy some of the race from Friday night. All right. The lineup will be Andrew Rutherford and Matt Eddy on the front row, Jeff Edgar, Brett Edgar on the second row, Derek Colson, Connor Rockwood have the third row. Alex Crapser, Daryl Dillon have the fourth row. Kenny Tripp and John Friley round out the top 10. Josh Doobie and Jonathan Bronson starting 11th and 12th. And a lot of these drivers won't be in the field tonight, but like I said, I know Matt Baer is going to be in there. Alfred Vasseur, Jeremiah Burke, Christopher Miller, Isaac Salas, Butch Baker, both of them working hard to get into the field tonight. Those are names you'll recognize from a lot of dirt races we broadcast here. This is going to be a good one. Looks like 17 cars have taken the grid. And just think, you'll see a lot of excitement out of this one. Wait till you see all 42 cars take to the track on Tuesday. Gerald Poole spotting for Alex Crapser, Go Team J&S, and Matt Baer, of course. Oops, bubble. Yeah, I know I don't do it nearly as well as Matt Baer does. All right, one lap to get everybody formed up. Then they're going to go green. 25 laps, 14 cars will advance. Three of the drivers starting here will not make it into the heat. Off turn 4, the pace truck will drop in. They will go on the green flag. Barney the flagman has it in hand, getting ready to go. Pace truck is in. Green flag is in the air. They're down and away at Michigan. And already the Edgars are starting to push. Brett Edgar looked like he got an amazing restart, but the car in front of him just didn't. He got kind of stalled behind him. Jeff already in second, hopping up to the high line, looking for the lead. They'll be nice and decent for most of this first lap, and then, yeah, it's going to be go time. Especially with so many cars in the field here. Off into turn number 3. Everybody still, for the most part, too wide. A lot of movement mid-pack. A lot of guys just trying to get the car to settle in. It's getting a little sketchy. Alex Krapser was wiggling around, had a car right up under the back bumper. And it looks like Brett Edgar is dropping back intentionally, trying to stay out of trouble, while up front they're going to go 3 wide. Jeff Edgar to the lead. They're 3 wide behind him. He's got Connor Rockwood right behind him. Oh, we've got a crash on the back straightaway. Looks like Jonathan Bronson got caught in it with Jeremiah Burke. Well, what's happening with Edgar? He just drifts up and lets everybody, they're 4 wide on the front stretch. And, oh, they're going to try it even more 4 wide. 4 wide down the front straightaway. Looks like Rockwood backs out of it. He does not want to go off into turn 1, 4 wide. All right, let's see what happened with Jeremiah Burke and Jonathan Bronson. Oh, they just get together. The 753 just gets into that. Jeremiah Burke, it looked like Bronson might have came down just a little bit, and they got turned. 3 wide at the front. Rockwood is really moving around up there at the front. And here comes Krapser. He continues working his way forward, trying to close up on the leaders. Down through 1 and 2, there's still 2 and 3 wide everywhere. Multiple lines you can run on this track with these cars. So you'll see a lot of different ways of getting around, trying to make up as much ground as you possibly can. As John Friley is sideways through 3 and 4. Andrew Rutherford pushing him to the lead. Now he's going to look down to the bottom. Nope. Probably not the best way to bump draft. Rockwood up high is scored as the leader at the line. Down into turn 1, still 3 wide. Seeing a lot more aggression in this race than we saw in the first 2. That does not, this much aggression this early does not bode well for later in the race. Rockwood still in the lead. Josh Doobie being scored in second. Are they going to go 4 wide here? Not yet. Now we have seen 5 wide at this track in these cars before. I kind of expect to see a lot of that come Tuesday night. Rockwood's getting a huge push from the 88. That is Matt Eddy. Huge push down the front straightaway. The middle line, we talked about it earlier in the race, or earlier in the night, excuse me, that middle line, if it's right, you can get a lot of side draft and pick up a lot of spots, but They have no help on the middle line right now. The outside line is staying away. The inside line is staying low. No side draft to be had. The 42 moving around, trying to find some air. And a lot of close racing, and these guys, we mentioned it earlier, these cars are never really settled. The suspension is soft enough that they wobble around, they bounce over the bumps. This is the legacy version of Michigan, so it is bumpy and rough. Josh Doobie moving up into the lead. Rockwood battling back up on the high side. Doobie, now all three lines are starting to fully form. The middle line falls apart going into 3. Friley almost gets into a bit of trouble, and here comes Kenny Tripp out of nowhere. Snuck his way through the field up the middle line. And Kenny Tripp leads that lap. Josh Doobie there on the bottom, moving up a little bit, trying to get some draft off of Kenny Tripp. Kenny Tripp had the fastest lap of the race last time by. Josh Doobie in second, Connor Rockwood in third. Now they're going to try to swap places again. And it is chaos. These guys are not sitting still. We're seeing position swap, line swap every single turn. Kenny Tripp's got the nose out front again. Alex Crapser in the 29 has stayed there at the bottom. Right behind Derek Colson pretty much the entire race. Staying down low, playing it safe. And it is starting to get the middle line starting to form back up at the front. They're 4 wide into 3. That top line is going backwards. The 36 of Connor Rockwood might have gotten the wall. The 88 of Matt Eddy helping him get back up to speed. It looked like he got held up just a little bit too. They slide down. Looking back through the field, Jonathan Bronson back in 17th. Jeremiah Burke in 16th. Jeff Edgar currently in 15th. And those 3, as of right now, would be eliminated. Matt Bear is 14th. Brett Edgar 13th. Daryl Dillon in 12th. 11th is Alex Crapser. And Butch Baker in 10th. Isaac Salas has made his way from the back of the field. Did not qualify. Up to the front. That is Isaac up there in the Bandit car. I am totally confused by that comment. Isaac Salas has taken the lead. And it is 4 wide down the back straightaway, up at the front again. John Friley works his way back to the lead. Gets it back down to 3 wide. But as soon as you clear the draft, those cars pick up so much air, it feels like they stall for a moment. 3 wide at the front. In the previous couple races, it was 2 wide up front for the first 10 laps or so. These guys have been 3 wide since the start, 4 wide a few times. Did have a practice session today. One of the practice sessions earlier today, They were 4 wide for over 5 laps before somebody made a mistake. That tells you what it's going to be like in the coming nights of racing. Kenny Tripp making his way back to the lead. Friley in second, Doobie in third, Rockwood in fourth. Fifth is Isaac Salas. Where's the Isaac Salas fan club at tonight? And where is Isaac's partner in crime? Let's see if we can find him. Butch Baker. There's Butch in the 97. Looks like he's playing it fairly safe up top, keeping a gap between himself and the other cars. Currently running in 10th. John Friley out front. Isaac Salas, though, up on the high side. He's got some help. The 88 is way up high. Matt Eddy was almost in the wall through 3 and 4. Oh, it's getting dicey. A lot of cars leaning on each other. Isaac gets pushed up. They're 4 wide into turn 1. Isaac backs out just enough to let it go back to 3 wide. Wow. 12 laps to go, and these guys are really starting to send it. Josh Doobie's trying to make a move up the middle. John Friley still up in the lead. Andrew Rutherford drops down to the bottom for the lead. Connor Rockwood up top with the 88 of Matt Eddy pushing him. These two have worked together great. They keep getting up to the front. And they got some great teamwork going on right now. Lose a little momentum out of turn 4, though. They're going to have to get down a little bit lower. And Rockwood gets a little squirrely as Matt Eddy tries to bump draft him through the turn. Kenny Tripp is dropping back. He has dropped all the way to the apron and dropped back. Currently in 13th. Both of the Edgars, Brett and Jeff, now 14th and 15th. Both have already qualified. Both will be in the heats on Monday night. Three wide down the front straightaway. Ten laps to go, and we saw it start getting a little bit sketchier in the first 2 prelim races earlier tonight. It started getting a lot sketchier, a lot racier right about now. They have already been pushing these cars. They've already been leaning on each other. They've already been battling like it's the last lap since the first lap. Isaac Salas is trying to make his way back to the lead. He's got the pushing John Friley. Josh Doobie on the bottom trying to push Andrew Rutherford. Connor Rockwood up top. Help from Matt Eddy. And look at this. Everybody's going everywhere trying to get anything they can. Connor Rockwood is working the mirror hard here. Trying to keep John Friley back there. We've seen John push a bunch of cars forward. They're 4 wide at the line. Isaac backs out. Down into 1 and 2, just 3 wide, no biggie. No, they're going to try and make it 4 wide again here. And it looks like Kenny Tripp is starting to work his way back forward after dropping back in the field. He's back up to 10th. No, he's dropping back again. Have to wonder what's going on with Tripp. Wait a minute. Kenny Tripp now back here with the Edgars. He'll have Brett Edgar and Jeff Edgar right there with him. Could this been a strategy move? Matt Bear in the mix as well. The front of the pack is 3 and 4 wide at any given time. These guys right behind him could easily start pulling forward just because the lead pack is punching such a big hole in the air. It is Rockwood to the lead. Friley giving him a hand. Rockwood dropping down to the bottom. The first two are single file and then 2 rows of 3 wide. And look at this bump draft, a 3-car bump drafting train. You know what's interesting? There's a couple of drivers back there, Derek Colson, Alex Crapser, that have just held the bottom line, have not pushed the car, have not tried to battle, have not tried to advance. They are all in a position that would get them into the heats on Monday night. Oh, we've got a 3-car wreck, up in the wall caution for the first time tonight. Let's take a different angle at this because I believe Matt Eddy was involved in that one. There they go. They tried to make it 5 wide. The 36, the 97 of Butch Baker caught. The 88 of Matt Eddy caught. And Connor Rockwood, who had been up front most of the night, now heavily damaged. That does allow the guys involved in that first incident. Jonathan Bronson gets to catch back up. Jeremiah Burke gets to catch back up as well. It looked like both of those drivers were out of contention for advancement, but now they have an opportunity again. And
good evening, my friend, and welcome here to preliminary race number 9, the final prelim before we hit day number 4. The last race of day number 3 is prelim number 9 that we're getting ready to do here for the massive WAL PD 200. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of this weekend's events and the vice president of XCAL Racing, and alongside me in the booth tonight will be Doug Burns, the color commentator here, and the man pushing all the buttons, making the cameras happen, the man himself over How to Suck at iRacing. And Doug, we've already had 3 days of massive WAL PD epicness, and we're about to wrap it up with this final prelim, and then we're on to day 4, the heats, where the men really separate from the boys.
yeah, it's about to get a bit wild out there. And I imagine, we've got 11 cars. We know that everybody in this field is guaranteed into tomorrow night's heats. And we saw it in that second race. Everybody was guaranteed. And a couple of guys got really wild and crazy out there. I'm wondering just how much insanity and chaos, or how many of these guys were watching that thinking, boy, I better take it easy early on. It's just a crapshoot at this point. Some of these guys have already gotten qualified, guys like Gerald Poole and a few others in the field, and then you've got some guys that are pro-level drivers out here as well. There is quite a mix in this field tonight, and this one ought to be really exciting.
It certainly should be, and we want to talk about that last heat race a little bit. We actually had a car that got disqualified from victory lane in Chase Johnson. That's right, Chase Johnson was in victory lane. He won that heat race, but he was disqualified for causing an accident. So Johnson, unfortunately for him, he was not able to be the winner in that series. or in that preliminary race rather, and it ended up being Austin Edwards picking up the victory, and Johnson was driving pretty aggressive in that race. Let's talk though about three of the drivers in this field right now that currently sit 1, 2, 3 on the leaderboard. You got Nick Olson with a Class A 4.99 and a 4,700 I rating. You got Lucas Cram, the number 44 car. He has an A 4.99 safety rating and a 6,500 I rating. And then you have Brandon Hoff, who sits with an A 4.68 safety rating and a 6,400 I rating. And oh yeah, Doug, by the way, he's a former iRacing Peak Performance Pro Series driver, is Hoff. And this is just a very, very talented top of the field right here. Those are three of the best oval racers on the sim, both cleanliness and speed-wise, and they are here trying their luck at the Massive WOW PD 200.
Well, you say that, but there's one guy, Danielle Sargent just mentioned, the guy she is calling for the win here, and it's a guy that we've seen race already in one of these, and one of the masters of the draft in anything, Gerald Thanos Poole. But some of these top-level competitors, they're going to be hard to get around. You got to wonder about these other guys in the field, especially if those three get connected and decide to work together. It's going to be really, really hard to get past three guys at the top levels of any kind of racing, especially on iRacing. When you get up there, you've got that kind of safety rating, you've got that kind of I rating. You have earned those ratings, and you're going to be a tough competitor.
Most certainly, and those three guys, we imagine Olsen, Cram, and Hoff, we're pretty sure they're friends and teammates. They all have matching paint schemes, matching number font. They're all high A-class drivers, all very high I ratings. I think that those three likely know each other. So expect to see them work together in the races. We're about 4 minutes away. Before we get going, I do want to give a quick shout out to some of our sponsors here for the Massive WOW PD 200. Let's start out with Butt Kicker. Feel what you've been missing, Butt Kicker. The Butt Kicker Gamer 2, whoever wins the Massive WOW PD 200 on Tuesday will be getting a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit, and I gotta tell you, I have one myself. It really adds another dimension to your sim rig that it's just awesome to have. I recommend checking out Butt Kicker. Feel what you've been missing. If you use code XCAL21 or XCAL20, I believe it is, you get 20% off on your purchase. It's either XCAL20 or XCAL21. Try them both, and one of them will give you 20% off on your purchase. I think it's 20. And then, of course, we have the Edwards Setup Shop, ran by Austin Edwards. It's a setup shop that has everything from dirt sprint car setups to asphalt late model setups to road course setups. The kicker with the Edwards Setup Shop is, though, all the setups are absolutely free. If you're feeling kind and want to donate, they accept donations, and Austin really appreciates it. It helps him fund his real-life racing career. But if you don't have a lot of cash and just are looking for some setups that are very competitive, I mean, he puts out race-winning setups over there in the Edwards Setup Shop. You can go there, join him on Discord, the Edwards Setup Shop, and you can get some of the best setups for absolutely free. And they actually made the setup that we are using for the Massive WOW PD 200. We got JT Mobile's Pressure Washing out in Ohio. John Friley and the boys over at JT Mobile Pressure Washing. If you're in the Ohio area and you need anything pressure washed, make sure you hit up JT Mobile's Pressure Washing, as those guys do a fantastic job. They really do not miss anything when they are pressure washing your needs. We got Tri-E Inc., the Cooler Crew, ran by Jeff Edgar. If you need a walk-in cooler installed, be sure to hit up the Cooler Crew. They're located in Florida, but if you have a big enough job, they will go just about anywhere for you. They were actually just up in New Jersey doing one of the biggest walk-in coolers they have ever done. It was like the size of a warehouse. They made this walk-in cooler, and the guys at the Cooler Crew, they really do a good job. If you need a walk-in cooler built, be sure to hit up Jeff Edgar and the boys over at Tri-E Inc. and the Cooler Crew. And of course, we got Sim Racer Hub, formerly known as Dan and Lisa, under new ownership, now rebranded as Sim Racer Hub. If you need to keep track of your iRacing statistics and you want a nice organized place to do that, where you're able to access those files at all times, check out Sim Racer Hub. And of course, How to Suck at iRacing. If you need a broadcast done, be sure to hit up Doug Burns and the guys over at How to Suck at iRacing. Doug does a fantastic job, and Doug's a pretty easy guy to talk to, too. He's the type of guy that you can sit down and have a drink and talk to Doug for a while about things and kind of forget that you were trying to get him to do a broadcast for you. So be sure to check out How to Suck at iRacing. It's a great place to have your things broadcast. As you can see right now, the quality is very good. And last, most certainly not least, www.xcalracing.com. Be sure to go to www.xcalracing.com/shop for all of your Massive Whale PD 200 merchandise. We got champion branded sweatshirts. We got Massive Whale PD beach towels, a bikini. We got Massive Whale PD posters you can get. We got anything you can imagine. If you just want a t-shirt, there's like $25 t-shirts on there that aren't that expensive. I believe there is a muscle shirt that's even cheaper than that on there. If you want something to commemorate this great weekend, be sure to go to www.xcalracing.com/shop.
Well, just under a minute to go in practice. Things are about to really heat up. Only 2 guys left out there practicing. And just looking at the practice lap numbers, the top 3 guys only did 6 laps. They did them all nose to tail, and then they went to pit road. James Filippi, 4 practice laps. And then the next 4, Blake Wynn, Brett Murphy, Mark Feeney, and Don Jordan all did 20-plus or 15-plus laps. Don Jordan has the most laps right now at 29. And then a few of these guys just did not putting in very much. Obviously, Gerald Thanos Poole has already run one of these races. I have a pretty good guess. I talked to him after the last race. I have a pretty good guess on his strategy. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what he can do. But now qualifying has wrapped up. There's going to be about a minute and 10 seconds for these guys to go out there and get their last minute laps in. And then we will be going for 25 laps around the Irish Hills of Michigan for this final preliminary race. Prelim number 9 is about to get underway here as we are very excited to bring it to you live here on How to Suck at iRacing. Once again, my name's PETEY Zell. We're the Vice President of XCAL Racing alongside Doug Burns as we get ready to bring you all the action. This is a full throttle track for these cars. They will go full song around the 2-mile high-banked oval here in Brooklyn, Michigan, and the setup we have produces 4 wide, sometimes even 5 wide racing. It is very exciting stuff to watch here as these guys wrap up their qualifying laps, and we are getting ready to go green. Looks like we have 10 cars that'll be taking the green. There were 11 scheduled to start. 1 did not answer the horn, unfortunately.
And everybody is in. It looks like qualifying is about to close out here. Yep.
And
go ahead.
And oh, yeah, I was going to say quickly, Doug, too, one thing I do want to make note of. So since we only have 10 cars in here, 14 transferred to the heats, top 14 transfer. There's only 10 in here. So all 10 of the guys that start and take the green flag, as long as they take the green flag, will be moving on to day number 2. They will all be going, or day number 4, rather. They'll be moving on to heat race Monday and racing for a chance to get into the big event. So here's the starting order real quickly for the Massive Whale PD Prelim number 9. Nick Olson is going to be starting on pole in his number 24 machine. On his outside, in the number 44 on the outside pole, is going to be Lucas Cram. In third, in the number 10, is going to be former Peak Pro driver Brandon Hoff. In fourth, in the number 29, will be James Filippi. In fifth, in the number 99, will be Blake Wynn. In sixth, in the number 64, will be Brett Murphy. In seventh, in the number 73, will be Mark Feeney. In eighth, in the number 6, will be Don Jordan. In ninth, in the number 37, will be Art Hendren. And starting shotgun on the field in 10th position will be the number 9 of Gerald Thanos Poole as we get ready to go green, Doug.
Yep, and have to give a shout out to that 9 car. That was actually painted by Thanos specifically for me. It has the Stream to End MS logo on it because that is a new thing. You can find them on Twitch. And as somebody who has MS, they are part of the MS Society. They do a lot of great work. And just a shout out to Gerald and the JNS team for putting that on the car for me tonight. I really, really appreciate that. There you see the 3 cars at the front of the field with the same paint jobs. Looks like these guys are going to be working together. Things might get interesting.
Things very well could get interesting. And, you know, Doug, when you have 3 guys like that, 2 of them have 4.99A, one's a 4.68, and that's still obviously phenomenal. 2 of them have 6,500 plus I ratings. The other one has a 4,700 I rating. When you have 3 guys that are on that level of I rating, I mean, that is like the top caliber. That's top 1%ers right there. And you have 3 of them working together. You have to imagine they're going to, I mean, you know, everyone's pretty good, but those guys, they are just perfectionists once you get to that level, and it's going to be pretty cool to see what they can do.
Yeah, and it's always awesome to see those guys. A lot of times you find those guys up in the Cup cars or Indy cars racing and trying to get back up to that pro level competition, making the big money. So it's always interesting to see when those guys come down to these lower class cars, the simpler cars rather. You know, it's interesting to see what they can do with them and what they learn from those upper class, those top competitions, the iRacing Cup Series, things like that. It's really interesting to see what they can do out there with these smaller, less powerful cars. And I bet some of these guys in the field are going to be watching those three closely to see what they can learn for tomorrow and Tuesday night.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how this goes. Those are three guys that all have pro prospects on their mind in the future. But right now, their prospects are setting on qualifying for the massive WAL PD 200. Here we go through turns 3 and 4. The pacing right now is not very good. There's a big gap between the first row and second row. I'm sure race control Aaron Hillbush is really letting those guys hear it right now about that. Here we come. The iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck makes a hard left-hand turn into the pits, and the field is now at the mercy of Nichols, and they come down towards the flag stand, and the starter waves the green flag. We are underway here in prelim number 9, the final prelim for the massive WAL PD 200. Clean start there. Everyone did stay in line, and now they race 2x2x2 out front, Doug.
Yeah, it looked like Blake Wynn was about to have a run already. He had a really good start compared to pretty much everybody else up there. I'm sorry, that was Brett Murphy that had that great start. And look at those front three. Lucas Cram dropping back just enough. I bet he's about to try and slot back in there with his two teammates. But now they're 3 wide at the front already as they try and get that team sorted out. This is about to get really interesting. If they stay 3 wide, they could actually hold up the entire field with minimal effort. It looks like that isn't going to hold real well right now, but it is obvious those 3 cars are working together. Now they're going to be single file here in just a moment. And look at the movement out of this front of the field. We've seen a lot of movement out of these cars and a lot of wiggling back and forth, but this is definitely a bit different, a bit interesting to watch.
Yeah, those guys move so smooth. Everything they do looks so planned and precise. Very impressive, those 3 cars, as they now control the outside lane. The 44 of Cram is going to now drop in a line. They have the outside lane, do those 3 drivers with extremely well iRatings and safety ratings. The 4th car on the outside is Brett Murphy in the 64, and the car on the low side that is helping Blake win, that's Mark Feeney. And the number 74 is, a little bit of a moment there. The 24 gets loose. They now go 3 wide as up the middle goes Hoff. Hoff makes his way around the teammate there, Olsen. Hoff now up the middle. He's going to try to lead a lap of himself. Olsen led lap number 1. Give lap number 2 to Brandon Hoff as he takes that one away from Blake Wynn. And now a big push for Hoff into the corner as Lucas Cram stays right tucked up to that bumper. And Cram actually pushed him off a little bit into the corner before diving down low.
You got to wonder about this. It looked like the 24 was getting bump drafted through the corner and moves up the track, and now these guys are all spread out. They're not together anymore. You have to wonder if the strategy was maybe getting everybody to lead a lap, getting everybody to the front, and now we see what the long-term strategy is. We've seen a lot of guys, the last few races, we've seen a lot of guys really practice dropping to the back of the field and working their way up. That high line, it looks like that's what they might be doing, but meanwhile it's 3 wide on the second row coming down the front straightaway, and the aggression already starting to crank up here early. We've seen it all night tonight, and it looks like it's not going to let up.
Yeah, Doug, that time by the wire, 0.000. It was a tie between Blake Wynn and Lucas Cram. They scored at Cram, so officially leading the first 3 laps were those teammates. Olsen led lap 1, Hoff led lap 2, Cram led lap 3 technically, even though it was a dead heat with Blake Wynn. That's just how close it can really be, though, here in the massive WAL PD 200 here in this final prelim. Up on the high side, those 2 teammates work so well. And, Doug, there's just not a lot of movement. Sometimes the bump drafting, as effective as can be, it looks rough. You see the guys shaking around a lot. It doesn't look very concise and smooth. When these guys are bump drafting, you don't see any movement in the wheel. These guys are getting hooked up on the exit of the corner, and they're just staying locked to each other's bumpers down the straightaway without even flinching a little bit. I mean, it is just so smooth what they're doing. Is on the high side, Brandon Hoff leads that lap.
And these 3, it looks like, are bound and determined to lead at all the laps between those 3 cars. Blake Wynn has not been able to get a run quite yet, and now it's 3 wide in that second row. Wynn comes up a little bit off the bottom. We've seen that early, that bottom line getting a little bit loose. He gets a little bit squirrely. A lot of these guys just trying to feel each other out. Looks like there's a lot more patience at the back of the field this time around, too, as Gerald Poole is back there, Don Jordan is back there, and looks like Art Hendren back there as well. Those three guys just back at the back playing it safe. Although Gerald Poole has got a run building. He ran the fastest lap last time by. I think he might be making a run to the front just to try it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Earlier in the heat race he ran, he was content to kind of just ride it out. This one, we'll see if maybe he tries a more aggressive approach. Up front, Cram takes the top spot. Lucas Cram pulls down in front of Blake Wynn, so now Cram controls the low line. Up on the high side, it is that 24 car of Olsen being pushed by his teammate Hoff, as now jumping back up to the high side is Cram, as Cram gets crammed from behind right now by that 24. So great racing going on here out front. Blake Wynn on the low side, still with help from Feeney trying to make it happen. And Wynn actually just drove him up the racetrack there. Kind of a smart move. And Wynn off the corner, he will clear him. Let's see if he comes up. Will Wynn try to throw the block? Wynn has the point. Blake Wynn drove the 44 of Cram up the racetrack, and it played to his advantage. He will stick to the low line, so Cram's going to fight back, but Blake Wynn will lead that lap, Doug.
Yep, Blake Wynn finally getting a lap led. Here comes Thanos to the bottom. He's going to come by the 29 of James Filippi. James just lets him by easy, sees the aggression ramping up, and just lets him go by. Gerald's had the fastest lap the last couple of times by, so things definitely working for him, obviously trying a different strategy. Meanwhile, these three, they all are right at the top, and they are doing, this is only the second time we've seen it in the prelims. All three cars bump drafting down the back straightaway. The 10 was bumping the 24 into the 44. Everybody holds stable, though, and they get the run and pass Blake Wynn coming out of turn 4. Wynn's got a run coming down the front straightaway, though, and who's it going to be at the line? It is Lucas Cram, barely.
Cram leads that one. Wynn on the low side does all he can to fight back. Now they go 3 wide. Cram just pulls up almost like he wants a challenge. Cram is going to drop back. Olsen now on the high side is going to battle with Wynn. Olsen's going to take the point off of turn number 2, and he has a huge push about to come his way. Hoff gives a big shove down the backstretch there to the 24 of Olsen. Olsen takes the point over as now Hoff just about clears Wynn, and he will clear Wynn. He can come down if he wants to. Let's see if they do, and they will, at least Olsen does, and it's going to be the 10 of Hoff actually staying on the high side as Cram in that 44 car is actually dropping all the way back to about where Art Hendren and Don Jordan race. So it looks like Cram might be wanting to test the draft out here and see how far he can drop back and pick it back up.
Yeah, we've seen that play out a couple of times, and you can definitely work something up, but you have to make sure you stay in that lead draft, and you have to be very careful. Cram's right on the edge of it, but he's doing the same thing Austin Edwards did in the last prelim race. He is running right out there by the wall, seems to build a ton of momentum coming down the back straightaway doing that. Austin Edwards really made that work for him. Meanwhile, James Filippi had the fastest lap last time by, but here comes Thanos back to the bottom. Gerald is not going to be playing patient this time around. He already knows he's in the race in both heats tomorrow night, or in 2 of the 3 heats tomorrow night, so he is going to push for everything he's worth.
Here we go up front. It's going to be close to the wire this time by. Give it to the high side. Olsen leads at the stripe. 15 laps to go as we have completed 10 laps here in prelim number 9. Still on that low side is Blake Wynn doing a nice job fighting off these guys. 24 of Olsen pinches them all the way down the racetrack, and now Wynn gets a nice run off the corner. He's going to fight back on the low side. Good job there by Blake Wynn. Here we go, high side, nice bump from Hoff to Olsen. And meanwhile in the back, Cram has started to draft off these guys. Cram is trying to work with Don Jordan now as Cram gives Don Jordan a big shove down into turn number 3. Up front, though, the racing is nice and tight, and oh my goodness, Blake Wynn, Blake Wynn keeps entering the corner higher because he doesn't want to get pinched down. It's actually kind of smart there on Wynn. He is taking a higher entrance from the low line as we go 3 wide. Here we go. Down low goes Feeney. They are 3 abreast for the top spot right now. Gerald Thanos Poole is giving that push to Feeney on the low side, and all the way up top do work those 2 teammates of Olsen and Hoff. Olsen is clear of Blake Wynn. He comes down and throws the block as now Hoff will lead that 3rd lane, and Wynn really pinches that 73 of Feeney down there. To finish my earlier thought, though, quickly here, Doug, Blake Wynn, he was taking a higher entry into the corner from the low side because he didn't want to get pinched down on the low side, have all his momentum killed. It was actually a pretty smart move there by Wynn, and it was paying fruition as he was able to race with those guys pretty closely.
Yeah, look at
now
that.
it's not
Blake
gonna work.
Wynn, they get together. The 24 goes all the way up the track and is going to lose a lot of ground. They were getting close, and they were pushing each other. You mentioned Blake Wynn was using the momentum and making sure he positioned himself in such a way that he couldn't get the run cut off. A couple of times he drove that team up the track just a little bit to make sure he could carry some momentum, and it looks like they kind of got a little tired of the back and forth, and it got a little bit more aggressive there. Meanwhile, James Filippi, for the first time, goes to the lead. You think it's the Wonder Bread car, and I don't see a Fig Newton label on the window.
I don't see one either, and he is up there. Now he's going to drop back to the back. They are 3 wide for the top spot. My goodness, this is exciting right now. Brett Murphy on the high side, Wynn in the middle, and on the low side, it's Olsen, and Olsen is going to take the point back, so Olsen screams back to the lead after getting pushed back by Blake Wynn. Let's see how Wynn responds. Wynn peaking low, peaking high. Wynn doesn't know where to go. Wynn will go low. Wynn goes all the way down the racetrack. Here comes Murphy. Murphy's going to split the gap. They are 3 wide at the wire. This time by crossbars in the air. Halfway down, halfway to go. As on that way high side, Brett Murphy has no friends. And in the middle, there's 3 pretty good friends.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, you saw Blake Wynn, he was trying to break that team up a little bit. It didn't last long, but he did make a valiant effort. Smart move, smart strategy by Blake Wynn. But, you know, if you're that 24 car after what happened and having Blake Wynn on your back bumper, probably not the most comforting thing in the world to have going on. As they go off, it looks like that team is going to take all 3 lanes like we saw on the first lap, and Nick Olsen goes back to the lead.
Olsen at the top spot. Wynn and Hoff race side by side. Now Hoff drives over his teammate. Wynn goes low. They're trying to split him this time by the wire. That's so close right there. Hoff by 16 one-thousandths of a second over Wynn. And, oh my goodness, they're 4 wide. They are 4 wide off in the corner right now. Hoff going to keep it right up next to the wall. And that was a smart move by Hoff. He could have tried to pinch to keep the momentum up, but that would have been awfully sketchy. As here we go now. Olsen looking to the high side of Wynn. And this racing, you know, the last heat race, Doug, is really sketchy when these guys were going 3 and 4 wide. They didn't look comfortable. They were hitting a lot. It didn't look very good and orchestrated. They're doing wild moves. They're going 3 and 4 wide, but for the most part, it's looking pretty clean. They're doing it very efficiently. These guys look comfortable making these really aggressive moves as they go 3 by 3, 2 rows deep.
Yeah, they really are a lot more comfortable. That's those pro-level drivers and their confidence combined with some of these other guys that are very experienced, some of the XCAL guys that are very experienced. Well, the 54 or the 64 Brett Murphy up the middle has a good run, as we've seen all weekend long. That middle line, if you're a solo car, working really, really well. He's going to try and get some side draft off Blake Wynn. He's trying to, it looks like he's trying to get up in front of the 24 and take advantage here. Down the back straightaway, still 3 wide. We're not seeing the cars as squirrely as we did in that second one, and I think it's just these guys are making a little bit smoother movements as Gerald's going to stick the nose down low. Can't get it there yet. And now the 24 is back down to the bottom.
Yeah, 24 takes the lead. By the way, Brett Murphy, he's no slouch. He is a A-Class 2.2 with a 3,000 I rating. Maybe not on the level of the other 3 we were talking about, but that's still a pretty high-class iRacer right there. Blake Wynn, we know from his XCAL days that there's a ton of talent in that kid, too. Lots of talent up there racing right now. They are 3 wide for the top spot with 10 laps to go, that time by the wire. 3 wide for second right now as Murphy and Wynn split the gap. That got tight, but they kept it going. Once again, they continue to look so comfortable. And here we go. Looks like the 44 Cram might be dropping down as Blake Wynn does drop down. So Cram and Wynn going to choose to drop to the back of the field as they want to get a run going here. One thing I'm noticing, though, these 3 teammates, Hoff, Olsen, and Cram, one thing they're doing here, Doug, it almost looks like they're trying to do some showmanship, you know? Like, what they're doing with these moves, these, like, wild, like, beautiful, like, slides up and down the racetrack, like, it looks so orchestrated and nice. It's almost like they're just trying to show off a little bit, put on a show for the fans, it seems like, more so than just going for the lead.
Yeah, I think they know they've got something. They've got a 3-car team. They know they can work together and get up there. We've seen 2 of the drivers drop to the back. I think the 24 is the 10, excuse me, is the only one that hasn't dropped all the way back to the back and worked his way back forward. Brendan Hoff has been up there the whole race. But the other 2 have dropped to the back, worked back up, hooked back up with their teammates. And it might be an intimidation thing, too. You know, they're showing off for the fans, but they're showing these other drivers, hey, you're not going to beat us. We've got this thing on lockdown, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. And, oh, as it gets a little sketchy back there with the 73, the 99, and the 9 almost getting together.
Yeah, that was a moment right there. Everyone hangs on. Good job by Thanos letting off the gas and just letting... That could have been bad if Thanos tried to push the issue there. Up front, though, it is Olsen to the point. He has a lot of help, and things are starting to get a little exciting. Here comes Don Jordan up the middle now, as, Cram's going to go all the way down the racetrack. Cars are moving all over the place right now. They are 3 wide in the back. All 10 cars that took the green, by the way, are still up here in this lead pack racing for this thing right now. As up front, Olsen rockets to the lead, as he has a lot of help from Brandon Hoff. Brett Murphy is in third, and in fourth now to the inside is Mark Feeney. Feeney gets down to the low side. Feeney has some help from Thanos. Watch that high side, though, with Murphy, Wynn, and Cram. That is a lot of good drivers up there. You know they're going to try to get things going. This time by the wire, it is Olsen with 7 laps to go, Doug.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning, Pete, we've seen the middle line be the preferred line, the bottom line be the safe line, but the top line, guys go up there and make a pass and then drop down. Not seen a lot of guys stay up on the high side, but that 3-man team, they have used that high side a lot tonight. Obviously, Nick Olsen moving back and forth, getting the draft and getting any advantage he can, but for the most part, that group has stayed right up by the wall, and a lot of these drivers really starting to follow as Thanos on the bottom is charging toward the front. He's going to make it 3 wide. The 24 drops down. He is making sure nobody gets a run on the bottom. I think Nick Olsen is staying out front and being the blocker for the other 2 drivers.
Yeah, now he jumps up to the high side to grab the draft. His teammate Hoff. Hoff splits the gap and makes it 4 wide on his teammate. Oh my goodness, what a move by Hoff. 6 laps to go. Hoff now rockets to the high side. On the low side, Thanos, Gerald Pools trying to go for the lead. It's Mark Feeney in the middle right now, making it happen. Feeney doing a good job, and Feeney takes the lead. Cram runs right behind Feeney. Let's see if Cram tries to make a move on him or if he's just content to ride. Blake Wynn now pulls to the outside of Gerald Poole, and Gerald with no help. He is going to lose all those spots and fall back to 4th position. Up front, it is Feeney now leading, followed by Cram, Wynn, and then Poole. Behind him is Art Hendren. Hendren having a nice run so far. Here we go, Cram to the outside. Cram looking to the outside, taking the lead. He has help from Blake Wynn. Wynn going to give a push to Cram here, this time by at the stripe. It is Cram, Lucas Cram leading. 5 to go. Green, green, green. This race will not see any cautions. Day number 3 of the massive whale, PD. None of these prelims saw a caution, Doug.
Actually, we had a couple of cautions, but very, very few. And you know what else is interesting is Art Hendren, who had a rough end to the XCAL season at the end of the last season. Just nothing but bad luck for Art Hendren. But here tonight, he has been battling up in the top 5 most of the race, working together really well with Gerald Poole here, and seems like they might have something that they can work with here, especially with Brett Murphy, if they can stay in his draft, as Murphy almost gets into the 99 of Blake Wynn. These guys are starting to use the door. Oh my God, Blake Wynn might be in trouble. No, the 73 gets loose. The 24 just got yeeted.
he certainly got yeeted there, Doug, by his own teammate. They're still 3 wide for the lead, though. My goodness, on the high side, James Filippi going for it. Filippi with a lot of help from that 73 of Feeney. Filippi is going to have to just try to hang on the quarter panel of Wynn, and Filippi does hang on the quarter panel of Wynn. Down the backstretch, they're 3 wide for the lead. Filippi on the high side, Wynn in the middle, and on the low side, Murphy. Thanos thinks about making it 4 wide. Will he actually do it? He is down there. He doesn't commit. Thanos will not make a 4 wide, as we have a car getting loose. They're going to wreck. Here we go. 2 cars wreck. Art Hendren falls off the speedway. I believe that was Mark Feeney. We're going to continue on, though. The 3 teammates going to try to gather themselves and carry on here, as they had a little bit of an incident there. Not sure what happened. 3 laps to go, and it's Wynn leading.
Yeah, that was a close one. After the checkers, we'll take a look at that incident, but it is definitely something to note that getting a little bit crazy, and my apologies to Art for saying something about him not having bad luck, because immediately after, that's what happened. So, heartbreaking for Art. I really thought he was going to get up here and be in contention tonight. Blake Wynn and Filippi, though. Filippi are running down the back straightaway, nose to tail. You got Brett Murphy on the bottom. Thanos made it through cleanly, and he is going to take a run for 3rd place as they all start to move up the track. You can tell the tires might be going just a little bit here as they start to get a little more wobbly. And here comes Flippy down to the bottom.
This time by popsicle sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Watch those 3 teammates. They're running in line right now. I think they're going to get there. We are going to take you to the checkered flag here on how to suck at iRacing in the final prelim here for the massive well PD 200. Low side Filippi, high side Win. Win with a lot of help right now from Brett Murphy. Murphy gives a big push to Win as Thanos Pool continues to ride on that low side. But here come the 3 teammates, and they're running nose to tail, pushing each other down the straightaway. They're followed closely behind by Don Jordan. Here they come through turns 3 and 4. They are having a heck of a run right now. Olsen getting a big draft right now off Brett Murphy. Those teammates are going to get there, and this is going to get interesting. Here they come off turn 4. It is Win on the high side. They are coming down, and the flagman displays the white flag in the air. One more lap to go as Win continues to battle side by side with Filippi. Pool on the inside, trying to give all the help he can to Filippi, but it's just so hard down there right now. The teammates have caught him. The teammates have caught the lead pack. The 3 teammates of Olsen, Cram, and Hoff are there. Here comes Olsen. Olsen gets on the high side of Pool. Olsen looking up the middle. Olsen's going to shoot the gap. He goes down below Murphy. Olsen looking for a gap under Win. Olsen's going to shoot it in there. Win throws the block. Murphy on the high side now gets the run. Here comes Cram to the high side. Will Cram try to make it 3 wide? They are off into the corner, beating bumpers. They are beating. They are banging. Olsen gives a shove to Win. Win continues to block him. Win is blocking all 3 lanes. Win gets loose. Win is going to go up the racetrack. They're going to be 3 wide down to the wire. On the left, it's Filippi. In the middle, it is Olsen. Here comes the high side. Murphy is going to be so close to the wire. I do not know who got there first. It was Nick Olsen by 11 one-thousandths of a second. I didn't think he had a shot at that, Doug. I did not think Olsen had a shot at that, but somehow he got back to the wire first.
That was insane. Shout out to James Filippi, who went through the grass. Let's take a look at Filippi's finish here because he got pushed off the track. He was really leaning on Olsen. They were beating and banging there down to the line. He bumps off, gets down onto Thanos' bumper, and gets turned sideways a little bit, manages to save the car and come across at full speed. What a great save. Let's go back and take a quick look also at what happened with Art Hendren a couple laps ago. What a finish. Probably one of the wilder finishes, and we've seen some wild ones this weekend. Oh, that was the teammates getting into the 73, and he got turned down into Art Hendren. So more bad luck for Art, but man, what a finish.
What a finish indeed. Wow, what a great way to cap off day number 3 of the massive WOW PD 200, one of the best finishes we've seen yet. And wow, Doug, we head into day number 4 with a lot of momentum after that race right there. I mean, we've had some good preliminary events. I don't know if we had one better than that one. That one was truly fantastic.
It really was. That was just non-stop excitement. Those 3 teammates at the front definitely had something for everybody here tonight, and they definitely showed it, and they were working together in perfect harmony. It seemed like if one of them went to the back, it almost always looked intentional, except for that incident with about 3 to go, that one of them was always dropping to the back, practicing the run, and then when one teammate got shoved to the back, guess what? The other 2 dropped back, they reconnected, they charged back up, and gave Nick Olsen that win.
All right, well, I'm down here with third-place finisher Brett Murphy. And Brett, after a fantastic third-place run there, tell me a little bit about that heat race. We were watching you guys run that whole heat race, and you guys were really doing a good job in that race. One of the better preliminary races, I should say. That wasn't a heat, that was a prelim. My apologies there for that mistake. But you guys were going 3-4 wide at times, making all these daring moves, but everyone looked so comfortable out there. What was it like being a part of that race?
Oh, that was wild. It felt just like it was any Talladega or Daytona race out there, but that's what you get with the street stocks at Michigan. But yeah, I was kind of surprised, other than that one little incident that I saw, that everyone was able to keep it together. But yeah, that was a lot of fun out there.
That certainly was a great time, and it was certainly fun to watch you race there. So I got to ask you, you head on to the heat races tomorrow, obviously with that third-place finish, you advanced to the heats. Do you feel like you learned some things in that very action-packed racing that will carry over into the heat races tomorrow? Maybe some tricks you learned up your sleeve you can use tomorrow?
I think I just learned that I got to start making friends, because those Valvoline cars were really working well together out there. I've raced with them before. They're all a bunch of good guys, a lot of good iRacers, but I think your friends are really where you find them out here. So if I can get some people to work together with me, then I might have a shot.
All right, well, Brett, before I let you go celebrate with your crew a great third place finish in this prelim, first I got to ask you, do you got any friends, sponsors, crew, teammates you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, Tuesday Night Trucks. I ran them on the hood of my car tonight. It's a racing league that runs Tuesday nights on twitch.tv/4cloak, 4cloak Media, to catch all the races. He does a really good job at doing the races. And then everybody that puts on this race, because that was a lot of fun.
All right, well, thank you, Brett, and we look forward to watching you race tomorrow, as now I believe Doug Burns is down with second place finisher Blake Wynn.
Blake, how much wider did you need that car to be tonight? Because, man, you got some great blocks in, you got some great moves in, but it looked like you just needed a slightly wider car to keep those Valvoline cars behind you.
Yeah, I just need some teammates. They kind of had what I didn't tonight, but I know the next couple nights I will have teammates in all the races. Hopefully I can actually get a push.
Well, you definitely didn't have a whole lot of help out there, but you made it work regardless. You stayed up there in contention. The first half of the race, you got a couple of laps led, and you managed to give those guys a run for their money. At one point, you almost broke that entire team up a little bit, sliding up into that second spot behind the 24, and just gave you quite an advantage when you came back down and got the run on him.
Yeah, I let them know the 1 car per lane rule because I don't feel like they knew that, and they were kind of using my lane up, so I kind of gave them the door to let them know, like, hey, this is my lane. I can run whatever lane I want if I'm on the inside.
Well, man, you did one heck of a job tonight. Congratulations. That was a great performance. You come home second place. We know you're going to do really well in the heats tomorrow and obviously in the big event Tuesday night. Any team or sponsors you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Fastlane Motorsports with Jeff Edgar. He's been helping me a lot already, and we haven't even started the 2022 season, so I'd look out for our team next year. We're going to have some fast cars and some fast setups.
All right, man. Congrats. Great run. Looking forward to tomorrow night.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Doug, for that fantastic interview with second place finisher. I'm down here in victory lane after preliminary event number 9 with Nick Olson, who was able to pick up the victory in this prelim. And Nick, first I got to ask you, we saw a little bit of a moment there with, I think it was with 5 or 4 to go, where there was a little bit of an incident. You got shuffled back, and you and your teammates, Hoff and Cram, you guys were working together in single file line trying to catch back up to the lead pack. I have to ask you, did you think you were going to get back to the lead pack? And if you did you think you were going to have any sort of time to make a move to get in position to win this thing?
Oh, absolutely. The runs were really strong, so I definitely felt like I had a chance. One of us were going to be able to grab it. Just happened to play the runs right, and kind of weaseled my way in between the Wonder Bread car and I want to say that was Blake, the 99, and we just kind of drag raced down to the end, and I mean it was a lot of fun driving back up through the pack. I did it a couple of times on purpose just to, kind of feel the runs and get a better idea of what we're going to have to deal with since all of us were going to advance anyway to tomorrow's situation. So just kind of treated it as a test session, and with a few laps to go, go race.
All right, and Nick, I do have to ask you, I believe this is the first time I've seen you run an XCAL style event. How did you like the racing out there? I saw you guys going 3-4 wide at times, making very aggressive, daring moves. It was such a blast to watch you guys go out there and race. How were you enjoying the racing, the style of racing that the setup and track and car combination kind of produced?
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of fun. When week 13 rolls around, the street stocks at Charlotte on the big oval are what you'll find me running. Out of everything they offer. So this was really something similar. Wide open, no lifting, just kind of pick your lane and go. And we were able to get the tandems working, and I don't drive this car as much as I should. It's a lot of fun, but learned a lot.
All right. And also, too, I want to ask you, you said you got a chance to go out there and do a lot of testing, obviously, with the since everyone's transferring. So I have to ask you, do you feel like you learned some things that will help you in the heat races tomorrow that will ultimately put you in the big event on Tuesday?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I feel really confident in what we can bring to the table tomorrow, and and hopefully to Tuesday. We're gonna give it our best. Only 10 drivers out there tonight, so the chances of wrecking were pretty low. Tomorrow we're gonna have a lot more variables on the racetrack and things to work with. So I'll be with my teammates, so we'll try and work the same magic we tried to do tonight.
All right, well, Nick, before I let you go celebrate this victory with your teammates and enjoy a good run, I got to ask you, are there any friends, crew, sponsors, teammates, anyone who helps make this happen that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, of course, everybody at Klickerman Sport and eRacer. Landon Castle Qualifying Challenge here is coming up. Sign-ups are still open, so sign up. We'll love to have you out. It'll be a good time. So we're looking forward to this here the next couple of nights, and yeah, it's a lot of fun.
All right, well, Nick, we look forward to seeing your race tomorrow and possibly on Tuesday, and enjoy the victory, my friend.
Thank y'all.
All right, that was your prelim number 9 winner, Nick Olson. And Doug, that wraps up day number 3 of the Massive WOW PT 200. And, well, the prelims are in the books. We ran 9 of them, and now 103 competitors move on to day number 4, the heat races, where we're going to separate the men from the boys, and we're going to see who's racing for $2,500 and a butt kicker on Tuesday.
Yeah, those fields are going to be so much bigger because it's combining all 3 nights worth of racing, and those fields are going to be huge, especially that second heat tomorrow night. That's going to be the biggest one. That'll be the one that has the most drivers eliminated from it as well, as only 14 will get to advance from each one. And I guarantee you, we have seen consistent 2 and 3 wide racing. I think we're going to see consistent 3 and 4 wide racing right up until somebody makes a mistake, and that's going to be the deciding factor on who gets to advance, is who makes the fewest mistakes stays at the front and can just survive till the end and be in there in that top 14.
No doubt about it. And, Doug, what a good day of racing it was, though. I was looking back on it. We didn't have a single caution in any 3 of these prelims that were ran today. The prelims went like this. The first one, we had excuse me, it's the wrong tab open. The first one, we had 9 lead changes in 25 laps. The second one, we had 12 lead changes. And in this last one we just ran, we had 17 lead changes in 25 laps. They seemed to get better as the night went along, and this really did a good job of setting us up for the epic day of Monday, where the men get separated from the boys.
Yep, looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow night. Really looking forward to seeing what happens Tuesday night, because tomorrow night's 3 25-lap heats, but Tuesday night is going to have a 42-car field, 100 laps for those drivers. Pit stops will come into play. Teamwork's going to be huge, and I guarantee you there's going to be some frustration, but everybody who starts that race gets paid, so hey, you know what? Everybody that starts that race ought to be very happy.
All right, well, Doug, that'll pretty much wrap up things here on day number 3 of How to Suck at iRacing. My name is PETEY Zeller, the voice of this weekend's events and the vice president of XCAL Racing. For Doug Burns and everyone at How to Suck at iRacing, thank you, Doug. I'm just a voice that talks. Doug does all the camera work. Doug does all the hard work. Doug does the dirty work that makes this broadcast look so good. On behalf of Aaron Hilbush, the president of XCAL Racing, who makes these phenomenal events possible, and Nick Olson, our winner of prelim number 9, take it easy, my friend. We will see you tomorrow night.